I'm Scott L. Miller. It is New Year's Day 2026. Welcome to Nicaragua Live. Thank you so much, everyone who is joining us. It is great to be here in what it turns out is year three of live streaming. Not something I would ever have expected that we would be doing so much, and it doesn't feel like we've been doing it that long. It still feels like a very new thing for me, but it is anything but new. We've been doing this now for 2 entire years. We've barely missed a week in 2 years. We have a few weeks. We don't make like a real careful thing of it. It's not like the live show, or the recorded show, which we tried to do a daily. We use the live stream for some of the dailies, but we tried to do a daily since the end of 2021. I believe it is. We haven't missed a day. So that we've really tried really hard. With this, we're a lot more loose, but we only skip maybe about 3 weeks out of the year. So it's a pretty big deal, I think. And for me, it was very surprising when I realized we've been doing it for so long. It's just become a part of my routine. My kids know I do it. My wife knows I do it. It's just Thursday evenings. Boom, we're doing it. But this is 2026. We did all 2024, all 2025, and here we go on day 1 of 2026. We're up and running, and we already have so many people on. The chat has not even registered how many people we have, and we have all these comments. So this is fantastic. Welcome to the new year, everyone. Happy New Year. Johnny Hernandez says Happy New Year, and Happy New Year from Knowledge Beyond Stars. Janet Sweeney, so I'm here, but who knows for how long, because she's working. Knowledge Beyond Stars says thank you for the update. My pleasure. And I am just getting the word out, letting people know that we're doing the show. See if we can get people on and so forth. And while we're getting started, letting people know, doing all those kinds of things, be sure to hit a thumbs up on the show. It does make a big difference. Helps us get the word out. It does actually promote the episode. So while we're doing it, it gets things rolling. And there's so many people to alert to there being a live stream. I need a blast group, which probably exists. I just haven't gotten around to researching that stuff. I'm really lazy when it comes to those things. I need to do something about that. So how was everyone's New Year's? I'm assuming all of you spent New Year's like me, binging Stranger Things as a thing. Oh, Johnny Hernandez, greetings from Fort Wayne, Indian. I'm sure he means Indiana. Which brings us back to Stranger Things, which takes place, of course, in Indiana. We actually had a really nice, just to give you guys my personal update, we had a really nice evening. My daughters and I, we've been planning this for weeks or months, I guess, that we are big fans of Stranger Things. And we've been watching it since the beginning, since my kids were little. So for me, it's a big deal because it came out when my daughters were like, I don't know, 6 and 8 or 6 and 9, something like that. So it's been their whole sci-fi viewing childhoods having this show, and it's one that we really like. We've been very much into, and so we've been looking forward to seeing the finale of it. It's been on such a cliffhanger for so long that it's very good that we were able to finish it. So it's very exciting. So we kind of did the whole thing. What we did was we've seen it all. Right, up until the second volume of season 5, and so we started watching that this week and made sure we had watched it all the day before. So on the 30th, we completed the episode that goes before the finale. But leading up to that, we had watched the first part of season 5. Basically on the day it released, and then immediately after that, we're like, we got time, so we started at season 1 and binged all the way through. And got all the way caught up. So we were able to watch the second volume of season 5, one a day, basically, and then made it for perfect timing. So we basically watched one episode a day and binged the whole thing straight to the finale. It was perfect timing, a lot of fun, made the show really work well for having like the story makes sense and know exactly what was going on because we were so up to date and so forth. So that worked out really well. We really thought that was a good way to go, and then we prepared for it. Right, we had everything ready for the day. We went and cooked pizza in the shape of demigorgons. We did deviled eggs with food coloring, so they were, they looked, I don't know, they were themed. We got Eggo waffles, which none of us, not even I, have ever had. My kids have never had. So we got Eggo waffles and made that, and got real Coke because normally we drink Diet Pepsi, but we got some actual Coke. And because they do a bit of that in the show. My kids had never experienced that stuff. For them, that's like a noticeable thing that it's in the show. Um, and that was pretty much what we prepped. We did all that, and then so we ate during the show. It's over 2 hours, so it was like a big movie event, and we had it all queued up. And it took an hour for Nicaragua to get the show. We actually had to go into the episode before it and say go to next episode. It could never actually display the show, and as far as I know, it still doesn't. They ran into a lot of glitches, but we were able to get it to work, and it was a lot of fun. And personally, I was really happy with how the show ended up after watching it for so long and being so into the show. My eldest daughter was kind of, I think she liked it, and my youngest absolutely did not like it. So did not resonate for everyone. But it was really cool. So that was our evening for New Year's Eve, and that took us because there were so many steps. Because we couldn't get it to work until an hour late. Because it was so long, right? So it was after 8. It was like 8:30 by the time we got it to work, and we let it queue up because the internet was terrible as everyone in the country was watching it. So it was about 8:30 by the time we got to start. That meant it was going to go till 10:40, no matter what we did. And then we started it with food, and then we paused it, went and got more food because we actually made the deviled eggs in the middle of it. And then we came back. And did the Eggo waffles at like the 3/4 mark. So by the time we're done, it actually took us right up to midnight, pretty much. So at about 1/4 to midnight, we finished it, and then we talked about it for a long time. And we went outside to experience the insane fireworks that are Leon, Nicaragua. It is. Oh, sorry for the background music that suddenly started playing. I should turn down the alerts. And it was. Really something. We don't normally hear it quite this dramatically, that we had this just like booming explosion background sound that just went on and on and on and on and on. You could hear the nearby fireworks. But there was this underlying current of fireworks that was so extreme. It was really neat to hear it the way that it just resonated last night. And the sky was perfectly clear. And they don't use fireworks that you can see. It's not like exploding fireworks. It's just bombs, just noise, right? Nicaraguans love noise. That's what it's about. Americans like the spectacle, and Nicaraguans like the sound, which is a big cultural difference. You really notice that one when you're here, because people will be like, yeah, we're doing fireworks, and you're like, okay, where do we watch them? You're like, watch them, there's nothing to see. And you're like, what? Nothing, not a single thing. But it was clear enough that we could see clouds of smoke coming over where we live, over the house, from the amount of fireworks happening closer to the city, because the wind blows towards us from the city. So that was interesting. The dogs, of course, were very afraid. The little puppy did quite well. He really doesn't seem to mind too much, so that's good, because it's pretty rough for the others. TJ says, yo, Scott, hey, Scott, is there a way to find out when the theaters are playing a movie in English? So there is, at least out here. It's not a problem. Let me track down what we're able to do. So here we have, obviously each city only has one theater, realistically, right? So it's not like you got tons of them to be. I'm trying to. Definitely having some internet problems right now. Probably because I'm doing a million things. So hopefully I can find. There we go. I'm going to go to the website and actually show you guys. Perfect. Okay. All right, let's see if this works. Be nicer if it filled the screen a little bit better. There we go. How's that? Hopefully everybody can see that. So this is the website you can go to. Here, this is for Leon and Chinandega. So we've got a full Cine Siglo Nuevo is the chain out in this part of the country. You can see the list of these are the ones that are currently in the theaters. I don't know any of these movies. I don't know what this is. I don't even know who these people are. Oh no, that's the girl from Mamma Mia. This is clearly SpongeBob. Apparently he has a movie. Anaconda is an old movie. I did just hear like 2 days ago that Jack Black was doing a remake of Anaconda. I heard it's bad, but the original was horrific. It's John Voight even for John Voight, a bad performance. So it's really painful. So it's hard to imagine how Paul Rudd, Jack Black, Steve Zahn, people I don't know, could possibly not be better than something with John Voight and J-Lo. I mean, it was bad. The other Anacondas, and yes, I've watched all the Anacondas, all the sequels, including its crossover, because it's part of the Lake Placid universe. Yeah, I know. You're all like, wait, what? Yes, I know a lot about Anaconda. I know this movie. I know this movie family. I have all of them. I've seen all of both and the crossovers. They're all pretty bad, but nothing is as bad as Lake Placid 2 and Anaconda 1. Those two are so bad. But the worst parts of the original Anaconda, J-Lo was bad, as she always is, but John Voight, who's a train wreck. He's not an actor. He's just kind of a talking ass. And at times, even the talking seems to be a struggle for him. But he's terrible, right? He doesn't act at all. He's just this really jerky guy who says lines. It really came through. Even for him, it was a low point of a really bad career. How this new Anaconda is not better, I don't know. And it's a B movie, right? So these people, Paul Rudd, Steve Zahn, Jack Black, doing a B movie because they think it's fun, it's going to be okay. I guarantee it's going to be okay. I don't know. Avatar, which to me is the AI slop movie, people tell me it's not really AI slop, but it looks just like AI slop. So what's the difference? It's definitely the movie that to me makes AI slop justified, that this is what people call the alternative to AI slop. Are you kidding me? I don't know. Zootopia 2 is supposed to be pretty good. Now these, the Proxima Mentes, these are what is coming next. Again, I don't know any of these movies. Return to Silent Hill, Greenland 2. Was there a Greenland 1? I have no idea. Primate, okay. El Templo de los Huesos. All right, the Temple of the Bones. 28 years later. Okay, that, cool. I've been waiting to see 28 years later. Did not realize that it was called the Temple of the Bones, or is this, I don't know. Tom and Jerry, seriously? They're making a movie of that? I don't know. Anyway, and they tell you that this week just began, so let's go look at a movie that's actually playing. Whatever this thing is. The assistant. All right. I guess it's called The Housemaid in English. All right. Synopsis. So let's see what we can find. So here we go. It's available in 2D with subtitles. Subtitles will be generally English. Normally it's pretty easy to find the information that we need. Oh my gosh, the the iguanas on the roof. In case you guys heard that, that was the iguanas. Here's Chinandega. All right, this one is hard to tell, unless it's elsewhere. I've not had a problem finding the information in the past. Look at SpongeBob. Okay. So this first one is dubbed. And then, oh, it's showing that they're all dubbed. That's what they're saying. Okay, there's only one type. It is dubbed. So what that means is you're going to see it dubbed into Spanish because it's a cartoon. So why wouldn't it be? So that's all you're going to get. There's no English available for this. Okay. In the Housemaid, it is Okay, all of them 2D and subtitled. That means you're going to hear it in English or whatever the original language is. This one with Amanda Siegfried would be in English because that's what she speaks. So they are with subtitles. You will see Spanish subtitles on the screen, but you will get to watch it in English. That is how it works. That's why it's confusing, because some movies actually have both, and you can choose which one you want to go to. Looks like all the ones that they have currently are only one or the other. This, I bet, is dubbed because it's a cartoon. Yes, all dubbed. And again, all dubbed because it's a cartoon. So it's generally predictable. If it's a live action with real actors, people want to often hear the actual voices. So that makes sense. And if it's cartoon, why would you want that, right? It's way better in the original language and not having to read subtitles, and it's often more for kids who have struggled more with reading. So that's how you can tell here. Other theaters, everyone's going to be unique, but that is Siglo Nuevo in Nicaragua Occidental, which is quite nice. We like going there. It's super cheap. It's comfortable. It's convenient. We're very happy with the experience there. So it's been pretty cool. Anyway, that is how that works here. For Granada, I don't even know where the theater is. Do you have a theater in Granada, or do you go to Messiah? I know Messiah has a theater, or I thought so. Marcus is here. It's me, Marcos. Happy New Year. All right. So what's everyone got going on in the new year? How was your New Year's Eves? Mine was certainly quiet, but very, very nice. It was awesome. Yeah, she needs a code for something, but I'm trying to figure out what it is and where she sent it.
From the phone, from your phone.
Ah, hold on. Someone needs a two-factor. All right. Sorry for that little aside. It's sometimes difficult in the modern world of everyone needs two-factor authentication, but no one has come up with practical two-factor authentication for a whole bunch of things. You have to call around and ask people for it, which defeats much of the purpose and makes it super dangerous. I can't believe they haven't figured that out better. All right, what else we got going on this week? I don't have a whole lot. It's been a ton of Stranger Things, a lot of hanging out with the kids. Everything's closed today. It's the 1st, so we got the New Year stuff going on. I was at La Boquita, which a lot of you saw. We have a real popular video from yesterday of me filming La Boquita, which is really cool. That was a really nice trip. I had a really nice time. I really enjoyed the house that we had. I really like La Boquita as a beach area. It's so unique in Nicaragua. It's not unique in the world. Like, you know, I lived in Italy. It's much more similar to that. But finding that here in Central America is really cool. Just having that variety and something different. And I like that style beach a lot because I don't like the sand. I don't like actually getting into the ocean. And so the ocean view style beaches are kind of perfect for me because they solve a lot of the things that I like. More breeze, less salt, more view, less sand, and I don't want to go swimming in the ocean. So from that perspective, it's really nice. Now, the community at La Boquita is very small, way smaller than I'd be able to. I would find that really something to live on. It's just so remote. But from a visiting perspective, like if I actually want to do a beach weekend or whatever, La Boquita is really, really good for me because you don't need, you can bring the food variety with you if that's something that you need. If you're going to be eating there, doing meals, right? You've got this one pizza place. It's pretty good. We actually ate on the beach at one of the traditional places, and I was really happy with the food there. I got fish croquettes, which are not unheard of here, but they're not like everywhere. It's not something you get all the time. So I was really happy with some excellent fish croquettes. That was delicious. I got to try some other people's food. That was all very good. I didn't like their French fries, but other than that, I was very happy with the food there. And then the pizza place in town was quite good, and I ran into some of you guys there. I ran into 4 fans of the show at the pizza place. That was really cool to meet you guys, and very surprising for the guys I was with, because they really didn't understand that I was well known. They had been told, but they're, it's like, what does that mean? Is it really? So they were really shocked when we were in the middle of nowhere in this tiny village, far from anything they've ever been at, far from, they know where I live, very far from there. And to suddenly be recognized, they were like, wait, what? Did they just recognize you? Are you serious? And the pizza from there was pretty good too. Nothing to travel there for, but I was quite happy with the quality of the pizza. So food very limiting in La Boquita, but overall I think it's just a beautiful beach and a neat spot. And so if you're looking for an escape to just chill on the water for the weekend, it's an excellent choice. It's a little bit weird for my family. We never go to beaches, which for me, I always find it interesting how much people who live here, or live anywhere here, will be like, oh yeah, we're going to, and they name a beach for the weekend. And I'm like, don't you live near a beach? Why do you make a beach weekend of something you can do any day, or you live on a beach? But so many people just beach hop, which I find bizarre. Honestly, when I'm going out to go to the beach, I'm really looking for, or when I'm going away for the weekend or whatever, I want variety. I want to get away from what I do every day and do something different. I guess it's very telling just how much a great number of people love being on the beach, and so they're just looking for variety of beach, which La Boquita delivers, right? It's a completely different beach than Las Piñitas, much as San Juan del Sur is also a very different beach. So when you look at it from that perspective, well, you love the beach, but you want more beach. Hey, traveling a few hours to go to a different beach totally makes sense. But for me, I'm much more like, I want to go see a city. I want to go see the mountains. I want to go see the island, something that's real variety versus sorry, sending a I have a friend whose mom is just getting out of the hospital in Bolivia. She's been there for weeks, and they just got the bill. So they're figuring that out now. But a lot not free healthcare like here in Nicaragua, which I cannot tell you how thankful we are for free healthcare. We normally pay for healthcare. We're very rarely, we use the free healthcare for little things. We got, some rabies exposure, need a shot, or we've got a cough. We want someone to just look at it. Might just need an x-ray. We use the public, but generally if it's anything major, we use the private and travel farther for it. And having the combination of options is awfully nice. So we're not, we're trying not to rely overly on the free healthcare. We want to support the system and not detract from it, but it's really nice knowing that it is there when needed. And talking to people from other places where even if they have to pay very little, nothing like the States, it's still like, oh, there's that fear of what, how bad is this going to be? And it's just so nice not having to worry about that in any way whatsoever. So very, very thankful for that all the time. I'm jumping between things here. I am still working in the background. I'm taking advantage of the New Year's Day quiet, although it's only so quiet for me because I cover. I think most of you guys know, but to let my teams go home and enjoy family time on Christmas and New Year's Day and New Year's Eve, and Christmas Eve, I work those days and cover all or most of the different positions within the company because it is very slow, but I cover for a lot of people so that they can go home. And so they end up being relatively busy days for me, but I'm able to sit in my desk and often get a bit of work done, and it kind of acts like a weekend sort of thing. But so I've been doing that and helping make sure that everyone is able to enjoy the holiday without worrying about things. So I've been working all this time. Let's see. Theaters, Marcos. How much was the house you rented by the beach? Oh, good question. This is from Traviso Soy. Travisosoy? I'm not sure. Happy New Year, either way. So the beach, the house on the beach for the two houses, right? It was all one thing. We rented the whole space for $500 a night, 500 US a night, and that is the equivalent of 4 bed, 4 bath, 2 kitchen, 2 real living rooms plus a big dining area, several outdoor patio areas. Those hammock area kind of thing, that little outdoor bar, and the pool. If you don't rent the entire place, then you don't get exclusive access to the bar, the pool. You're sharing it with the people in the other house. So I assume most of the time they rent it as 2 houses together, which is very much a thing that people do in Nicaragua. They want to rent big spaces for lots of people. This one broken up into 2 houses is a little odd, I think. It's very difficult to imagine using it unless you're like, I don't need the whole place, but I need the pool, the outdoor spaces in one of the houses, and then you get some kind of discount for not getting the second house. I imagine that's must be what's going on, right? But it feels like you just rent the whole thing together. But so 500 a night, which is not bad at all, considering just how much you get. And the location is quite nice. You're very close to the public beach area, so it's easy to travel down there. But you want to have a vehicle. You would not want to do this by taxi or whatever because you are far from Didiamba. You're more than a normal walk from the beach access. Even going down to get pizza, we walked down and it was completely comfortable. But if I wasn't there to walk down with them, even though they're Nicaraguans, I don't think they would have walked it. It just felt too far, and people get nervous walking in the dark. There's no streetlights. There's nothing to be nervous about out there, I think. But it's right next to Cáceres, which is the roughest beach town in the country by no small margin, and we did have to go there to buy beer because that's how small it is. Like, there's nothing in La Boquita, so we had to go to Cáceres, and it was even the Nicaraguans are like, oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, you can turn around now, right? Like they noticeably became nervous about being there. So it's La Boquita is so close to kind of a rough zone that it's so remote. It's hard to imagine that it ever gets rough in any way, but it could, I suppose. So nothing I would worry about. But the point being, are you going to walk around late at night to go get food? No, you want a car to be able to drive to places, or maybe have it delivered or whatever. But other than that, I was really happy with the house. There's a lot of houses for rent, and there's one or there might be a hotel there now. It's very limited as far as what's there, partially because it's a very low cost, rarely used Nika beach. And so it doesn't tend to be the affluent Nicaraguans who are going there. There's other beaches that are more popular for that. This is very much a budget beach in most cases, partially because Nicaraguans are not looking for that cliffside experience. They're looking for being on the sand. And so it does have sand, but it's at the public area. So they're going down there and doing stuff down there. And anyone who's renting a house, it's like, we don't get to rent one really close. It's like being far away. So it's not super popular. And that definitely hurts it from that perspective. So it keeps the prices pretty reasonable. Now, a 4-bedroom, 2 house. Well, if you think about it, that's only 125 per room for 4 rooms. So it's really quite reasonable when you're considering that you're getting whole houses with those kitchens and everything. And it was very comfortable, I should say, and it slept a lot. So the room I had 3 double beds in it, plus a large balcony, which is, if you've watched the episode, I show that balcony or the views from that balcony. So I think it's a pretty good value for that place. I would recommend it again, right? And I don't think we had any problems with the people who were leasing it. It's actually owned by the people who own the pizza place there in town, which is kind of convenient in a lot of ways. So yeah, it was nice. And the pool was nice. The water was really cold. That's worth mentioning, that was some cold water. Why was it so cold? I have no idea. But it was certainly chilly, to the point where even, all of us were like, we have to keep moving. It's so cold. And I know a lot of people are like, nothing in Nicaragua is cold. It's always so warm. It's not really that way. Those cold showers, they still hurt. Those like I don't know. People get a weird perspective. It's not that hot here, right? Especially like right now when we're at like 80 degrees and the groundwater is 65. It's not just that the shower water's cold, or it's not just that the pool's cold. It's when you get out of the pool, you're still shaking from how cold it is. When you're in the shower, even though I have heated showers here at home, and that house had hot water, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that in the video. Full plumbed hot water, which is rare and super nice. At least the bigger house did. When I'm here at the house and I'm taking a hot shower, first of all, it's not hot, right? It's just taking the edge off. I'm going to make a quick note because I wanted to do this on a video. You guys help me think of things for the videos for sure. So in the showers here, because the shower spaces are so much larger on average than in the US. I mean, triple the air volume within the shower area, and the water pressure is typically lower, and the heat. In the US, we would normally take a shower at 42 to 44 degrees, and here, hot water here is often like 34 degrees, and not hot water could be 20 to 24 degrees. We're talking big differences. We're Celsius. So it's wild, right? How varied it is. When you're in the shower here, even if you have it, even though I managed to get it pretty warm, like 36 to 38 degrees, you have to stand in this one little part of the shower because the shower's big, right? It's not that much smaller than my office. That's obviously exaggerating, but it's surprisingly large. You can move around quite a bit in the shower. And normally there's open windows in the shower, high window, not like something you have to worry about, but there's open air to the outside. And almost always it's just shower curtains. And often, now my main shower here has glass, but the space above it, when I lived in the US, the space above my shower was maybe 1.5 feet. Okay, here it's like 4 feet, right? The shower window doesn't go as high, and the ceiling is higher. So you have a window, like the amount of air movement, there's just no warming up the air in the shower. When I take a shower, normally in the US, I'm taking a shower with enough water and enough heat and small enough airspace that the hot water turns the air inside the shower space warm. So even if it's 70 in the room, 68 in the room, the shower might be 85, 90 and pushing 100% humidity, right? You could have steam and mist everywhere. You're breathing in the water. Here, hot water, you're like, oh, hot water in the tropics. It must be so boiling. No. It's so little water, it does nothing to warm up the air. You don't even notice the air change at all. So even if you're standing in the hot water, you're still shivering because you're wet, and most of you is exposed to the cold air. And it doesn't make the air humid. There isn't enough water pressure, not enough heat to get all of the air, humidified. So you're still getting dryish. It's not dry, but dryish air. So you're evaporating while you're taking a shower, and you remain shivering. So the idea that you don't want a hot shower here, yeah, there's some people who don't want a hot shower. I have a friend who she really likes the cold showers. It's the only thing she's ever known. The idea of being in a hot shower or warm shower, just taking the edge off, is too much for her. She doesn't like it. I'm like, okay, but that's not normal by any stretch. It is quite rare that you have someone who doesn't really enjoy as much heat as they can get in the shower, because it never approaches a hot shower in the US from any perspective. So and it's just cold, right? It's just a cold experience. So no matter what I do, no matter how hot we make it, it never feels like a hot shower. It only ever feels like a Luke shower with cold air. Even the hottest days, it doesn't do much. Now, at some point, I want to get passive water heating, where you just have the plastic PVC that's black, and you pump the water through it, and it heats things up. That's all you need. And that's what I think more pools need to be doing. This pool that we had here, now because it's at the top of a cliff, I assume that that's why it stays pretty cool. Lots of breeze, relatively exposed rock, so it's not like deep underground kind of, not that normal pools are deep underground, but you know what I mean. It's kind of up in the air, so I think that the earth around it actually is much cooler than other places that you would do pools. And in doing so, it just lowers the temperature of the water a little bit, and fails to warm up the way that things do. Plus, it had a covering a little bit, so the sun didn't go directly on it, which is nice for some things, for swimming, but again, it doesn't warm up the water. So it was pretty cool. But you could easily, because you have to pump the water for the pump, and it's an infinity pool, so you got to pump it so it does that waterfall effect over the edge. If they ran it through a passive water heater as they did that, it would essentially cost no more energy to pump it through that. That's not true. It would be a little bit, but very little. It doesn't really generate a lot of back pressure, but it would warm it up significantly, 5 to 10 degrees, I would imagine, over time, as long as they were doing that during the day. And at night, you simply have a switch, so you make it not go through that water heater if you run the pump at night. And so even just a little bit of running it during the day, because those things generate some heat, like really serious heat. You could make even a good size pool feel decently warm over time, because we have that sun to heat it up 350 days of the year. Now, during the rainy season, I know there's all that cold rain going into the pools, may not be worth it. But that's when you need it the most, right? That's when you want to take the edge off the most. So I'm just surprised more people are not doing that. It's such a cheap way to make the pools nice and warm, and nobody wants a freezing pool. Again, all these Americans who aren't here are like, I would want a freezing pool. No, you don't. It's 80 degrees out, right? That's not so warm that you want a cold pool. I don't know what it is. Like, if you were in the US and it was 80 degrees, you would never say, I want a cold pool. But for some reason, when they're here, they think that they will. No, you will be sorry. Trust me. It's just not as hot as people like to make it out. Larry is here, says it's truly a Christmas miracle you're on tonight. I am kind of surprised myself that we're on tonight. I originally said we weren't going to do it, and then it just kind of worked out that I've got some quiet time, and it's actually Thursday on New Year's Day, not New Year's Eve. If this was last night, there's no way I was going to do a live stream, but given that it is today, it actually works out. So I'm glad we're able to be here, and I'm excited to be doing this on the 1st and have a live stream kick off the year. It seems like a good way to get the year started. So glad to have everybody here and do a thing. And I'll just do a reminder, since we got tons of people on right now, give us the thumbs up on the show. We got lots of people watching. Take a moment and hit that while you're watching. You don't have to stop and do anything. It doesn't cost any money. It hardly takes any effort at all. Just hit that thumbs up, and it will promote the live stream and let the algorithm know what an awesome show this is and how important it is to you. Diego's here. Hey, Diego, how is it going? Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. I'm just getting some caffeine. I'm doing a lot of work in the background today, and trying to watch, as I said earlier, trying to watch all the alerts to make sure I am not getting tickets or anything from places that I'm covering. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of websites we're doing. All right. Do you watch Stranger Things? Oh, Diego missed it. If you were on earlier, Diego, I regaled everyone with my entire story of Stranger Things and how we've been watching it since it originally released, and how my kids grew up with it, and how we completely binged it so that we timed it so that we had finished the penultimate episode 2 days ago so that we could watch the one yesterday as soon as it dropped. And we did a whole bunch of snacks for Stranger Things and made it like a whole event. So that was my daughter's and my New Year's, was watching Stranger Things together for the whole evening. Like, that was our thing. It was a really nice evening. I really enjoyed that. And now my daughters are discussing what they want to do next for the next series we're going to watch now that Stranger Things is done. And they are considering getting into Stargate, which is sometimes they get into older stuff. We've watched Roswell. They really like that. We're currently working our way through Supernatural, which takes forever. We've done a lot of shows together over the years, but they're talking about Stargate and The Expanse. They're interested in that. They're kind of interested in Foundation. We've got a few that we're playing around with. So we will see what we get into next. But yeah, we watched Stranger Things last night. I thought it was excellent. I was really happy with how they wrapped it up. There's a lot I don't like. But I do feel at the end, let me say that in the penultimate episode, there's a lot I really didn't like. In the ultimate episode, I feel that they really pulled it together, and as best as they could, given the penultimate episode, pulled it off. Overall, I wish that they had gone a different direction with the story, but I do feel that they managed to make it a cohesive whole from the beginning, which was hard to do, and I think that they overall did a good job, and it's hard to knock Stranger Things. Like, it really did a great amount of stuff. I am one of the people who found that the incredible amount of plastic surgery that Millie Bobby Brown did makes it very unfortunate. A lot of people said, like, it's hard to watch a lot of the show because she has no facial expressions and she's crossed the uncanny valley. So you're constantly like, something's wrong, and she has no emotion. So a bunch of scenes you're like, is she angry? Is she sad? I can't figure out what's going on. And as a key character, that was rough. And it was distracting. But other than that, I think the cast did really well. I think the writing did really well. I think the pacing of the last episode was quite good. I like how they pulled it together. I'm pretty happy with it. So yeah. And my eldest daughter liked it. My youngest did not. She was very upset with the ending, as you can imagine. Right? There's bits in that, if you've seen it. It's easy to be like, oh yeah, I can see why you'd be upset with the final, how they did it at the end. Boink 800 is here. Happy 2026. Tiffany says, Happy New Year's. Just started Stranger Things. Decent show. Tiffany, you just started at season 1, or you just started the final? Diego just finished watching the last episode. So, Diego, what did you think of the final episode? Was it everything you hoped it would be? Oh, Tiffany's on season 1. Oh, Tiffany, you're in for a ride. It is. It's a really good show, and it's really about the characters. It's really character development. That's what makes it so good. Is it's no match for Supernatural. It's kind of not. I mean, they're very different. Supernatural is so able to just keep going, and meant to be episodic with relatively little overall development. And Stranger Things is just one continuous thing from beginning to end. Like there's no like you can't pick it up in the middle. You can't watch a random episode. It is one story just flowing through, and it goes some interesting places. But it's overall it's really really good, and the way that the characters develop is I think really excellent. Diego says, is that why 11 looks so bad? Yes, it looks like they did computer graphics for her. It's like she didn't show up. It looks like they actually filled her in with CG. It is not. It's plastic surgery. I've read a lot of things and people are like, yeah, it's a ton of Botox, it's a ton of lip filler, new cheekbones. Why would she need plastic surgery? She definitely didn't need plastic surgery. It definitely did nothing for her. When does like she didn't have an injury, it's not like reconstructive surgery. I totally get why people do that, and that's normally worth it. And you're like, yes, you look normal again. She's going down the Mary Tyler Moore path. It looks like she's from she's from a part of England where she's doing very specifically British style, Essex girl, as they say, plastic surgery, the stuff that you get from the east side of London, from the riparian community there, and especially the lip fillers. It's a very Essex look. In England to have done that stuff, and she grew up when she was little in England and then lived in Florida in the US. I can only imagine that the combination of being from a poor part of the outer, she's from Bournemouth, but the outer skirts of London, and then growing up in Florida, which of course just takes whatever little personality struggles you have from anywhere and puts a magnifying glass on them, and then combine that with the general body dysmorphia or whatever, I can't pronounce whatever that word is, that you tend to get as a child actor staring at yourself, especially for girls, being constantly critiqued on your look, will cause you to end up with the it's basically what used to be a major problem with bulimia and anorexia is in the modern world, with the amount of money that they have in TV and movies, and combine that with the accessibility of drugs and surgery and fillers and that kind of stuff, that is how it often the same thing manifests, that we would have in the 80s and 70s seen as bulimia. And just this, it becomes it's a mental disorder where people feel compelled to disfigure themselves, and that is absolutely what we see, right? She went from a very normal looking person in interviews just a short time ago to extremely unable to work as an actress, like just no expression whatsoever. And you're watching other characters and you're like, what's wrong here? And it's like all of them have like wrinkles and their faces are moving and they're like doing stuff. And then you look at her and you're like, no matter what they say, her face never changes. It actually crosses the uncanny valley, and it looks just like you're watching a video game, which is a problem with season 5. Their CG was so phoned in and so bad, which is fine. It's just a Netflix show, right? They don't have to do good CG. It's enough to tell the story, but it's like you're watching a halfway decent video game. It's not like what you expect from a big budget TV show. But when you have so much of that, and you've gotten used to the characters falling on the wrong side or falling into the uncanny valley, and you have all these cheap effects and people moving really poorly, and then she looks just like that, it makes you think she was just filled in by CG, and makes a horrible argument that she was a high-cost actress who could have been replaced by AI, and in this case could have been replaced better. That's a really awful moment where she looks like the AI slop that you're getting in YouTube ads, right? Are you telling me that my dad can't do Tai Chi in 2 weeks and be super skinny even though he's 400 pounds now? Is that a scam? As the guy goes, no, there's no way that would work. That's so good, right? And he's like, everything's backwards and wrong, and like that's what it's like. So I personally believe you're going to see a watershed on people using Stranger Things season 5 as the example of, or as a series of examples humans are allowing AI to influence what we find acceptable, right? Like, why didn't they recast her? I almost think recasting her would have been better. She didn't look like herself at all. It felt like a new person or a robot in reality, right? We're at that moment where there are so many humanoid robots being advertised, even if no one owns any. We're starting to see people talk about them. We're seeing so much CG. We're seeing so much AI generated slop that suddenly what we accept as an actor has changed. And Stranger Things 5, I'm telling you now, is going to be the example of when Mary Tyler Moore did it in the 1970s, everyone went, oh my gosh, what has she done? And in now, when Millie Bonnie Bon Jovi did it, it's oh, what's wrong with her? Why do I feel like this is wrong? Why did they, and a lot of people said this, why did they have to CG alter her face for the whole show? That is not what they did. They should have in reality. They should have CG'd in expressions and wrinkles and movement. Because we're at the point now where it's questionable, can AI outperform an actor who's decided to do that without the risk of hiring an actor who might do that without getting permission? So, yeah. But I think that's going to be really interesting to see. But I really do feel that season 5 is going to be a watershed on that. Diego says the series really peaked at season 1. I mean, it's probably true that it did peak at season 1, mostly just because you were dealing with new themes. I actually don't think that it did peak at season 1 because the characters that I think are the best by far were just getting rolling. And I think you get so much better character stuff in the later episodes that I actually don't feel it peaked at season 1 for me, but I totally get why people say that. I think the pacing is best in 1. I think the what's going on interest is best in 1. But even the seasons that people poo-poo quite a bit, I'm pretty happy with. Season 2, a lot of people say is forgettable, but I think it's forgettable in the way that Empire Strikes Back seems forgettable the first time you see it. But then when you go back and you're looking at Star Wars, you're like, no, that's the show. It's when you got away from the unbelievable highlights and got into this is the normal life dealing with this problem. I like season 2 quite a lot. I like the characters in season 2, like where they are in their lives, where they are with each other, a lot. And I think most people really don't like 2 and really don't like 4. And 4, I can see why. I really don't like Argyle. I find that whole Surfer Boy thing just a bizarre aside. So Diego says the real bad season was 3. But even 3 had some really good stuff too. I think 3 is the low point for me, but I feel like it's also kind of they were doing a transition, and now at the end of 5, I see how they were pulling it all together. So it's I don't know. I feel like because of the way that it is, like it's almost one cohesive story. It makes it that it's hard to really pick an individual season and take exception with it because they aren't so much seasons. And I think that they only feel in these big seasons the way they are is because COVID completely stopped their production at one point, and then the writer's strike did another production stoppage, and those things so disrupted the show. I think if those things hadn't happened, we'd have gotten it all just, it would have been like one continuous release, and they would have looked at it quite differently. It's hard to say, but I feel like that's what makes it feel that way rather than the actual seasons. Diego says, at this point I was watching because of the nostalgia I got for season 1. 10 years, man. Yeah, it's been a long time. Solomon Island Photography, happy New Year's from Las Bonitas. How you doing? Tiffany says, any more new pets for you and the family? How many? What's the last that we had? So we've got the new puppy. He's getting big. He's bigger than Clive now. So that he was this big when we got him. He was so little. We thought he was not going to make it. Now he's huge and very, very healthy. We have Fritter and her 3 buñuelos. So we got the 3 kittens. 2 of them are being given away. Marcella's getting one. My bodyguard is getting another. But we have Fritter and Kai. Kai's the little kitten who went to the hospital the last couple days. So we're keeping both of them. That's mother and daughter. They're both very, very affectionate, sweet cats. And then we have a cat that is the father of Kai that we don't actually keep as a pet, but we do feed him, and he's around, but he's really shy, so we never really see him. So that's where we are currently. So is that more or less than when last updated? I'm not sure. Then we have another cat we call Mr. Bushytail, and sometimes he comes around. But it is funny. You walk outside, and there's a lot of cats wandering around the house, and it's people are like, well, maybe we should move them inside. I'm like, what does inside mean? You know, to the cats, because they live in the garage, they're inside an enclosure to them, or they're outside just under something. And if we brought them in the house, they would also feel outside, but under something. Like, it's all the same because we kind of live outside and they kind of live outside. So the whole indoor-outdoor thing becomes very difficult to define here. Oh, my dingo is right beside me tonight, so she's able to look at me while she's laying in her bed, which she can't normally do. She's like, what you talking about? Are you sleepy? Yeah. Oh, you're gonna come say hi? Hey, baby. Oh, it's my good dog. Solomon Island says, let's talk about a real show, Peaky Blinders finale and movie coming out soon. I've actually not seen that show. It does look like it's probably pretty good. Tiffany says, now that I can see a property to my liking, what would something like the property you stayed at recently be priced at if for sale? I assume you mean at La Boquita that we just saw. So someone asked that in the show. So I did some notes on that. And did want to actually let me see if I can share this live stream link with that. But we're gonna get to right back to you, Tiffany. I'm gonna get to Luke first. Stranger Things issue: Humvees weren't being used in '84 to '87. Oh, good point. I didn't even know. You know, yeah, I didn't catch that, but obviously, and the ones made in '86 were mothballed until the Panama invasion, which had the vinyl doors. Armored solid doors came starting with Desert Op. That's funny. They did so much research on so many things, and then they got wrong. Hello? Oh, buenas! All right, hold on, guys. I gotta go see who this is. Sorry, guys, I'm coming back. And that is why I don't like having the studio at the front of the house, because I'm the one whose window can be banged on. And so it's always an interruption. We had a emergency septic truck have to come out, and they're dealing with paying them right now. Happy New Year. Las Pinitas, more pets. Bad season. Oh, Diego says the only good thing about season 3 was Dustin and Steve. Yeah, that's like the best part of the whole show. Luke says, hola, y'all, starting the year with a late day siesta. Oh, very nice. I missed a few things. Okay, Tiffany, Humvees. The M1008, M1009 Bronco and pickup were the main wheeled vehicles, smaller than 2.5 and 5-ton trucks. All right, let me see if I can track down this comment from earlier today. Oh, our short from today is doing well too. We're having a good day on the show, just in general. Let's see. I already responded to it. Good start. Gotta find one that I actually responded to. And what's our timestamp? Sometimes I wish I could hear you guys talking so you could tell me this stuff. We're at, oh, the 1 hour mark. Right, at the 1 hour mark. Like exactly at the 1 hour mark. Perfect. All right. So Tiffany wants to know about this house. So if you have not seen this, don't go watch it now, but there's a video from yesterday on our trip to La Boquita. And I'm going to do another episode sometime probably next week where we show the beach at La Boquita, just because we did a bunch of stuff while we were there and I don't want to cram it all into a video where we talked about a house. So we showed the house that we stayed in, or the two houses that we stayed in, which were pretty nice. And they were for rental $500 a night for the whole property, including the pool and everything else. And then the question is, how much would it cost to buy that? So this is very difficult, right? Because every place is unique and we're doing a lot of guessing. But I tried to break it down, and my guess is based on construction. If you were to buy a lot, which would be about $20,000 for the lot that it's at, if you were going to construct those houses, my guess is they were about $40,000 and $50,000 to construct. The pool was probably about $20,000. I'm doing real rough numbers very quickly. There may be some big construction costs that I'm not aware of. Maybe they had to do some renovation, some excavation, who knows? But based on prices we've seen other places, those are reasonable numbers. And that would put it between 120 and 130,000 to have built that property. None of those structures are that large. None of those structures are that fancy. They're pretty decent, but they were not fancy. They had not held up. If you look really closely, like the windows weren't sealing. There was plastic on the windows. It wasn't light resistant glass or anything like that. So there's a lot of things. It looks quite nice in the video, and it was very nice. But there's a lot of things you'd be like, oh, this is not that expensive. And there's a bunch of pieces that I just don't know what it would cost to construct. But I do know that similar sized places with similar construction, not so pricey, right? From firsthand construction. I know people who've built houses not that different from that for 40,000 or so, but definitely this is a little bit bigger. But the one house is only one story. Now we don't know what the master bedroom suite area of that other house is. That may be some massive cost because it's amazing, or it might be just another room, right? So we really couldn't see that. So that's a big unknown. But waterfront lots in much more in-demand beaches are only in that price range. That lot was not that large. It was good size. Maybe the wall adds a bit of price. That's something that I didn't add to the cost, so be aware. But let's put it on the high side. Let's say construction of that with the lot and everything, 150,000. And to give you an idea on a pool, doing a pool of larger size, I want to say is about 15,000. Now that's not an infinity pool, but infinity pools don't really add that much cost. But doing the in-ground construction is about that. So I'm giving 20,000 for that pool. That should be on the high side, but maybe the tiles are really nice. I didn't really add anything for that little bar, but you could build that bar yourself for probably $2,000. It didn't have any, like, it's just a door and some. It's real basic, but it was quite nice. Like, it worked really well. But that is an older pre-existing house. So if you were building one, I estimated on the low side, you could probably build it for a 120. On the high side, you should be able to build it for 150, including the lot. But if you actually ran across one, because the market is heavily depressed, the prices to buy one should be very noticeably under the cost of construction. So if it cost 150,000 to build, you should be able to buy it for between 100 and 120. If it cost 120 to build, you should be able to buy it for probably about 100 to 110. You're not going to get down to 90, I don't think, for something like that. To give you a real example, in the video, I also showed the place across the street, right? A hotel of roughly 30 rooms. I feel like it is actually 30 rooms. 3 stories of 10 each might be correct. It's been a while. Or is it 2 of 15? I don't know. But it's got a huge parking lot. It's a big hotel. It has a restaurant and a giant outdoor balcony that can see the ocean. So it's got a lot of value. And whether you want to run it as a hotel, or you want to make it into some really quirky big house, or you want to make it into an office suite, whatever, however you want to come up with its value, it's got a lot of value. Now, it's not oceanfront, but it can see the ocean. And the others, while they're oceanfront, are high above the ocean. So the difference between one and the other is not as big as it may be in other places. That structure is dramatically larger. The lot is dramatically larger. How it's configured is much more capable of being monetized. And what I remember is that the asking price 5 years ago was 110,000. And at the time, it had been at 110,000 empty for so long that the place was rotting away, which was the major concern. And so that 110,000, that's the, as far as I remember, the asking price, right? You might be able to get it for 90, right? And it's been, since I looked at it, 5 more years of no one taking an interest in it. Or maybe people have seriously looked at it but didn't buy it, right? It's still empty, and they've painted it. They've got caretakers that are staying there to watch over it. So it keeps costing money, and it keeps not getting sold. And so if that place is not worth 110, which it's clearly not, or it would have sold already. So we have to assume it's worth something so low that they're not willing to sell it, or there's just no one willing to spend anything on it. So how cheap would it be? We don't know. But if that's 110, how could this spot on the water be much more, right? I do think it's worth more, for sure. But that one's not 110. So if this one's 120 for a quarter of the lot and 5 rooms instead of 30, and this tiny little parking instead of huge parking, and no deck instead of a huge deck. Now, the hotel does not have a pool. You could easily put one in. You could easily do a lot of stuff with that lot, and people just don't find the value there, right? They can buy next door for less, right? And that's often what happens is anything that's pre-existing, people are like, well, if they have money, they're willing to put the money in. Like, I'm going to buy an empty lot because that's dirt cheap. That's why it's called dirt cheap, because empty lots are just dirt. And it's actually where the expression comes from. They're going to be like, I'll just construct exactly what I want. And if they want to be really cheap, then that's really not going to work that well for them, right? Because there's a lot of construction that needs to be done, and they're just going to find something that's move-in ready or whatever that's smaller and meets their needs, because these things are just way too big, right? So in both of these cases, these are situations where the hotel and this 2-house space, these are things that are impractical for someone to own as their own space, right? If you owned it as your house, you would not want to have a second house that basically touches it, where you're in a combined space, and how are you going to use that, right? You're going to rent it and have renters that are in your face at your home. Nobody wants that, right? I have one friend who actually did that, and I can't believe he basically has renters who stay in his yard, and they have better beach access than he does, which is super weird. He has a decent house and a pool, and it's like random renters are in like his patio. Really weird. I mean, if that's what you want, like, that's cool, and I suppose you get to hang out with them. My family would freak out if I had random people staying for the weekend in my yard. Right next door, sure. Like, but in my yard, oh heck no. And that's what it would be like. These people would be looking in your windows. They'd be in your pool. Like, no, not. So it doesn't work. Now, if you're like, okay, this is my house and my in-laws often stay with me, so they're in a separate house, but they're right there, right? I can see why you'd be like, that's nicer than a separate in-law suite in the same house. Like they have their own kitchen, so like we can watch TV at night, not disrupt them. They can get up early in the morning and have coffee, not disrupt us. Sure, but oh yeah, Tiffany just said at the same time. So I already said it, and it just popped up. For a large family, it could be a great in-law suite. Absolutely. You're looking at it like that, not like a two-house situation. And so I did find it very odd how stylistically different the two were, but it could be they were just built a long time apart, or one they bought and then they built the other on the lot or something, or bought two lots. I don't know. Larry says, is that huge mansion still there on the ocean side? It was for sale 6 years ago and listed by Sotheby's Realty. I did not see any huge mansion on the ocean side. I've never seen a huge mansion there. There's a brand new hotel that just got built, and I'm not even sure it's open yet. I say huge. It's probably 6 rooms, right? Big for Boquita. I don't know of a big mansion. So weird that Sotheby's would list things in places like this. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. But it's a nice beach. I like it a lot. I would, if I was going to have a second beach place in Nicaragua, I would want to be in Boquita, just because it's so different. Because my first beach place has one vibe to it. I wouldn't want a second one to be like a copy of that. I'd want something very different. So Sotheby's Realty really sounds like spend the bucks. Yeah, Sotheby's is weird because it's like, oh, we're only going to sell to people who aren't there. Halfway between Boquita and Caceres. That is such a weird place to be. I'm scrolling. Hold on. I'm just going to switch this over to where you guys can see it, because that gives us something fun to do. And we will look at it together. There might be something out there, but so Caceres is like I said, really rough. I would not want to have a house super close to Caceres. That would be a little bit reckless. But that's the kind of thing you would sell in Sotheby's so that people never come visit it. And you're hoping that they just never pick up on what it's actually like. All right, so hopefully this is going to be exactly what we want. Yeah, perfect. Okay. If this works. Oh, Tiffany, they're everywhere. So when they say they're in Nicaragua, they're not actually in Nicaragua. It's just, you just list on their website internationally, right? It's not like there's a Sotheby's office in Nicaragua. You don't need one, right? That's not how Berkshire Hathaway, that's not how Sotheby's, those don't work that way. They have international offices in like London, and no matter where you are in the world, you go to London and you list your property internationally. So like we could do this. We could go start the Scott Allen Miller online real estate marketplace, and anybody anywhere in the world could send us pictures of their property and the amount that they want to get for it and a map point or whatever, and we can just host it like any other thing and be like, we're gonna tell people about it online. You can call us, we'll direct you to it, we'll provide some digital services, whatever. We'll even hook you up with lawyers in your country or whatever. I don't have those, right? But I could go get them, and just a bunch of stuff like that. So it's not like so in North America, you're used to real estate where you're going in person and dealing with a licensed real estate agent that is held to legal standards. But when you are in an international situation, any random person can just claim to be a real estate agent, and they are, right? What does real estate agent mean? A person who helps you with your real estate, right? It's a meaningless term, as long as you're not in a registered, regulated situation, and you're just showing stuff. So that's why there's millions of websites that just show random houses and try to get money because it's an effective tool that no one has jurisdiction over because it's not happening in your country. So if they host them in London, England doesn't care. They're like, I don't know what's legal or not in Nicaragua. It's totally legal in London to show pictures of houses in Nicaragua. Why would we have a law about that? And in Nicaragua, they're like, what can we say? You're doing that in London. It has nothing to do with us, right? If you're pretending to do stuff here in Nicaragua, that's not the same as doing stuff in Nicaragua, right? Like right now, if I, pretended on video to rob a bank, but I'm just doing it in my house, that's not actually robbing the bank. It's not actually illegal, right? I'm just pretending. And that's what's happening in Nicaragua. They're like, yes, someone in London is pretending to sell real estate. Has nothing to do with Nicaragua. So that's why Sotheby's and those things are able to do that, because that's all it is, right? Halfway between. Luke says, LATAM New Year's, learned about 12 grapes at midnight, running with suitcases, wearing different colored underwear for different intentions, burning effigies, crawling under tables looking for a mate. It's pretty wild here. Tiffany says, I'm familiar with them in the States. I never knew their own. We said that. Tony says, did you find one? I think he means a mate. Tiffany says, similar to Relax in Jamaica. Makes sense. They probably list some of the Nicaragua islands as well. Yeah, absolutely. They just any random thing that someone wants to pay to put on there. And there's lots of services like that you haven't heard of. I know big estates in Ometepe list with random London agencies and never sell anything. But the agencies are just selling themselves, right? They make their money that way. Tiffany says Remix International, not Remax. Phones keep autocorrecting. Yes. Yeah, just like Remax. They're not actually here. A lot of places put their sign on stuff, but if you call Remax in the US, they're like, no, that's not us. That's just people putting up signs with their logo on it. Yeah, trust me, we followed up on some of those. Because we tried to report places, and the U.S. ones are like, that's not us. Just because they claim to be us doesn't make them us. Tony says, under table soulmate search, looking for love in all the wrong places. Well, after a couple cases of beer, that's where you end up. Larry says, my buddy works for Sotheby's in Chicago. However, the house had a Sotheby's sign in front. It was 67 years ago. I hadn't thought about it in a long time. Your video made me think of it. Tiffany says, don't forget to eat your pork too, Luke. All right, let's go look at this map. All right, so this is the public area of La Boquita. That is right here. Hopefully you guys can see it. So this is actually where I went to eat that I was really happy with. Let's see, we came in and parked here, walked down this alley. Right here, I actually had a lobster fall on us. This is hilarious. A bird, I assume, was eating a lobster and dropped part of it. So we got hit by a flying lobster. And then we came down and we ate at this place here on the corner, and it was quite good. This is where I had the fish croquettes. Very happy with that. Let's go up the beach. This is the main part of Boquita. This is the pizzeria Rocamar that we ate at. Very happy with that. We walk through all of this. And here's the old hotel that I almost bought. So you see the size of this lot. It actually goes, some of these trees are in its parking lot. So this is the line here, all the way back here. They own to this wall. Back, there might be a little notch here. And then they own all the way to the street. So just this front little bit in front of it is actually pretty big compared to the house across the street. So this lot is enormous. Like truly enormous. And in theory, you could buy stuff around it, right? So this is what for 110 people are constantly turning down. We'll zoom in a little bit. Look at the scale of this place. It is huge. And this is the restaurant roof right here that can see the ocean. And these are, yeah, it's crazy. Let's see if we can see a picture of it, because it's really not. We did this the other day, so there's the back wall. This is the tree line. Oh, no, there's no pictures. That's it. You have to watch my video to see more. So this is the Casa Bella Vista that we stayed at. It's actually this. So it's pretty wide. It's all of this. And the empty lot I filmed in is right here. This is where I climbed through the trees and filmed right here for the second time. So this is the space we were in. This is the small house here. This is the big house. This is the balcony that I had for my room. This is the infinity pool. This is the little tiny bar in the corner. That's the lot. OMG flying crayfish. Absolutely, it was so hilarious. We're all like, did that just happen? Okay, so this is where we were. So we're going to zoom out a little bit and work our way down the beach. Now, you notice immediately it drops off to empty. Look at how many empty lots on both sides. This is an empty area. As you go towards Boquita, there's a lot of houses, but they're not like, look at this kind of empty space. Like, this is not dense like you'd think. There's a lot of empty space over here. There's a hillside. One of these, there's a brand new, oh, right here. This is a beautiful new American style house right here with ocean views. I think this one is a restaurant. Then look, big empty space, tons of empty space, little community here, more empty space. Oh, this is the bar I was thinking of. This is a nice big bar there. Bit more empty space, empty space, empty space, just empty space, empty space, empty space. So while there's some stuff, you actually count up the number of houses on the water. It's less than like 20, 25. All right, how far did we go now? Okay, we went past. Hold on, let me work my way back. Here's where we were. This is the house we stayed in. This is the hotel. All right, everybody got their bearings? Empty space, empty space. Holy cow, the empty space. All right, a couple things along the water here. A few things on the other side. Now, this place is a pretty nice, big-looking spot. Nothing crazy. Notice they're not that big compared to the place I stayed in, really. They're about the same. Some small ones here. Then you got this thing that is huge, but I don't know if that's... I'm pretty sure this is the fire department. Right, I mean, that's definitely the fire department. That is the standard build. Those are fire trucks. So this one thing that looks big is the fire department. This lot over here looks really nice, but the house is not that big. And now we're up to the corner, which, by the way, let's just zip up. You can see it. This is the new Costanera. This is the new highway coming by. Woo! Everybody's so excited, but why? Police station here. And then I don't even know what this is on the corner. It's a fishing business, I think. I don't know. All right. Then we got a couple things here. So we've got Casa Dream Caceres. Maybe this is the mansion he's talking about. This is a nice looking spot. This is bigger than the others. I mean, it's definitely nice. I hate when they put videos in here instead of, I just want to see photos of it. Okay, there we go. This is a really nice looking property right on the intersection. But I think it's a business. But it might be someone's house. That's it. That's all the photos. So it's hard to say. But this is definitely a big, nice looking spot. This one next to it, probably quite nice, but not nearly as big. And is this one or two properties? Really hard to say. This one looks decent. This could be all one thing, I suppose. Or it could be a bunch of little things. It's really hard to tell. None of these look like a mansion. This could be a mansion complex, I suppose. Let's see. Casa Santorini. Let's go take a look. Oh, that's got potential to look really nice. Okay, the outside wall is definitely nothing special. Okay, nothing to look at there. Let's look at Caceres Vista Mar. What do we got to look at here? Okay, that's a nice pool. Nice wall. No one's going to show the house. Is there even a house or is it just a pool? We'll never know. My gosh, these people are obsessed with that pool. There's the water out front. There's the... That is not the house. All right, we're giving up. Who knows? All right, then we got empty space. And I got some... This is cute. It's probably a little casitas thing. I like that these are on angles. That's always cute. Then we got the church, and now we're coming into the actual village. And all right, what is Pinamar? Caceres is definitely generally very cheap because this is very not desirable. Okay, so that's where the river comes in. So the main road comes up here. This is where we got our beer at Super Nay. We drove through here. I do like that there's a baseball stadium. Caceres does have a pretty large population, which is cool if you're looking for a place where there's a lot of people. It's pretty big for a beach village, but it's really rough for a beach village. So that's the problem with it. It does have the Hotel El Casino. I think this is the one that's Larry's friend. And this one seems nice. And I've been here. I've helped push boats out from here before. Not on this trip. That's real nice from the inside. You never see places that look like that. Like, this is a big lobby, glass windows. Like, that's unique. So the Caceres Beach House. Okay, so things drop off really quickly. What's this bar like? That's their only picture. How about the grill? Let's check out the local grill. That's fine. Oh, that's all the pictures. Man, people don't like to take pictures. Okay, here's another hotel. Let's see what... Nope, no pictures. And then this is... Notice no one building along the water. The Hotel Lupita. I saw ads for this. Let's see what it looks like. Interesting. All right, probably not making people want to go to Caceres just to go to the Lupita, but it's probably functional. That seems fine. Because of the way the river is, it makes for these kind of very isolated communities that are quite small. And then you drive down to Huehuete. I like Huehuete a lot. I find this there, but it's much smaller. Much, much smaller. Okay. Are you going somewhere for food?
Fruit.
You're going out for fruit? How exciting. All right. Okay. That was Paul. He's going on a fruit run. So that's Caceres. We didn't check this place out. All right, let's see. The Blue Horizon. Okay, that's a nice looking room from that shot. Same place. Okay, they're really into that one particular view. You can hear him trying to scare the kittens out from under the car. Okay, that room looks nice. I had just said they never have chairs in them, and there are chairs. This is not a bad spot. Not quite sure where it is. Let's see. Okay, so it's before town, right during the cutoff. All right. So there's some stuff there. Nigalberto. Hola, ¿cómo estás, Scott? From Rowdy. Hey, Rowdy, how's it going? Larry says, El Casino and Tropical is my friend's place. When he bought it, it was an art gallery. Oh, I had no idea that's what it was originally. Yeah, I need to stop there, Larry, and check it out sometime, because I never stay in Caceres for obvious reasons. Hold on, I got to get the dog again. You're the good dog. Yeah, I got to get this trouble. Come on in. Yeah. You guys switching beds. You're so funny. My dogs have swapped beds. The grass is always greener, according to my dogs. So this is the new Costanera. This is the new highway coming along. You can see it's just behind the communities and kind of goes through nowhere. And what's it going to do? I'm not sure. What's it got going that the original highway didn't have that's right next to it? Like, look, there's a highway here. There's a highway here. Okay, that's great. And here, I mean, this is like one continuous intersection. This is so close together. As you come through this, you go immediately from one rotunda into the next. It never stops being a rotunda. Like, look how close that is. Like, the curve of this one goes right into the curve of this one. So it's like, what did this buy us? I don't know. So obviously in different spots, it does different things. But that is that is that. Flying crayfish. Luke says, Tiffany, I had 2 empanadas of cochinitas. Interesting. I need a shot in the front to see from Rowdy Casino. I know a guy, this is Larry, who has a B&B in Huete. I don't remember the name. Oh, cool. Larry knows everyone along the coast. Larry, if you think I know a lot of people, Larry knows a lot of people. Yeah, there's some cool spots. Huete is a little bit difficult to find a spot to stay. But it's a nice area. If you're looking for a quiet beach to own a house on, and you really plan on, you know, staying at home and just enjoying the beach, going for walks on the beach, cooking at home, just having very basic local food, but you want a decent area that's not too expensive and not too touristy, you're really not going to see tourists, then I think Huehuete really comes through. I like it a lot. I like the lay of the beach. I like the size and the accessibility, and you're not too far from Didiamba, which I like a lot as a town. So that stuff's all good. It's not too hard to get to food, but if you're going to go to food, you're going to be traveling a little bit. So it really depends on the lifestyle you want. I mean, in all cases, right? Every place you're potentially going to be depends on the lifestyle that you want, because it's if you're going to live in a city, if you want to live in the country. Everyone kind of always thinks that they're going to decide on their lifestyle later, and that's really not how it works, not in a practical sense. So life on Huehuete and life on Las Benitas and life in Caceres and life in San Juan del Sur are very different animals in so many ways. Luke says, I'm finding more and more coins on the ground, so much that I am paying for 3 to 4 days worth of tortillas just looking down. Must look weird, a rich gringo picking up coins locals don't value. That's why we're rich gringos, is because we value every bit of money, not just some of it. It is odd how much we tend to be more financially focused than Nicaraguans who need to be a lot more. All right, our chat level is a little bit anemic. Waiting for you guys to talk a little bit more. Let's get some questions going. We got lots of people on. We've had a good number of people on, actually, and we've got a lot of views. Just a reminder, give us a thumbs up on the show. Let's make sure we've got that going. Get the word out there. If you know anyone who might be interested in the show, send them and link and get them on the show right now. It's a good time to get the word out there. Have them join in, ask questions, get involved. More the merrier. I'm kind of hungry. I wish Paul was going somewhere that had food. I might get a pizza while we're doing the show. We did pizza last night, kind of. Oh, no, I definitely did pizza last night. Sorry, my in-laws were just sending me a Happy New Year's, and I had to respond. I had a wealthy senior in Queens. She did the same thing. Yeah, I mean, it's the behavior of people who are able to maintain money, right? Is whatever it is that it makes sense. Like, if you're wealthy, you could throw money away, but you're probably wealthy because you didn't throw money away, right? Like, the two go together. And if you started throwing money away, you probably wouldn't stay wealthy. Most of us aren't wealthy enough to be able to throw money away wealthy. That's a completely different level of wealthy than just I'm able to live okay by being frugal and not wasting money. Luke says, Banda Independiente Genesis del Norte update. Band is on hiatus until Valentine's Day. I'll post location and details later. I'll be stateside for the performance. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I was looking up food I could order. She was considered to be the crazy lady in the neighborhood. I guarantee that both Luke and I are heading towards being the crazy guys of our neighborhood in time. So not not out of the realm of question. Sorry, Luke, to drag you into that. Janet says, I'm here. It's been interesting seeing the Google Earth pictures, but it keeps me from finishing my after class reports. This was a good day for classes. People here didn't want to work today. Oh, well, perfect. Yeah, no one's working here today. I'm checking out food. What can I order? Because I'm hungry. And Antojados, they're open. Papusas El Rinconcito is open. Valenti's is open. Mancho's away. Hugoso, of course. Pattaya, Sweet Bakery, Little Caesars, McDonald's. If they only had fish, I would consider it. Some 2 fish fillets and some French fries would hit the spot, but no, or filet of fish, I should say, would hit the spot, but no, they will not sell that here. All right, that's about all that there is. There's a new place called Yamaya that's open. Dr. Coffee is open and delivering. That's worth noting. I don't think the places I was interested in don't seem to be open. I know that they're open and working because my friends are there playing in the band tonight. What? What about Emmanuel Pizza? They're open. They do have calzones. Their pizzas leave a lot to be desired. I have moments of clarity between meetings. I just don't say what kind of meetings I attend. Tiffany says, I would probably be wealthy if I would give up on DoorDash. That's very true. That definitely hits me a lot. Pizza Verano. Hongos, mushrooms. Aceitunas negras, black olives. Queso. Cheese, I hope everyone knows. Cebolla y salsa, so onion and sauce. That actually sounds kind of good. We've lost all of our good places. They have a margarita. They have a 3 cheese. I remember getting that and my girls liking that. I think it's pretty soggy, but it was not horrible, but it's also been 5 years. They have a simple calzone that's just cheese and calzone. Oh, I kind of want to try that. They also have a veggie. The pictures look good. I haven't done this in a while. I'm going to send a note to my daughters. If I can find them. Pupusa is my favorite, especially shrimp. Oh, not a big shrimp pupusa guy. I like bean and cheese pupusas. Not so much bean and cheese. I like bean pupusas and cheese pupusas. I also like jalapeno pupusas. I like a lot of pupusas. I don't know about shrimp. I guess maybe I've never had a shrimp pupusa. I feel like I have, though. I've actually had pupusas in El Salvador, and wow, they're really good. I can order empanadas. My empanada girl is on, and you'd think I'd get a discount because I paid for all of her supplies. But no, I do not. But they're in Petitos, yeah. That reaction to Monchos was hysterical. That's starting to sound dirty. Roll on the floor. Which brands of these? I don't know what any of those are. What are you guys eating for dinner? Let's get some ideas. Checking on work. Looks like it's going all right. Very nice. Boink says, I love pupusas. Oh, I should. This is for Tiffany. Well, it's for everybody, but also for Tiffany. I have someone from the channel who just put in an offer that was accepted on a house. And from the pictures and from its location, it's in a definitely a more expensive, more desirable location than Boquita. It is waterfront. It is, I feel a bigger, fancier house, but only one house, not two. And I don't know the pool situation. But her offer that was accepted, and she got, I'm sure, gringo priced, but not horribly because I'd coached her. Would put it very much in line with what I said, 110 to 120 for the place in Boquita. So I think that that's very realistic compared to something else that sold this week from someone on the channel. Everything is, if you're not blown away by how cheap it is, that's not the real price. Travis Gledhill says, new tax law allows a write-off for Airbnb losses. Still waiting. You couldn't write that off before? Still waiting on my accountant to find out if that also includes out-of-country purchases. Have you heard anything like this? You're an informed guy. I have not. So I do own Airbnbs, but Airbnbs aren't on their own thing. They're just part of a regular business. So some things that vary a lot with Airbnbs. It could be your house and you're using it as an Airbnb. That can make it complex. If it's I own a company, that company owns properties. It uses those properties via Airbnb or via other hotel systems. We've always been able to write off losses. That's not a new thing. So I have not heard anything about a new tax law. Let me see if I can Google this real quickly. As to what is the short-term rental loophole Neil tax. Okay. No, that doesn't really have any information. Learn how the big beautiful bill can triple. This is July. Airbnb. Bonus depreciation allows you to write off the cost of qualifying property. Oh, something stupid popped up. Including certain renovations, furniture, appliances, equipment. In the first year, you place it in service rather than deprecating it over many years. Okay, that makes sense. Previously, the tax cuts in 2017 introduced this benefit, but it began phasing out after 2022. Big Beautiful Bill reinstates 100% bonus deprecation, giving real estate investors and STR operators a renewed chance to dramatically reduce taxable income. Not everything qualifies. Assets eligible for bonus depreciation include tangible personal property with a recovery period of 20 years or less under modified accelerated cost recovery systems such as furniture, appliances, certain building. For Airbnb hosts, this covers items like beds, sofa, blah, blah, blah. Take advantage, you must meet certain requirements. Business classification. Your Airbnb operation must qualify as a business, meaning is operating with the intent to make a profit. Short-term rentals typically qualify if rented for more than 14 days annually. Personal use is limited. That's the key. And it's duck law, right? Walks like a duck, talks like a duck. If you're using it like a home that sometimes you make money on, it doesn't qualify. If it's a business, then it's always qualified for some amount of depreciation. It's what this is a specifically more aggressive depreciation advantage. Active management, you must actively manage the property, handling bookings, maintenance, and guest communications, though hiring a property manager does not disqualify you, as of course it doesn't. Because what if it was a company, right? You would expect to have people doing that. Who are you in this case? Because Airbnbs are owned by businesses, not by people. Qualifying property, only assets with a Macker's recovery period of 20 years or less qualify. This includes most furniture and appliances used in your Airbnb, as well as certain interior improvements like flooring, lighting, non-structural renovations. However, the building itself or structural components, roofs, exterior walls, generally do not qualify unless they meet QIP standards. Taxable income. The deduction is most beneficial if you have sufficient taxable income to offset. If your Airbnb generates a loss, you may need to carry forward the deduction to future years, subject to net operating loss rules. Yeah, it doesn't sound like anything super special, but does sound like there's some positives for the right people who are operating under the right situation. Does it include out-of-country purchases? It should. Normal taxes like that have nothing to do with where the purchase happens, as long as the company that's purchasing it is an American company. So in the situation where you have an American Airbnb operator operating Nicaraguan Airbnbs, then yes, you should be able to use that. However, how that's going to play in Nicaragua becomes a question. What normal people do is their American businesses or individuals invest in a Nicaragua business that owns the businesses here and then operates in that way. In that case, no, it would not count because your operating losses or your upgrade depreciation losses would be written off against the Nicaraguan company under Nicaraguan tax law, not U.S. tax law. So there's a lot of potential pieces when you're thinking internationally, and there's no way we can, is this a business? Is this just a house? How are you buying it? How are you classifying it? How are you paying your taxes? Are you looking at a bunch of complicated things? There's a lot that goes into it. Beta Media, hello, how's it going? Pig Spig 76, I'm eating bacon and egg rice. Well, how exciting. Oh, you don't look happy about that. I've not yet heard. Oh, my kids are answering. What are they saying? Thought you might have heard something. Ben Lander says, resolutions from folks. Mine, Nicaragua long-term. Very nice. Get moving. Tony's having salad with truffle sauce. This surprises a lot of people. I love mushrooms. I love salads. I love all kinds of things. I don't like truffles. Of all things not to like, I just don't. It's weird. Rafa Nicoya says, Gallo Pinto. Oh, I could actually go for some Gallo Pinto right now. Luke says, I tested my bait wallet theory last night in the crowd of the fiesta using a folded bank envelope in back pocket for pickpockets. The note inside, Bolsillo equivocado, persona equivocada. Haha. But did anyone take it, Luke? Gallo Pinto por cena esta noche. Tiffany says, Luke, your Spanish is exceptionally well. I know you're always doing classes, but wow. Luke says, don't give me that much credit. I still have to use a translator. Brent says, Happy New Year. Hope everyone's La Cruda is subsiding. Haha. Luke says, but I am fluent in food in many languages. Tiffany says, look, now you're speaking my language. Beto Media says, I am looking to moving back to my beautiful country. Awesome. When do you think you might be coming back? Are you just generally interested? Or do you have something on the horizon? All right, my kids have said yes to calzones, so we're going to order, and I'll just show you what we're getting. This is from Emmanuel Pizza, which is right down on Ruben Dar Rio. I've not had it in forever. We're going to get 2 just cheeses, which are 108 cord. You can see. And then I think I'm going to get the vegetarian, which is 134 cord. Just going to see what... Oh! I'm getting the promotion. 2 just cheese for $166. Oh my gosh, that is cheap. I can't believe I didn't see that. Wow. So that is, we're going to do a calculator just to make sure I get this right. 2 calzones for $4.48. And that's the delivery price. They also do slices. A slice is 2 slices for $47. So that's $1.30 for 2 slices. Or 1 slice and a soda is like 5 cents more. The soda's more than a slice. Okay, not a lot of options. Brent says, those look good, and the price certainly looks right. Their pizza is only so-so. I've never tried their calzone, so the pictures do look good. That's why I want to try it. And I haven't had their pizza in 5 years, in case you weren't here. My kids used to like their 3-cheese pizza. Hopefully you can see it. Because it has like globs of cheddar on top, which is really weird. But they liked it. Yeah, it says queso cheddar, queso mozzarella, and queso amarillo. Heaven only knows what amarillo is to them. All right, I think that is what we are trying. And a full pizza is about $4.56 for one of the more expensive ones. Oh, here's one for $3.89. They get decently cheap. I almost just want to go with extra of the cheese ones. They're so cheap. You're making me hate DoorDash right now. Those prices are amazing. Ron says, truffles are nasty. I agree. But chocolate truffles are delicious. All right, cool. So I'm ordering for 3 people. Now I get a 47 cord deduction on my orders because I pay for the monthly subscription to Petitos Jaw. We order so much that totally worth it. I'm going to up the recommended 60-cent tip to $1. My delivery is free. I can expedite for 15 cord, which is 50 cents. I'm not going to do that. And so my total order looks like it comes out to 340 cord. That is for full delivery with the tip included. The tip is just over 10%. Oh no, but it failed. Now we got to figure out what's wrong. Did they close? Is it my credit card? Is it there was no information? They're acting like everything's okay. They're saying they're a little bit slow, but everything's okay. We're just gonna try. Oh, even looking at their page is now throwing errors. All right, we're gonna leave their page. Going to refresh. I don't often get errors on Petitos Jaw, so this isn't like a normal everyday thing. It's pretty often that everything's fine. All right, so we're already in restaurants. See if we can find them. Oh, they just shut down all of the delivery. That's what happened. While we were ordering, delivery shut down. That's the bigger problem, is that Petitos Jaw shuts down. So we're not getting it. So it's not that the restaurants are closed. It's that Petitos Jaw is probably overwhelmed and shut down. So we'll see. It could be that there's a weather event or something going on, but everything's clear and normal here. I don't know. The auto translate for the live subtitles translates calzones as cow zones. That makes no sense. It's not even a word. Edwin is here. Happy New Year. Thanks, Edwin. Brent says, holy crap, hope you get the calzones. Yeah, no, I don't think we will. Janet says, that's so disappointing. Boink says, just go there instead. Well, 2 things, Boink. 1, I don't have a car, and 2, I'm on a live stream. And they will definitely close by the time I get there. My only delivery used in Matagalpa, Chafel, is $40 for service fee and $40 for delivery fee. Take your YouTube cameras with you. Tiffany says, I need more friends with boats and planes so I can do things like, let's go to Nicaragua today for some lobster. Janet says, it's the semi-holiday. People have off today and didn't cook. Yeah, that's probably what's going on, is that they're overwhelmed and just doing so much delivery. While we've got so many people on, just a reminder, give a thumbs up on the show. Let's see how many thumbs up we can get. Looks like we currently have 26. Let's get that up to 30 at least. Larry says, never liked Petitos Jaw, lots of errors. Ugo was excellent, however, out of business. I had a lot of errors on Ugo. I've had very few problems with Petitos Jaw. I did like Ugo better when it was working, but towards the end, before they went out of business, it got really buggy. But for the first while, it was quite good. Well, that sucks. I was really looking forward to that. But it's only 7 o'clock. Maybe they'll come back online. Managua City looked like a ghost town this morning, January 1st. Even San Salvador and El Salvador in January 1st, starting 2024, has been desolate. And the Pacific beaches is full. Yeah, I know a lot of people who went to the beach and they were like, we couldn't even talk to each other, couldn't get in anywhere. I know my places are full, which is cool. So it works out for me. I have no desire to be on the beach during holidays. I like being on the beach like during the week when nothing's going on. So it's perfect for me in how that works. But for all the people who want, I don't know what the draw is to go to the beach during the holidays. It's so busy. Like I do not find it enjoyable at all. But maybe Nicaraguans have so much of the they like to pack in and see other people, and it's all about being social, being seen, talking to people, music and stuff going on. That it's a different experience that they're looking for. So I get that. But for me, man, when I'm at the beach, I want to be chill. Right, I want restaurants to be mostly empty. I mean, I want the restaurants to be doing okay. I want them to make it, but I don't want to be crowded. I don't want to be loud. I don't want to be in people's way. I don't want to be fighting to get to things. I don't want the beach to be full of people. I want to enjoy peaceful time on the ocean. And during the holidays, you do not get that here. Janet says the funny thing about Ugo was when it first appeared and purple people with purple boxes on their backs appeared by the cathedral in Central Park. Very mysterious. Edwin says, and a whole mess was Masachapa and Pochemil. Hundreds and thousands of people at 4 p.m. were leaving in their cars and boarding buses. Was insane. And National Police having a very thorough in office. Jan says, call Paul and have him go get your food and bring it to you. I think he's already back from his fruit run. Had he been going out at the right time, I would have sent him for food. Larry says, I'm not leaving tonight's show to watch football. Ole Miss versus Georgia. They need to flex time so it doesn't interrupt Scott Allen Miller show. Thank you, Larry. Let them know. We're going to get that changed eventually. Tiffany says, second that, Janet. Yeah, I should send him. That would be nice. But it's neat that it's so cheap. So what did I say was the final price? Did I say it was $3.20? So let's figure out what that is. For 3 people to get calzones, should have delivered. It would have been. Why will this not clear? After tax and delivery, $8.64. That's a surprising deal, right? But if we had all wanted cheese, we could have had another person and been, I think, cheaper than that. It had gone down to like $7.50. Edwin says, right now, in East Pochemil Beach, the exit road is full of cars, and I'm in traffic jam right now. Oh, Edwin, you're in the traffic jam. That's why I never want to go down there. And those roads are terrible. I almost lived in Pochemil. I was this close. So glad I'm up here in Leon. Luke says, I'm now telling the children that call me Santa that Santa Claus is off the clock for 11 more months. Now, how am I going to eat? Now I have the sad. Janet says, so you can tell Paul that Janet and Tiffany both thinks he should get you your food. I will send him a quick note. Larry says order Chinese, but Larry, there's no delivery. It'll just sit there. There's also no Chinese to order for vegetarians. Unfortunately, in Leon, most of the restaurants only deliver meat. So it's unfortunately really sucky. I'm going to reopen Petito's Jaw just in case they open back up. One place has opened up. So Don Helado, the ice cream place, is still delivering. Dr. Coffee is still delivering, and Yamaya started delivering, but they're chicken only. Everything else is closed. Call a taxi to pick up your food. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. One, that requires a lot of cash. Part of the joy of Petitos Jaw is you just put in a credit card and it just goes. You can't even get Subway. Like, there's nothing. Not that you'd want Subway, but can't even get Hugoso. Like, this is dramatically sad. The advantage of sending Paul is that then he buys me the food. You can call them and they will deliver it to you. I did that once a couple years ago. Dr. Coffee is closed today. I drove by there around 3 p.m. That's weird that Dr. Coffee is closed, but says that they're ordering. Yeah, it's if you are working with a credit card and trying to do anything or trying to get delivery, on busy days, it really does often fall apart. It becomes a bit of a struggle. Most days, everything's fine. We do so much delivery that it's not terrible. But there are definitely times that it's like, oh, I just wish that we could get food now, and it's like, oh yeah, there really is just nothing at some points. The number of options gets very, very small. Now, if you have loads of cash, if you're willing to spend a ton to send a taxi, but like to get a taxi to come out here, because I don't live in the city, right? So first of all, getting a taxi out here takes forever, but that's not a problem for getting food delivered. But it adds up a lot, right? Because instead of paying $30 for delivery, you're suddenly paying hundreds for delivery. Instead of having credit card and everything's handled, you're doing cash. You got to find cash. You got to find change. You got to run out and deal with stuff. It's doable, but it starts to be, oh, this stopped being a cheap thing and started being a ridiculous luxury. So that's where we try not to let that become our go-to. Granada has a new barbecue place that opened up. The only problem is I see is the only serve pork, which I don't eat. Oh, that sucks. Only pork? That's wild. My wife is in Granada eating today and said there was some good food. Start 2026 with a fast. I did eat today. It's not like I've had nothing. I had an egg and cheese bagel that was quite good. And my daughter and I were going to we had some snacks to make. We just don't have a meal. And I had a small, because I was just using the leftover, tuna salad sandwich this morning. So I've had enough food. I'm not dying or anything. It's just, it's dinner time, and having a nice bit of food sounded pleasant. And my kids would like dinner, and I'm not able to cook for them because I'm on here, and there's nothing that I can think of to cook. I can make them pasta, of course. We do that all the time. Ridiculous luxury equals DoorDash. Yes. Hola, where are your cars? I thought you had two. Well, no. Paul has one, and he's out driving. And mine is in Granada. In case you didn't catch seconds ago, I said my wife is in Granada. She has the car and the driver. So even my driver's not here. My driver is in Granada with my wife and Marcella, who he drove out there. They went to Granada to party for New Year's. And then decided that they had so much alcohol coming out of their pores that it was best not to get pulled over by the cops, even though they're not the ones driving. But they would make the entire car set off the alarms, so they are staying another day to detox. So they're in Granada. They had some good food, and I think really they're just looking for an excuse to stay in Granada and eat lots of food. And both of them used to live in Granada. I used to live in Granada, but Marcella used to live in Granada as well. So they're enjoying getting a little bit of time in Granada because they get very little there. I'm actually there more often than they are, which is still not much. So sorry, TJ, I'm not in Granada. Otherwise, we would have hung out and done the live together. But I do need to get out and spend some time in Granada sometime soon-ish. It has been too long since I spent more than just an evening. I hate popping into Granada for the evening. It's just way too little. Yeah, so no good way to get food. The live stream nights make it really difficult because I start the live stream before dinner and I stop the live stream after everything in the city has closed and long after people want to have eaten. So it's always a little bit of a challenge trying to figure that out. I will probably end up making pasta for the kids later, but I don't want pasta. Oh no, I can do a fresh Alfredo. I do have a block of Parmesan that I could shred and do a Roman style Alfredo, which that would be good. That I could go for. All right, I'm talking myself into doing pasta. I'd still rather get a calzone, but it's not the end of the world. I forgot that I had a block of Parmesan to go through. Still need to nail down that date for the road trip into the Mosquito Coast. Follow in Thoreau's footsteps. I need to read. Wait, did Thoreau, off the top of your head, I do really enjoy Paul Thoreau. I've read a number of his books. I love Dark Star Safari. For those who don't know, Paul Thoreau is the famous author of the novel Mosquito Coast, turned into the movie with Harrison Ford, 1982, which he kind of set in Nicaragua. It is fiction, but Paul Thoreau is a famous travel writer, and my favorite of his travelogues, Dark Star Safari, is absolutely fantastic. And I really want to follow in his footsteps and do a Dark Star Safari. Patricia, there is leftover lasagna. It's not the lasagna that I like. It's over a week old, and my kids will not eat leftovers. So, yes, there is leftover lasagna in the fridge, however. Do people think that leftover lasagna is still good 8 days later? Tell me. Indigenal says, incredible movie. You know what? I have not seen it in forever. I used to own it on Laserdisc. Now I'm wondering if I have it on my server. It seems like I would. I do. I have it ready to go. 1986. I totally didn't know what year that was. That was way off. Harrison Ford, Helen Mirren. I always forget that. River Phoenix. Martha Plimpton. That was an early one for her. Dick O'Neill is in there. There's some decent people. It's a lot of good people. Jason Alexander, long before he was famous in that movie. Who did he play? Hardware clerk. That is funny. But yes, Mosquito Coast, and there's a TV series was made from it for a little while. Yes, Thoreau's grandson did a good Apple services based off of the book. I did know that. I was interested. What's his name? Jeff Thoreau, I think. I have not watched that yet. It's filmed in Mexico, though, so I don't like it because it's not actually on the Mosquito Coast. Why the heck would you make a show called the Mosquito Coast and not put it on the Mosquito Coast? Especially because both countries with the Mosquito Coast are very filmable, right? But Luke, did Thoreau write a book about a non-fiction about his time in Nicaragua? I don't think he did, which sucks. I know that Mark Twain did. BS to Woodnog, Beastoonog says, do you have an air fryer? I do. It's easy to make meals. You set it and forget it. Yes, but I have to have ingredients and a thing to make. I mean, I use it nonstop, right? We actually have a toaster oven and an air fryer. We have a lot of things. We have a very kitted out kitchen that, but I'm not a cook. So my youngest daughter and I put in a lot of time learning to cook together and trying out a lot of recipes. We do a lot of stuff. Justin Thoreau. Nope, no nonfiction here. That's too bad. I do need to track down that movie though. That new series. I don't think I have it on the server, but I do have Apple, so I can just watch it on there. But yes, I do have an air fryer. I have an ice cream maker. We have a blender, like a good blender, like a commercial blender. Toaster oven, microwave, an actual oven, which is a funny thing to mention, but a lot of people don't have them here. We have an Instapot. I have no idea why. We have We have a surprising amount of stuff. A lot of it's still in boxes. My kids have recently discovered that our pantry is full of kitchen stuff that's never been opened. Complete new glassware sets. They recently found a 48 piece of Tupperware, an entire set of pots and pans. They're like, what is going on? Why is this stuff in our pantry and never gets used? My wife's like, I don't trust the cook to use it. And it's like, but we bought it. Like, what is it doing? It's going to sit here for forever. Apple series canceled after second season. Third wasn't completed. All prequel to movie and book. Did they get far enough that it's like a story that's worth watching, or do you get left dangling and you're like, oh, this isn't fun? Oh, and then I also have a complete outdoor kitchen kitted out as well. I have a big grill outdoors. I have a pizza oven, and I have a smoker. But I don't eat meat, so a lot of those are not that exciting. The pizza oven would be awesome if I knew how to make a really good pizza dough. That's the trick. I used to make pizza dough, but that was back in the States. Like figuring it out here, I have not done yet. Really should, as I have a pizza oven. And I'm constantly stuck in like, what are we having for dinner mode? We'll check potato salad again. Patricia says, I use my Instapot all the time for things like quinoa, potatoes, rice, and hard-boiled eggs. Ooh, I should use it for rice. I don't know why we don't do that. We had a rice cooker and it died, which is just weird. So we make rice on the stove like almost every day. But yeah, making it in that would probably be good. Yep, good work. Big fan of Justin Thoreau's work, especially the leftovers. Chant says, does the lasagna not look slimy, too watery, any mold? Does it smell okay? You wouldn't have. I really can't smell food. You wouldn't have any meat in it, so if it checks in, I would heat it and eat it. I did that yesterday. I had someone left a pizza out that got ants on it. And was that yesterday? It must have been 2 days ago. And I'm like, ants don't carry pathogens. So I just made sure there were no ants on it, stuck it in the air fryer, and it was fine. People are always like, you're going to get sick eating food in Nicaragua. I'm like, I eat food that was left out for like the entire day. And wait, what is this? Reading the news. In Birmingham, I assume UK, in Birmingham, people turned out to see the fireworks display, but they didn't put one on. So they had these squares just packed full of people waiting to see fireworks that never happened. Let's see, potatoes chow. Let's try you again. Fingers crossed. Yeah, you do need ingredients. I make roasted cauliflower. That sounds good. First spray it with avocado oil, salt and pepper. So yummy. I love cauliflower. My kids do not. My kids are so picky, and they're so different. Luke says, ants are just protein. It's true. I do eat ants. I don't have a problem eating ants. I try not to just throw them in the air fryer, though. Nothing new is showing up as available. Yeah, we totally eat food that people in the U.S. would have thrown out with no problems. Yeah, it's really funny. We'll be like, and my wife will still have this reaction like we're in the States. And it's funny because in the States, clearly we're being overprotective of our food. And it's like, so this food's been sitting out for 12 hours. She's like, that's been out there for 12 hours. Now, if it has cream in it, I get it. But otherwise, we're just like, yeah, and we're going to eat it now. Every day, because food gets made so early. It's probably not 12 hours. It's like 8 hours. Food will get made at like 3 o'clock, and we eat it just before midnight. And my youngest and I, she's 14, she's not young. So we were in Texas probably 2 years ago, and we were talking about, everyone's like, oh, this about salmonella, that about salmonella. And we're like, why does no one talk about salmonella anywhere else? Right? Certainly not in Nicaragua, but also not in Europe, not anywhere. No one talks about salmonella. And it's like, what is there really like, so we look it up. Salmonella is just like generic food poisoning. Like, I ate old food and now I have a tummy ache. Like, why do Americans act like you're going to die? Why does anyone even mention salmonella? It's not bad enough to worry about. If you just take your chances and eat food that's been left out and cross-contaminate all the time, like make sure you're not eating things that are cross-contaminated that might be like an allergen or, worms or some terrible thing from pork. But if you're just talking about like, oh no, my eggs aren't cooked enough, or this sat out on the counter a little bit too long, It's a 1 in like 10,000 chance you're gonna get salmonella. And if you only get salmonella, say 1 every 300 times, like once, twice a year, totally worth it. It's better to be sick than to go through the pain of not eating all that food and all the work of trying to prevent salmonella. Does not make sense. It is not that bad. Like, why America has made salmonella into this boogeyman, I have no idea. But they have. It's weird. Not really a big thing to be worried about. So there you go. We don't worry about it. Oh, we just had an earthquake. Let's see what we got. A 4.65 near the coast. But what coast? Where? All right. Kind of off of Boquita. 4.65, but pretty far out. No one probably felt that. The Iran-Contra affair is in the news again. American Made is an old flick. Iran-Contra affair is in the news again. Why? What is going on? Marcella said, "We're heading back to the hotel." I said, "What hotel are you staying at?" She said, "I don't know." Okay. Good info. But it has a pool, so she's going to swim. They went to dinner at the Cafe de Arte, but they were too early. They'd only let them have dessert. They wouldn't give them food. All right. They aren't wasting any alcohol. No, they are not. Patricia says, "I tried to freeze my leftovers so I don't waste food." We try. It's hard. There's too many people. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. Is kind of the thing. Tracking what there is and who's allowed to eat it, especially because my wife is very OCD about food, and so she'll randomly have food that she's saving for herself, but nobody knows. So basically, everyone's afraid to eat leftovers, but then it means that the leftovers go untouched, and no one's managing them or knows who they are because everyone eats at different times and from different places, and it's just way. There is a problem where you have too much capacity with too many people using a kitchen, because we have like 4 different people who cook, and like 7 different people that put food in the fridge, and we have 2 fridges, each with a freezer. We have a deep freeze. We have the pantry. It just ends up being confusion in a lot of cases, and so freezing things, we end up with freezers full of food that all goes bad because we'll find stuff that's quite literally 4 or 5 years old, and be like, "Why has this been in the freezer all this time?" Tiffany said, "I don't know, some hotel with a pool." Janice says, "Consider the general lack of refrigeration here in Nicaragua, especially in the past. Locals are used to eating stuff that's been left out for a long time." LLM GPT. Will this be the year for AI? I mean, wasn't last year the year for AI? I think we're past that point. I think if you're not aware of AI and figuring out how to use it at this point, I think really this is going to be the year of backing off of AI. I think we've already hit the oversaturation point where people have no idea how to use it. And yeah, sorry. Paul's already back. He was not able to get us food. American Made by Tom Cruise. Oh, is Tom Cruise still a thing? That's a guy I forget about. Tiffany says, "Your wife has place the fear in you all about her food. Love it. Oh my gosh, everyone is afraid about her food. My kids won't eat anything. Like they will not do anything with any food anywhere because she's so crazy about it. And it. I learned long ago that when we're back in Texas with her family, you can never even ask when a meal is. It's not just what's her food. It's any discussion of what we're planning on eating, when we're planning on eating, if we're going out to eat. They all know, they make plans, or she has plans, but they're secret and you're not allowed to ask. And it's so you're stuck in a situation where you always have to leave yourself a little bit hungry and be able to just eat whatever is presented or wherever you go. But if you don't end up going somewhere or they don't cook, you can never let someone know you were hungry or they're angry that you left yourself hungry so that you could eat with her or accommodate whatever plan she had. So there's no winning, right? You have to just hide any hunger and never ask what the plan is. It's nuts. So it's way more than like, this is her food, don't touch it. She also has a thing that if she has food, she will never tell you she has food. She will also not hide it, but she will put it in a place that's in the way and makes it seem like it's food you're supposed to eat and has been left out. But she won't tell you it's something that she wants. So she creates the situation where everyone eats her food and then is upset that it got eaten and says, everyone always eats my food. And we're like, no, we eat the public food. You never tell us you have food. How are we supposed to know? No one ever eats something if you tell them, but you never tell them. YouTube's #1 interruption is always about being a hermit for a month to take over the world with knowledge of AI. Yes, oh my gosh, they have the funniest things. There's so much slop. Oh, all the ads I get are these completely jumbled characters claiming that doing Tai Chi is going to make you slim. Really? Is Tai Chi working? Is that why you don't have any real human models to use as these examples? Like, it's the ads make no sense whatsoever. The characters don't work. They're like, does Tai Chi work? And the guy's like, yes, it works great, right? The AI slop is actually warning you that the thing is fake. It's hilarious. It's so bad. And yet, somehow it's making people money. Good thing the missus doesn't watch the show. Oh, she knows. She knows she does this, but she doesn't change. My type of gal, assume, darn it, everything in the fridge that's good is mine. Oh, my little dogs are sleeping away. Would you eat food given to you by a robot? You need to watch my show more. I love when food is given to me by a robot. I think that's a weird question. It would never occur to me that someone would not want food given to them by a robot. And what's the difference between a robot giving you a plate and even 40 years ago when Burger King's or Pizza Hut, right? Their food is cooked by a machine. It's not a robot exactly, but it's still an automated machine. What's the difference? I'm not sure, actually. What makes one a robot and one just an automated machine? A robot is any automatically operated machine that replaces human effort. Okay, yeah. Every one of us eats robot food every day. The robot can't spit in your food. They will definitely make robots that can spit in your food very soon. Here in Nicaragua, we get food delivered by robot already. The Shanghai Bistro has been delivering for a year by actual robot waiters, which is really cool. People go there just for that. It's nice because they don't accidentally trip or anything, and they need less people and whatever. But they've got, even here in Nicaragua, delivery robots. Never heard of someone avoiding one, only going to see it because it's a novelty. But people think it's cool. But if you think about it, a microwave is kind of a robot. A toaster oven or an air fryer, they're a robot by definition. Like, how are you cooking your food? Unless you're putting it over a fire and doing it without a machine, sure. Like, obviously, I made sandwiches today. I did not have a robot make the food, but Nicaragua needs more refrigerator robots. What does a refrigerator robot do? Hello. Oh, the door back there. I'll be right back. I have to open a door for feeding some cats. I'm interested as to what a refrigerator robot is and how that would benefit Nicaragua. What we really need is just refrigerators. All right, sorry about that, guys. Had to open the back gate. We're feeding one of the extra cats. Refrigerates food. I mean, we just need do you just mean we need refrigerators? Well, a robot's gallo pinto tastes like grandma's. That is the question. There's like no food in the house that I can grab quickly. I've got a Del Carmen nut bar and an almond sweet and salty thing. You got refrigerator robots for your food. It'll be cooler if you did AI right. AI right. All right. Luke worked hard at that. Computers have bugs. Maybe robots have rodents snacking on your delivery. That's a weird looking bar. I don't know. What do we think about that? No, it tastes good. Brent says, yeah. In the hostels I stayed at on my visits there, the refrigerators kept the food a little cool. Barely cool, really. I assume refrigerators and freezers in home work better. I mean, they're the same as anywhere else. It's that in the hostel, someone's turning up the temperature on you. Sorry for my snacking on camera. You're the good dog. Janet really likes the El Carmen Galletas de Navidad. They were chocolate and sort of chopped peanuts. Interesting. I don't really know Del Carmen. Where are they from? We'll figure it out in a minute. Wait, this one's growing on me. Almond, sweet and salty. This must be on. Healthy fake food. No health bars for me, please. Too many studies coming out on them recently. In them and all the protein shakes. Have you seen Pluribus? Pretty neat if you need something to watch. No, I've not heard of it. Do you ever take care of the light bill issue? We keep trying to take care of it. That's an ongoing thing. No, it has not been taken care of. Okay, Del Carmen is made in Colombia. But, so it's owned from Guatemala, but made in Colombia. Interesting. All right, ingredients. Almonds, peanuts, Brazil nuts, pumpkin, rice, sunflower, sugar, water, milk powder, vegetable oil, salt, citric acid, soy lecithin, glycerin, and vanilla. Those are all good ingredients. So part of it, Tiffany, is this stuff. First of all, it's not health food. It's just easy to consume food. But get it made in Central America or get it made in South America, all those health problems, all that weird stuff, that's only North American problems. And your problem is your food supply. It's not the bars. It's the things that are going into it. Now, it's not bad. Really just a bunch of nuts stuck together, but it's not a bad thing. A decent robot-produced snack bar. Absolutely. Dog is back at the door. Come on. Did you take your bed? Now you gotta go to the other bed. Switching back again. Oh. That was the dog coughing. With no idea what AI is, how will AI laws be made? Well, laws are made by people with no idea about anything ever. So, I mean, the funny thing is, we don't have any AI yet, right? So, we're dealing with LLM laws, which are not AI. That people call it AI is a great example of how far we are from understanding it. So, the issue, of course, is that they're going to make AI laws for LLM because they think it's AI. Which is like day one of computer science, right? So, unfortunately, but this is how it's always been. Right, the people making the laws know nothing about how things work. It's like all the social media laws. How long have we had social media? Right, decades. And how long have we known about social media? Decades more, right? And and what are we dealing with? Just now, they're flailing and trying to make laws that say one thing but don't make any sense, right? Or worse, they do make sense and they're just using stupidity to cover up taking away access to information. and access to the public forums. You know, it's not like cars where it's really visible. It is really easy to trick people on things like social media and LLMs, and make them think all kinds of things about them, because it's not just that the lawmakers have no idea about them, it's that the public has no idea about them. Tiffany says, decent robot produced snacks is right. That's right. I only want food made by decent robots. Vegetable oil and soy lecithin in large quantities, no bueno from a nutritional standpoint. I mean, vegetable oil you want in massive quantities. That's like the crux of the Mediterranean diet, right? Why do Mediterraneans stay thin and do so well? Obviously, not having processed food from North America is a big piece of it, but they eat vegetable oil. The avoidance of vegetable oil is primarily a North American thing, where health is an issue, right? Soy lecithin, you probably don't want, or lecithin, you probably don't want to have in huge quantities, but it's such tiny quantities in food like this, but it's still part of soy. But even at large quantities, right? Is there any actual issue with soy lecithin? But hey, if you eat it once in a blue, then munch away since there are no calzones. Yeah, I mean I haven't had something like this in a month probably. I sent you a picture of my Del Carmen cookies. I'm sure those are worse for you than these bars. They were made in Guatemala, it says, and they were marked down all the holiday season. 79. Wait, did I see those? There's the photo. Oh, I don't think I saw those. They look decent. I'm not big on chocolate. I know it's going to surprise people. I'm not a huge chocolate guy. Sometimes I like chocolate. I'm not saying I don't like chocolate. I do, but I really don't like chocolate in cooked items very much. It's not my vibe. Something about the way that chocolate bakes, it just I don't enjoy it. We're trying Petito's Jaw again. It's getting late. Almost everything's closed anyway, which might cause it to do more delivery simply because the volume has to go down because so many restaurants aren't doing. Oh no, 100% closed. Now there's 0 delivery, so they must have given up. That sucks. We have that problem so much that we go and while, in this case, it was just placing the order, but generally while my kids are making a decision about an order, the restaurants close. It's happened 20 times. Like, it's crazy. And because I'm used to when it's just me, I'm like, do I want this? Yes, order. And it's always good. But for them, it's always a 30-minute process, and so many things close. For someone with hormone issues, any soy is tricky, or soy intolerance. True. Then it becomes an issue with soy, right? But not the lecithin or lecithin. One of the things that you'll notice is moving out of the U.S., most of those things go away too, like peanut allergies, soy allergies. They basically don't exist down here. All the gluten things, all those go away. The channel Allison's Journey that they talked about that, they actually refer to it as American diseases or North American diseases. Only the U.S. and Canada have many of those things. All those intolerances, and it's not that there's 100% lack of allergies here. There's certainly allergies, but they are crazy rare. And, when we say like, in our childhood, we didn't have all these allergies when you're my age, right? For a lot of people now, for millennials, they did have these allergies. But for most of us, we didn't have any of those allergies as kids. Never, I was old when I heard of the concept of a peanut allergy. Obviously, conceptually, you could be allergic to anything. We knew that, but from a heard of there being a person with allergies like that, they were not things that people talked about. And then as we got older, they started to appear. And and now research says, between the U.S. food supply being such poor quality and Americans avoiding exposure to foods, we created these allergies. And I actually can pinpoint doctors who gave misinformation because there's no government controls of what doctors do. They were allowed to just make up fake claims and publish work without anything behind it, and created the allergy epidemic in North America, which really sucks. So that's a big thing. But that stuff didn't happen down here, both because we're not so subject to the weird fake news crazes, but also because fake news is a crime here. Fake medical advice is a serious crime here. Those are not things you would do casually, and if you did, the government would step in and do stuff to fix it. Jan says, Google says that soy lecithin is fully allowed in the EU, so it's not so bad compared to the US. These have oatmeal in them too, which makes them more tasty. I'm not a big oatmeal and cookies fan. They did look like crunchy tasty though. Jan says, it's not so chocolatey is all, it's more peanut flavor. Oh, that would be good. I do like peanut flavored cookies a lot. They mostly have oatmeal cookies. Oh. Tiffany says, do you have much soy products though in Nicaragua? So many soy products. Yes. Soy is a major product here. We're in the soy belt. It's one of the things that now is exploding because of the global supply issues with soy. We're one of the big winners. Peanut and soy are made here in massive quantities. It's one of the reasons why peanut allergies basically don't exist here. It's in the air, right? So even if you're not eating it, you're exposed to it all the time. It's in the dust. There's fields everywhere. So soy and sugarcane and peanuts, those are, especially out here in the West, that is the staple crops. And sesame, we make a lot of sesame here. So tofu is made here locally. Soy is used for everything. It's the one thing carne de soya is a staple of the diets here. So there's a lot of soy. We don't have a lot of the exotic products that we also produce chickpeas here, but not in the same quantities. Profits over patience for sure. Luke says, look at the required pesticides, insecticides, herbicides, and fertilizers required to be used in North American farmers and GMO seeds. That's, yeah. EPE Life, Happy New Year, Scott. My son and I were visiting Leon today, listening to you, Peter Val. You're in Leon today. Where were you? And welcome to Leon. Are you still here? Get 26 people on. Very nice. Give some thumbs up. While you guys are not talking, I'm just editing some photos. Not really editing photos, adding titles and stuff to photos. I really don't edit photos. LMGGT already did give it a like. Well, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. If you've already given it a like, then I encourage you to make a second account on another computer and give it another like. That would be fantastic. You'll be happy to know, LLM GPT, that I am also using an LLM from ChatGPT in the background to do some work. So Always something running in the background. Marcella's going swimming right now. She said she's going to try the pool after we were in La Boquita, and the pool was so painfully cold. That was rough. Nobody could handle it. Ah. I still don't think she knows what hotel she's in, even though she's in it. Yeah, she's like, I don't know the name of the hotel. That's funny. When will I visit Rivas? This is from Leon El Rayo. I don't know. It's getting out anywhere. I'm so busy with work. I really want to be out visiting places. Although after this last weekend, I'm like, I'm ready to get out and do some stuff. Rivas isn't high on the list just because a lot of people do cover it, and it doesn't have a lot of like really particular draw, which is probably why I should go there. I've spent time in Rivas, so it's not like, what's there? I have no idea. But also, I really need to. I need to check it out. It would be cool. I don't know. I'm really hoping that this year gives me the chance to get out and get around and film a lot more of the country. For example, going to the Mosquito Coast with Luke. EPE says, hey, beautiful expats, don't forget to give a like. Aha! See? Everyone's remembering today. We actually have a good number of likes. We're not doing too bad. We don't have a ton of people on. It is New Year's, so I don't know if we're going to go real long. Oh, let's see. My wife says, it has been an odyssey. They tried to get 2 rooms, but the hotel she booked at, the second room did not have working AC, so everyone is crammed into 1 room. So wherever she is, she has Marcella, but I so far have not gotten the name of the hotel from her either. But they did not book ahead of time. They were planning on coming back this morning, so this is a last-minute reservation, and not always a good thing to do on holiday weekends here. You guys are awfully quiet. We don't have a ton of people on. It's only 24. I don't know how late we're going to go. Did I already ramble on about this? I don't know how late we're going to go because it's the first day of the year. We've had a very good show. We've had a very good turnout of people. Very good episode yesterday. When I say very good, I mean it's gotten good response, not that I did an excellent job. And gonna get more about Boquita out pretty soon, but I do need to cook for the kids tonight. So I'm not leaving now. I'm just saying we won't hang out super late most likely. Today, I am just checking on. I do so every day. You guys may not know this. I actually check on the status of my Flickr system every day because I have so much going on there. And for those who are wondering, I'm just going to scroll down and see what my current view number is. And this is a total, right? Not a one day. But my total views on Flickr, this is for my photographs, is currently at 137.6 million views. They're at the Casa de Consulado. Where is that? That is located, oh, just down the street from my old house. Not far at all. One, 2.5 blocks. Oh, they would have taken the room without the AC, but they didn't bother cleaning the room because the AC is broken. They like just totally didn't bother doing anything. Well, that sucks. So this is a great example of the lack of Nicaraguan hustle, right? Like perfectly nice hotel. Oh yeah, I'm looking. It looks like a nice place. And they had a room to sell, and they came up with an excuse to not clean the room that they sold. Like, oh, their breakfast looks really good. Well, now I'm hungry. Jeez. Please discuss lodging in Leon for the first-time visitors. First, Luke has... Oh, wait. Oh, somehow I missed a ton of stuff. We're gonna come back to you, LLM GPT. Google says this, so I look at them. Yes. Happy New Year's, my son and I. Yes, already did. Gemini's API is free to call. Seriously? But Gemini is what produces the gibberish on Google. Like Google.com has basically become an ad for how bad Gemini is. I can't fathom people using Gemini after seeing how bad it is on Google. Like, really bad. Is San Juan del Sur worth it? The general rule is no. It depends what you're looking for, right? But most people are oversold on San Juan del Sur through a combination of expats desperately trying to promote it because it's the one little tourism spot. The impression you get from people who are looking for Costa Rica and feel trapped here, so they end up there. So if you're pretty typically, not 100% of the time for sure, but pretty typically if you're drawn to my channel, there's a good chance you're drawn to Nicaragua. If you're drawn to Nicaragua, chances are you are not drawn to San Juan del Sur. The crossover is very little. San Juan del Sur is really popular with people who are drawn to Costa Rica but can't afford it or aren't allowed to go or something for that reason. Because of that, you get a totally different vibe. You get a different community of expats. You get a different set of businesses. You get just everything is totally different. The food pretty much is Nicaraguan, and the weather and the views and all that kind of stuff is very Nicaraguan, right? You're not completely in a different place. And Costa Rica isn't a completely different place, but it's anything but the best of Nicaragua, right? To Nicaraguans, most of us, it's the worst of Nicaragua, right? There's things we like about it. It's got the bay, it's got some views. If you want to run into a bunch of tourists, if you want to see a bunch of gringos, it's the place where they're all concentrated. All of that's fine, right? And there's a little bit more restaurants, there's a little bit more, but it's also a totally different vibe of the expats that are there are a different vibe. Everything's a different vibe. And so it's the most expensive part of Nicaragua, and to most of us, the least valuable. So you pay the most to get the least. It's not a great combination of things. So there's a reason why, I'm only there every 2 to 3 years, for example. And I enjoy it when I go, right? Normally. But not a ton, and the nice thing is that it's variety. But once I'm bothering to go there, why wouldn't I go into Costa Rica is often the argument, right? Well, if I'm going to go there, I can go on to Costa Rica and do things that are really different, like get Taco Bell or Indian food or a flight somewhere. So for generally, San Juan del Sur is chosen by people who never considered or researched Nicaragua. It's famous for being the place you go to when you didn't know any better. But once you know about the rest of Nicaragua, most people gravitate to that. If you're willing to look at Nicaragua, then generally San Juan del Sur is not going to be the place you want to be, right? It's not a bad place, and it's different. And some people end up loving it, and it's the place they want to be. Some people move from the rest of Nicaragua to San Juan del Sur, but almost always it's the other way around. And when you talk to people in San Juan del Sur, if you can get an honest assessment out of them, which is very difficult because all of them are in the business of trying to sell you on San Juan del Sur, because they're all in the business of having oversold, because they all ended up there because they didn't do their research ahead of time. You see the trend. If you can get honest assessments from them, generally the answer, and again, there are some exceptions. And my co-moderator on the WhatsApp group is an example of someone who knows Nicaragua very well and chooses San Juan del Sur. However, of those people who do that, most of them are like, we barely choose it. It's very questionable. We're always considering leaving. Whereas those of us in the rest of the country are rarely like, oh, we would consider San Juan del Sur. Most of us are like, hell no. Right? So it's very one-sided, but the majority of when you really get a discussion from people in San Juan del Sur, you find out that when you ask them, well, why do you like this better than, and you mention any place in Nicaragua, and they're lucky if they've heard the name. Most of them are not venturing out and exploring the country. Most of them are not aware of what else is out there. That's why they ended up where they are. And then once they're there, they're in this inclusive commune kind of thing that makes it very difficult to branch out. So it's, is it worth it? Generally, the answer is no. It's also far away from things. You don't go there casually. It's always a long drive. It's always extra money. It's always a bunch of time. And it's like, oh, if that was a vacation, I wasted a whole bunch of time. But some people love it, so I don't want to be like, don't go. But it's one of the reasons why we never go. Like, I don't know anyone who goes, right? All of us have the same view of, if it was around the corner, sure. But it's not. It's very far away from everything, and it's not cheap. And once we get there, there's not a lot to do. We have better restaurants in Managua, better restaurants in Jinotepe on the way. We can make food at home with more comfort. Every other beach is cheaper and more comfortable. The bay view is unique, but we're all on the ocean anywhere we want, anytime. So it's not the excitement that you would think. So often, not that big of a deal. Says, can't wait to see the new views from the coastal highway. I just saw the coastal highway in part of the country, and then it's no views. Like, you get off the coastal highway to see the views. I've heard down around San Juan del Sur there is some views from the highway, and I'm interested in doing the drive just to check it out. And it's cool that there's a highway to see views from, so I'm definitely going to do some neat stuff down there once I get a chance. And I need to film San Juan del Sur and do an update, right? And do, here's the latest of what's going on and stuff. That would be a good idea. And I could combine that with a trip to Rivas, perhaps. And everybody wants to know about the coastal highway, which is interesting, I guess. But again, for those of us who live here, we're always amazed that people are excited about it. Because what's the upside to it other than getting to places? Like, it's neat to see a bunch of views. If you're driving, it's hard to see those views. If you're a passenger, you're just kind of staring out the window. Most of the time, it's cooler to go to a place and actually just sit in a restaurant and look out, and the coastal highway is not going to make any of that easier. But we've all done cool drives along the coast and other places and been like, that's cool too. So I don't know. But remember, it's an inland road, most of the places. So much of it is probably nice to look at, as much of Nicaragua is. But like where we just were in La Boquita, the road goes along the ocean. The coastal highway does not. Do need. Luke says, do need tech assistance with the new Apple Hub. Won't read the new SD card, so I can't initialize it. Swap cables, enclosures, not visible in Finder or disk utility. That's weird. San Juan del Sur, the Key West of Nica Land. Very true. A new highway still has to follow the national speed limit. Yeah, 50 kilometers per hour on that coastal highway. It's nice and smooth in the areas I've seen, and empty because it doesn't go anywhere useful. And one thing I think, and I do want to do a video on this, one of the things that I think will be good about it in the future is I think a lot of resources like shared community grocery stores might go there. So if you're in an area like Caceres, Huehuete and La Boquita in a zone, one grocery store back on that highway could work, that everybody would drive to it. The problem is people in coastal communities don't have cars. So that works for the expats and a few businesses, but it doesn't work for most people most of the time. So I'm not sure it actually solves anything for those communities. And considering we really want to reduce the car usage in the country, not increase it, and that they put in the new 50-kilometer limit while building the highway is just baffling. Like, that pretty much kills the value of the highway. We can move faster on the existing coastal roads because they can already go 50 kilometers an hour or faster. I mean, they can't now, but physically you can get above 50 kilometers an hour, and they're shorter because they're already connecting those communities directly. You don't have to go farther inland, go and then come back, right? So it's unclear that it won't be just a huge boondoggle. LLM-GPT did ask, please discuss lodging in Leon for first-time visitors. So we don't have a ton of lodging in Leon. We're not a big tourist city, but hey, let's bring up Marcella says the water is like ice in the pool. Once again, remember I talked earlier in the show about the cold water in the pools here. So true. Let me grab that map. All right. Oh, here. I'm just going to show this. This is the coastal highway, right? Guys, over there's the coastal highway. So this is a great example. So here, presumably they're going to make a bridge here. That looks like what they're building. So that will be neat, that there will be a bridge where there wasn't one before, and that will connect these things up here. But there's nothing there currently. Now, that there could be something there in the future, that's where there could be a benefit. But they could have built a bridge earlier and didn't. So they clearly have not seen the value over time. But so here's the community of La Boquita. So there's right here, there's a place to get meat. Like there's it even says butcher shop. All of your resources are here. If you were to build a resource out on the highway, yes, the community can get to it pretty quickly over here. I hope you guys can see the mouse. And there's this little thing over here, whatever that is. They say tourist attraction. Okay. I want to see pictures of what this. Oh, look, it's a tourist attraction with a little camera. Is there anything there? Nope, no pictures. But you could get around this community just as close as you can get out to this road. And only if something was sitting right here on the road would it be reasonably close to the community. If you put something here on the road, it's actually quite far from everything in the community. So if you want to get to the next beach, it's much farther to go out to the new highway. Sure, they get close here, but you got a straight shot down here. And then as you get closer, this goes right into the community. And here's all the shopping right here, not way out here. Now, again, in the future, maybe something will be built out there, but it's really actually far away by road. Your nearest connector is here. And this, yeah, you can drive this. Most of these roads are impassable. Now, there's a new bridge here, which is pretty cool. So that, big deal. But you know what? There's an old bridge here, so it's not like there's nothing, right? It's a pretty small bridge. I know why people don't want to drive on it, but you see the point. So if you're living down here, let's zoom out. If you're living in any of this community, you're living basically anywhere along here, unless you're the one or two houses right here, and there's not even a town here, putting stuff along this highway is going to be super, super far from these communities. Putting something right here is no closer to La Boquita than Caceres is already by the closer road. So the advantages are really, really tiny. Why do they call it the mouth? So first of all, it means the little mouth, and that is because this is the little mouth of the Tepano River. That's all. It's the mouth of the river. Ta-da! But it's a small river, so it's a little mouth. Okay, Leon. We'll get there. Look at how empty it is. There's Transito. There's Guineote. Hermosa's along there. Here's Hermosa, which I've actually never been to. Oop, I did not mean to click there. Valero, which I like a lot. And then we've got Miramar, which I like a lot. And then we've got Porto Sandino, which is a quirky place, but pretty interesting. Definitely worth checking out. Head up. Here is Tesoro. And here's the preserve. Notice there is no highway coming through any of this area. No construction, no nothing. We are a long way away from even having a plan as far as I can tell. Okay, well, I don't know why we zoomed in there. Let's take the highway into Leon. There we go. This is Leon. All right. So assuming you don't want to stay in hostels. Luke says, yeah, you can find a weekend rental in Leon with a jacuzzi. I've never seen that, but probably. EP Life says, today my son and I had a wonderful dinner at El Padrino here in Leon. I wanted to order from them, and they were not available. Great cultural experience, real Nika atmosphere. Oh, EPE Life, you were there. Were you there for, like, late lunch? Because at 3 o'clock, Cadejo, which are really good friends of mine, were playing there. Did you get to see them? That is the band that played My House in 2023. That seems right. Marcella threw me a birthday party and hired Cadejo, because they're my favorite band, to play My House. And so they actually set up and did the whole thing in My House. You can also see interviews with them and concerts from them on the Nicaragua channel here on YouTube. So go check them out. But that's Franklin and my buddies over there. We see them all the time. They are very Leon band. All right. So assuming you don't want to stay at the hostels, if you do, let us know. This is for LLMGPT. First timers are generally going to stay kind of downtown. Let's focus on hotels. Big places. Hotel El Convento is one of the fancier, quite a bit more expensive places in town, but a lot of people really like it. La Perla, generally considered the top hotel in town. And then there's the brand new Marriott. They just bought La Recollection, a little bit cheaper, but I'm not sure. I think Marriott took over officially today, but that's a nice place. So those are kind of your higher end ones that everyone knows. I like to use, on the rare occasion that I'm staying in town, the Los Balcones. It's reasonably inexpensive and comfortable, has a nice space, good location. Let's see. I don't stay too often here, so it's a little bit difficult. Cacique Ariac is quite nice. These are a little bit more expensive places, obviously, but these are really nice ones. Flora de Sarta, I've used them a bit years ago when I didn't live in Leon. I would stay here, like them. First time I was ever here, I stayed at Azul. See if I can find it. I had to look for that for a really long time. Seems like it must be... I feel like it's right here. They may not be on the map yet. They were nice 10 years ago. They've been closed, but just reopened. So I don't know. Those are the nice places that, like, everyone knows and are yeah. B Stu Nog stayed at El Convento. It was a good one. It's very nice. The Convento is probably the most iconic of the nice hotels in town. It's bigger, really well known, very central, like right in the middle of things. So easy to walk everywhere from there. But you've got lots of options, but there's a ton of hostels, right? Leon is a hostel town. That sounds funny. And so you just have tons and tons of hostel options and very few nicer hotels. But the nicer hotels are not that busy because there isn't that much demand for it. Isn't Azul on the same street as April's place? Oh, maybe it is. So her place is right next door to the Adiac. Oh, you're right. Right there it is, Azul. There it is. So I haven't stayed there in forever, but 10 years ago, it was nice. Oh my gosh, it's 2026. 11 years ago, it was nice. And you can always get Airbnb and stay at April's place right here, Casamango. Not very many Airbnbs in town either, but Casamongo definitely worth checking out. I've had a lot of people say La Posada del Doctor is good, but I've never been there. There's a number of places I've never been. As you can imagine, living in Leon, you spend only so much time staying in hotels. So there's plenty of places listed, but like some of these I've never even heard of, right? Because it's a B&B. Fuente Castilla. Well, it's probably nice. I have no idea. Harvest House. Very, very inexpensive. That's a hostel. There's one I want to show you guys because it looks really cool. If I was going to stay in town on my own for some reason, this is where I would stay just because I really want to check it out, is right here, the San Antonio. It's a hostel. It's in the quirkiest neighborhood. I love it. It is cute. Now, obviously, it's very Nika. I'm not sure they have air conditioning, but oh, no, they do. It looks really well done for what it is. I'm tempted to go stay here at some point just to be like, we're filming this hostel because I love this neighborhood. It's if I had some extra money and for some reason was going to buy a second house on the far side of the city for no good reason, right? There's a lot of weird ifs here. I absolutely love the neighborhood that they are in. This is Fundesi. And the Fundesi neighborhood, especially this area with these quirky streets, this is my favorite block right here, but this one is really good too. And there's just all this wacky streets and old stuff everywhere going on. And then you've got the municipal city plant in the middle of this block. So this is where a bunch of the city maintenance goes on. But all through here, you've got old housing projects that are now being converted into like private stuff. And there's just this area especially with these quirky curved streets. I have no idea what they were thinking, but it is fantastic. I've got some videos on it that I've done, and I think it's just a wonderful quirky Nicaraguan neighborhood with an oddly unintentional European vibe that I think is really cool. Little bar in the neighborhood. And it's close to things, right? Like there's you got the Parque Infantil, you've got the stadium, you've got the Pronto, a lot of stuff on the bypass. Like it's a really good area for a lot of things, but it's also really poorly known. It's like everyone drives around it and kind of forgets that it's there. And then this is the Cemetery of Guadalupe right there. And then this is our new road. Let's just show. So this is not our new road. This is the connector. Takes you over to 8. If you take 8 up to 6, or you can take 3rd up to 6, either way, depending on which direction you're going, what makes sense. But if you take this to 6, this is the Maxi Pali. If you're watching my old videos, right? So if you guys go back to mostly 2022, I did a bunch of filming in Parque Galicia, which is this huge park right here. So you guys may recognize it. And once in a while, I'd be at the Maxi Pali, and I'd be at the Parque Galicia, and you could see the Maxi Pali in the background. But so this is the corner where 6th Street ends. Let's go west. Boom, 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 boom. This is deep into southern La Barrio, and then we cross 8th, and it turns into southern Sutiava. And this is deep in the barrio. This is the part that most people in the city don't really know unless you live down here. And you're just going and going through this neighborhood. And eventually you hit the airport. So I've done a number of videos where we came, and you always know you're at 17th. And I did a video where I talked about how 17th is its own neighborhood running through. This is traditional Sutiava, and this is like more modern Sutiava. It's a weird dividing at 17th. And so this starts the subdivision of Fana Uros in Sutiava, north of the airport. And so you come along the airport, and I've done every bit of this. I've scoured this neighborhood on foot for you guys. You come along the airport, it curves, and now you come to the brand new bus terminal and market that was just built. So this is the thing we've been talking about. And then you keep going, And there's actually a new road here as well. And all this that looks like dirt road is all brand new highway here. And a few other places have brand new highway too. And so these are all old homes that have deteriorated and disappeared. And this is the Hotel Mariposa. This needs to all be updated, and this little section will explode. But it's currently being ignored. But I don't know. There's also a lot of hills here, so it's a little bit tough to do things. This has so much potential. Well, who knows? And then this pops out onto the main highway heading to the beach. This place has never existed. I don't know why this is always says Nieto's Buffet, but there has never been a restaurant there, I assure you. It's crazy. There's like photographs and everything. Like, this is right outside my house. Like, if this was really a thing, I would know. Like, pasta salad? Are you kidding me? I walk past here all the time. Like, there's nothing there. But there is a new restaurant right here, somewhere down here. Oh, right here, Don Helado. Brand new restaurant right there, just opened. So if you're in the area, you're going by, check out the brand new Don Helado. I found this like 2 nights ago walking by. They did a great, oh no, they're showing pictures from the other location. But it's that restaurant, but it's located there. Ignore the pictures. They cheated by moving their pictures over. But anyway, so you pop out on 6. So if you're looking at Leon, let's zoom out. Let's actually switch. So this is 6th Street. 6th connects right here. Previously, you had to drive into downtown and take this other road up there. It cuts so much of the city off, and it's all brand new construction and newly open. So it's a completely different experience now going through the city. And we've only had literally days to be taking advantage of it. So it's pretty cool. Luke says, can you find a weekend rental in Leon with a jacuzzi? No, I don't think so. Citadel is in Azul. Is it true hotels are cheap in Leon? Hotels are not super cheap in Leon. Where is San Geronimo? I will try to verify. Yes. Okay. Sometimes I have to double check. So we're going to look for San Geronimo. San Geronimo is a neighborhood at the very north edge of the city. So this is Leon City downtown here. Get rid of this. Right. So this is the road coming in from Managua. This is the road coming in from Chinandega. This is the bypass, in case that's not incredibly obvious. This is that little neighborhood where I was saying I love the houses so much, and I would say there. So you come up and you go to the north of Leon. You got San Antonio over here, Oscar Perez, we talk about once in a while. You've got all these neighborhoods I've done. Democracia, for example. This is Sutiavo here, heading out to the beach. This is Fatima right here. This is Enrique Laurent, which I filmed years ago. San Carlos that we just filmed maybe a month ago. I did the walkout to William Fonseca last year. San Geronimo is up here. I have not filmed San Geronimo. This is the gas station. So I have filmed up to about here. And we went looking for a house for Norman over here with Janet just recently. But San Geronimo is this little community just a little bit north of all of that, heading out towards Chinandega. This is not an area that most people in the city know very well, which would make a really good reason for me to head out there and do some filming. So that's a great idea. And you can see it includes a little bit of nothing on one side of the highway. For some reason, my dog is panting. Why are you panting? And you can see it's not real dense. And you've got like these little communities in here, and there's some little restaurants and stuff that no one knows, right? Wholesale bakery hidden back there. That sounds cool, right? And that's kind of it. And then you've got this factory up at the north, and then right outside of it is the Residencia Mount Sinai, which looks fantastic. And honestly, I forget that this is there. It looks beautiful, and I don't know any person who's ever been there, let alone decided to be in it. Now, obviously, it's not crazy fancy. These are Nika houses, but they're really nice ones. Like, I'm really impressed with how it looks outside. If anyone knows anyone with a house in Sinai that we could go visit, I would love to. And it looks like there's not that much built, but it looks like a nice area. You can see there's some really big houses mixed in with smaller ones. So would be amazing. The only thing is it's a little bit far outside the city. No, it's not far, but it's just a little bit outside the city, which makes it difficult if you don't have a car. So it's really one of those, it's like Casa Leon, why you only want to be there if you have a car. Now, we did look at this back in 2001. This area, there's some beautiful houses up here. I really liked it. And there's a cute little community being built back here. Again, also need a car. Now, these are condominiums, so I'd love to find out more about these as well. We don't do enough on the north side of town. It would be really cool if I had viewers who were living up there and are like, come see our places. Because they've definitely got, I've been in some of these and they're really nice. But it's such a quiet community. It feels so much different than farther south in Leon. Because it is, I mean, look, we generally consider this to be the northern edge of the city where the bypass comes up. And all of this is considered quite far north, right? Even up in Fatima, we're like, oh, you're at the very north edge of the city. You're so far north that you're like, oh, far away from things, which is not quite true because like the mall's right there. But you're pretty far north. These are several minutes drive north of there. So I hate all the pop-ups. So you end up kind of out in the country, which if you got a car and you can be out in the country, that's fantastic. But once you're that far out in the country, you might as well start looking at Tolica, right? Where you've got much lower prices and wide open spaces. And, you know, this whole drive is just beautiful. But it's really only a few minutes. So, Tusk the Ripper is here. Hey, Scott. Hey, Tusk. How's it going? Tony says, I rented a house there for the month of March. Oh, okay, cool. Well, Tony, you should invite us up and we'll do some filming up there and see what it's like. Is Nuevo Nile worth to say? Oh, I have not been there. I've never actually been to the old Nile. So they are always locked as if it's closed. Always. It's just their thing. So I have no idea. I know that they're open and you can get in there, but it always feels like you're intruding. I never felt welcome. So I've never gone in, except for when there was a fire and I could just walk in because it was wide open. It's the only time it's ever been open is when it was burning. I need to catch up. Oh, so is it true that the hotels are cheap in Leon? I don't think they're expensive, but they're not cheap because we just don't have that many. If you're staying in hostels, you can get really, really cheap. If you are staying in the normal hotels, I don't know. I would say we're probably right in line with Managua. We're cheaper than Chinandega, but that's because it's Chinandega. All of Nicaragua is cheap, but is Leon cheap for Nicaragua? It is to live, but for tourist stuff, I don't know that it is. I don't think that it is. I think Matagalpa is cheaper. I think that Granada is similar. I think Managua gets cheaper. I think you'll probably get better deals in Managua. Almost certainly. They're busier, right? They don't need to be as expensive because a lot of these places that are nicer, they're not anywhere close to full, so they have to charge more to be able to keep the lights on. Janet says, yeah, but Ramon would never move that far north. Right, exactly. Like it's far north. And it's the same thing. So if you are an expat, you're much more likely to be interested in the south side or southeast side. Down here. So Casa Leon, Colonia Universitaria, which we call Universidad, is down here, right? So this area has a number of developments and some non-development area. So it looks like all this is included. It is not. There's kind of a north side right here. It's in this triangle. Oh, I'm not showing it to you. It's in this triangle right here. Right down south. So down south, let's switch to there we go. This area down south on the road heading to Managua is far more popular with expats than the same distance north because you're heading to Chinandega going out west. So notice that the highway goes east-west but turns to go north-south as it comes through Leon and then kind of goes back and goes that way. And then goes way up to La Paz Central and then back down to Nagarote. It's kind of awful. And you wish that there was a road that went straight through here, and there is, but it's impassable. I videoed it all a number of years ago, and you don't want to do it. So being a little ways out of town towards Managua feels to most expats really practical because you're probably going to Managua on a regular basis. So if you're trimming off time to head down there, it's just part of life going to and from the things that you do and the shopping that you do and so forth, right? So a lot of expats are like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm a little bit outside of Leon, but it cuts off time. So like for me to go to Managua is an easy 20 minutes longer than for someone in Colonia Universitaria because they don't have to cross Leon. They don't have to worry about that traffic. They don't have to worry about all the police stops that might be in the city. They don't have to worry about water main breaks or whatever thing happens or parades that are happening in the middle of the city. So that's a big benefit to those people. A lot of people are looking at that and being like, yes. But on the north side, the number of people who are like, oh, good, it makes Chinandega closer approaches zero. Leones do not go to Chinandega. It's not a thing. I mean, if you're from Chinandega and move to Leon, then it is. But so I have friends who do that, and they're in there all the time. And the city, because Chinandega used to be our satellite city before they split the two departamentos, and but it's really rare for someone in Leon to be like, you know what, I'm going to go way out west to expensive Chinandega to do something. And I think we should more, and vice versa, because Chinandega, honestly, I think has more shopping. It has more restaurants. It has a completely different vibe and lifestyle. I'm not a big fan of Chinandega, but then again, if I lived out there, I would probably be like, oh no, this is great. There's some really fantastic neighborhoods, and I would love to spend more time in Chinandega getting to know some of the interesting, fun things outside the barrios. My experience in doing stuff in Chinandega has been really heavily barrio based, both in Chinandega and in El Viejo, as opposed to what Chinandega's kind of claim to fame is these really expensive repartos. So we're just going to look a little bit. So again, Leon is out here to the east and a little bit south. And then this is Chichigalpa with Flor de Caña. And then this is Chinandega, the much smaller satellite city, and its small little moon of El Viejo out west of Leon. And now, as you come in on this highway, this entire zone coming through here is actually really nice. So the city, you'll notice the city kind of goes out along the highway, just as Leon does along its Route 3. And this is the road heading to the beach. And this is the road heading to, Honduras. Okay. So Colonia Grasa and Benito Cento and Reparto Santa Maria Goretti, these areas are actually really nice. There's some cool stuff along there, and there's like neat hotels and restaurants all along there. Not a ton, but a little bit. And then you hit the Rotunda, and this starts to be a bunch of stuff right here, including this is the big mall, the Central Plaza Occidente, right? Which is probably, I don't actually know, but I feel like it's actually bigger than our mall in Leon. It's probably got the same stores, right? We've got that one. We've got the other one they showed. We do not have a food court. They do, so that's different. We don't have that. So they have stuff, right? We don't have a train. What? Who knows? Oh, these are really old. This is like 2018. Now, this is not in that plaza, so this is completely fake. Unless this is... Wait, what? Oh, maybe that moved. That is not where that is now. Yeah, these are really old photos. That's very misleading. Anyway, there's a decent-sized mall here, which is cool. And then you can go into the city, but once you're into the downtown area, it feels a lot like Leon. It feels like Leon, but not colonial, but otherwise much like Leon. But if you go to the north here along the ring road, this very quickly, once you get past about here, turns into a really interesting area. First of all of this out to the east is very ritzy, not too dense barrio, or reparto probably. And then you hit the fields pretty quickly. So this is not dense. And notice that this area is not dense either on the west side. It becomes dense over here, but here it is not. And so this entire zone is very ritzy. And right in here, this is a very fancy hotel. And notice that price. You don't normally see 4,000. Yeah, sometimes. This is a very fancy hotel. It's not going to bring up a price, but it's similar. These are a strip of really fancy restaurants in between. There's some shopping. Got another decent hotel over here. You've got a La Colonia, always a sign of a good neighborhood. You've got fancy high schools. You've got government ministries. You've got some museums over here that I have filmed before, hold on, let's see, right around, it must be this. Yep, here's one of the museums that I highly recommend. Hard to find when it's open. There's a theater here. There's a big nonprofit that's been there for forever. Neat neighborhoods, neat stuff. The houses are here. They're not like giant mansions. Oh, there's some stores. And the Ministry of Education is here. You can see some of these are pretty fancy houses, right? And then there's big parks in the middle of it. So there's a lot going on. And new stuff is popping up along here. A lot of nice stores, big gymnasiums, new neighborhoods to live in. All through this, some of this you get the downtown barrios kind of encroaching, but there's some cool stuff going on all over. Now this is another rotunda. This is where you head off to Honduras, but again, you got nice areas up here. Not nearly as interesting because it isn't on the way to Leon. And then even this area, not too bad. And then the ring doesn't actually come around on the other side. It goes most of the way around, but doesn't complete. Will they complete someday? I think they won't, actually. So it's interesting that they have this ring road. It feels like a big circle that's going to go around the city, but it does not. I don't know what this area is like. I've never been down there. I don't know anyone who has. And then the road going out to the beach is actually quite nice as well, and very busy because it's a shipping beach. So there's always traffic along there. So a lot going on. But so especially this eastern zone, especially Montserrat, in Chinandega, offers just a ton of interesting potential. But with so many restaurants and shopping things out there, I think there needs to be more done between Leon and Chinandega. But if you live in Leon, it's hard to know enough about Chinandega to know what to do. And if you are from Chinandega, then Leon is kind of inaccessible. And the buses that go between them both go to not the best locations. So not meaning like bad locations, but not the most convenient locations. So you're stuck getting like taxis on either side, which ups the cost a lot. Whereas the buses could pretty easily just do a quick loop in both places and drop people off in places that were way more useful. Now, the advantage to Chinandega is that you can be dropped off basically at the Ferriones and have an entire zone that you can basically walk to do shopping and different things. Whereas in Leon, we don't have a single place like that that's so useful. But there is definitely a lot in Chinandega worth exploring, and I think it's got a lot of potential. I need to do some shows up there. It's really not that far away. Everything comes down to when I can get the car, because the car is used for work all the time, like never ends. My dad is here for a little bit. Hey, Dad, how you doing? Happy New Year. Luke says, Hotel Cacique Adiac, 149 for 2 nights, first week of February. I may book. Best bus plan, a direct chicken bus from Matagalpa to Leon. Yes, a chicken bus. I believe Matagalpa to Leon is your best bet. I don't think you're going to beat that. Cacique Adiac is very comfortable and is directly next door to April's place, although you could also hit up April for Casamango too. But you don't get all the, it's an Airbnb, so you don't have, like, the hotel's nice and it has a restaurant. And of course, if you're at Casamango, so she lived at Cacique Adiac while building Casamango. So of course she constantly got food for Mango from there. I have not eaten at the Cacique Adiac since Mango was under construction. It's hard to believe it has been that long. That is, it's amazing how time flies. There's so many places it's like, yeah, I was there recently. No. That was a long time ago. I'm just checking out some of these cute. I'm distracted by cute places in Chinandega. This is the Terreno Bar. That looks cute. Not enough pictures. But current, that is just a few months ago, so that's encouraging. This little neighborhood, I can only imagine, is just generally cool. Nika hot dogs for sure. The Friends Shop. Oh, how nice. It's a restaurant called the Friends Shop. Okay. I kind of want to go there just to... video people. Are they doing karaoke? What are they doing? If only he knew he was on a live stream. I want to check this place out. When's it open? Closes at 11. Closes at 11? What kind of bar is closing at 11? Oh, there's pupusas right there, so you're good. There's the Portales. That's where I like to stay when I'm in Shenandoah. I've shown this before, but it's been a long time. It's a little bit pricey, but it's so nice. Like, check out those rooms. That's a hard one to find in Leon, right? And this is all modern. It's got a kind of an old aesthetic, but it's very modern. Nice dining, nice pool. The rooms are nice. It has spa things. I don't know where that is. There's a private kitchen? I don't know anything about that. I've never seen that. There's obviously lobby. Is it just me? Just seeing that, I'm like, she must get a lot of exercise lifting those shoes. They feel heavy. They're way too chunky. Oh, that's a nice view. I don't remember ever seeing that in there. They've got some big rooms that are really nice and spacious. The pool's fantastic. I know Alan has gone up there just to use the pool. Sometimes he stays there because it's such a nice pool. I guess there's a bar that I never go to because I'm there and I'm always getting breakfast. So it's an enclosed, air-conditioned breakfast area. They have nice gardens all throughout the place. It's really comfortable. So anyway, I like that place a lot in Shenandoah. Oh, Luke says April's place is only $116 for the 2 nights. Oh, do that, Luke. For sure. Wait. Which place is it? Is it the studio? I bet that's the studio. The studio is not air-conditioned. It's the other places. There's 3 rooms. There's the small house, the big house, and the studio. The studio is really nice. It's super cool. It's right on the street, but it's not air conditioned, and so you may not want to do that. I mean, February, we're not too bad here, but it is Leon. Air conditioning is nice. I've never been in the Farallones. I've been in its parking lot a lot, but I've never been inside. I really need to go stay and check it out just because I need to do regular tours of hotels. I wish you guys would, and many thanks to Manuel, who just joined the channel. Thank you so much. It is very rare that we get people joining the channel and new people joining. We have members, right? But to get new people coming on, it's not a common thing, and it makes a huge difference. And if we got enough people doing that or donating through buymeacoffee.com, it would make it so much easier to go out and film like hotels and restaurants and stuff, because it is costly, right? And not that, you know, I can't afford to go to a hotel from time to time, but going and staying in a lot of these hotels, I really would only do to film for the show, really. Like, this is within easy drive of home. This is like 45 minutes from my house. Am I really going to go stay 45 minutes away to check out the Farallones? Well, I'd like to. I would enjoy that a lot, so I really don't mind doing it for you guys. But dropping $100-$120 to do that and then having to get dinner and having to take the car and tie it up for a night to go do it is like, well, that's a lot of money I don't need to spend. I don't really know if that makes sense. But if the show covers a bit of it, then I'm happy to do it pretty much nonstop. I love this furniture. This is very Nicaraguan, modern, generic, but I love it. It's gorgeous, especially this color combination, the beige, the orange, and the dark brown. That is just my vibe. This place is gorgeous. I do want to check it out. It looks fantastic. I want to sit at the bar. I want to try the restaurant. I've heard good things about it. That looks really good. When are these pictures from? Oh, they don't say. Oh, 2020. These are a bit old, but pretty sure it's still like this. I feel like this is the kind of place I could talk my kids into. Like, hey, let's go hang out for the evening. Now this is is this no this is so this just happens to be a New Year's deal, but from 4 years ago or 3 years ago, $138 for 2 people. But that includes dinner buffet and breakfast plus your room. That is not bad, not bad at all for a nice looking place. It's Legend Restaurant and Lounge. I'd love to check both of them out. Maybe I'll do that. My kids have been saying they want to go somewhere. We haven't done Chin and Day in a long time. I could easily talk them into 2 or 3 meals up there and just hang out, just in this little zone right here. And I could walk around and fill. No, now I'm talking myself into it. Seems like a good idea. They liked doing this museum. That was a fun trip. So Manuel, right seconds after I said thank you so much, posted this. Hey, Scott, longtime follower writing from Los Chiles, Frontera Norte, Costa Rica, on the beautiful Rio Frio, 2 kilometers from Nicaragua, right across from San Carlos, Nicaragua. Oh, that's awesome. Well, welcome, Manuel. Thank you so much for joining, and welcome to the live stream. Luke says, Mango House, elegant loft in the center, no mention of HVAC. I have the volume up to 11 and can't hear over the fireworks in the background. Yeah, I think you'll want one of the ones with air conditioning. It'll be a bit more expensive. 116 makes it just like $58 per night. That's definitely the loft, I'm sure. But yeah, this is that out. What's that? No, that's a 4.5, and this is a 4.4. But I've not stayed at this one. I've stayed at this one multiple times, so I'd like to check it out. I think that would be cool. I'm going to talk to my kids about that. How are we doing on? How are we doing on time? I don't even know what time it is. It is 9 o'clock. We have we got a lot of people on. We are good. Janice says the other rooms have pools too. Yes, the loft is just a loft on the street, but the 2 houses at Casamango both have private pools, which are really nice. And at least the one has a full giant modern kitchen. I call April style Guatemala modern. Like, it feels like a modern apartment in Guatemala built in like La Antigua. So it's pretty cool. I really like the spaces and the stuff she's done there. Well, cool. That is awesome. We're having a good couple days. I don't know if it's just because it's the New Year's. The show is doing quite well. There's a lot going on. So this is where, okay, so I'm cleaning up the the automated filters on YouTube catch the weirdest stuff. A reply to a comment, Brent saying Happy New Year gets caught. Do you know good websites for long-term rentals? Which obviously, come on, but better than real estate questions. Those are the things caught in the filters. Like, so weird. I just released those. I have to go in and manually release them for all kinds of stuff. Jim just posted. It actually says a day ago, but who knows why. It's so random how it comes up. Happy New Year, Scott. Looks like you'll be off to another great start. I'm hoping to get a quick tour down there before April too, so definitely be glued to your channel. Oh, I'm gonna say awesome. As long as you guys are not writing too much, I'll get through some of the back comments. I need to turn on the regular filter because I'm getting all the stuff. Other rooms. Manuel says, would love to meet you. We'll be driving north across the Tablilas border second half of January and discuss possible residency in Nicaragua. Buy you lunch at a favorite restaurant. Yeah, absolutely. Let me know when you're coming. What did you say? Second half of January. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not scheduled to travel in January. I am scheduled to travel in February, just a little bit, a couple days. Except for obviously Luke and I are hoping to go to the Mosquito Coast at some time in January. We got to make that happen, but not like leaving the country or anything. So yeah, absolutely, Manuel. Let's try to get together while you're here. But real quick, things about residency, right? Just moved to Nicaragua. Under normal circumstances, with most passports, you can just move here. You don't have to worry about anything at the time that you are coming. And there we go. And you can then get residency in time, which can be weeks like Luke, or months like almost no one I know, or years, which is normally the case. You can do border runs to Costa Rica to keep things going. So you can do this border run system for a long time. We know someone who's been doing 17 years. I know people locally have done it like 7 or 8 years. And then getting residency at some point probably is going to be in the cards, but is extremely easy under normal circumstances. And there's a lot of options. But there's very little you need to do ahead of time. You can just kind of move and then figure things out over a period of generally years as to exactly what you want to do. And of course, part of that is making the decision, is this really what you want to do? You don't have to make any big commitment. And not that a residency makes a commitment, obviously, but it's a commitment to time and effort and some money. And then if you decide that you don't want to be there, then what a waste, right? So you do want to put in a bit of time normally to get to know a place. Nicaragua does a great job of making that easily accessible to figure that out. James says, this is James McGowan, who's normally on the live stream. I don't think he is right now. He hasn't said hi. Luke points out residency has lost perks for all but investors. I've heard that. As an investor, I get all the perks. But if you're not an investor, basically everyone's been avoiding it because you still got to do the every 6 month reprint of your cedula. Kind of burns a lot of the value that people were perceiving in it. And most of the people who are looking for residency, who are seeking it, are kind of like, oh, I need it for, and then they mention something that it doesn't do. And it's like, that's not how that works. It's a lot of confusion. So James says, was at a really good smokehouse. For dessert, they had cheesecake from the smoker. OMG. That sounds really good. I do love cheesecake and things from smokers. So, Beto Media, I assume. Great video. I assume you're on right now, Beto, because you were on earlier. Great video. I have a question. Does Nicaragua have any doctor that treat with organ transplant patients specifically for kidneys? I'm going to do... First of all, I'm going to put a shout out, Janet, or anyone who's like an expert here. What do you know about this? That's a tough one. I do not have, as you can imagine, a direct answer for that, and I will mention... what mark are we at on the live stream? Anyone know? We are at 347. Let me refresh that just to make sure that that's accurate. 347. It is indeed the 347 mark. And well, I'll be right back to you. I'm going to answer this as best as I can. Nicaragua, I do not know anything about organ transplants here in Nicaragua. I have not heard of anyone doing an organ transplant here. But to be fair, I've not heard about anyone doing an organ transplant back in the U.S. either, other than like celebrities or something, or stories of people. So it's not a good indicator. We have some amazing hospitals and amazing doctors here, and the country is known for kidney issues for a lot of reasons. So there is a lot of work done on kidneys. Does that include organ transplants? I do not know. So that is one I would recommend for that. Actually sending a note, unless someone can jump in with information, Janice says, was this treating people who have had transplants? I believe that is correct. I believe it is treating people who have had transplants. I don't think he's looking to do a transplant, although I'm sure that's a good question as well. That would be a good conversation to have directly with Vivian Pellis. You can do that remotely, or with Militar, or with Bautista. Those are all hospitals. Those would be the three that I would say actually just have a conversation with them and be like, here's my exact needs: kidney, had a transplant, need a transplant, whatever. Run through those things. So what can you do? What are your capabilities? What would you send me out of the country for? And sometimes, so we have the larger, more advanced or higher quality, maybe, healthcare system than Costa Rica. But Costa Rica is number 2 in the zone. We're number 1, but they're number 2. And we don't completely overlap. So even though we're the larger country and we have the higher ranked medical, once in a while, there are things we don't have. And Costa Rica tends to have better equipment and more niche stuff. So sometimes, especially for testing, they will send people to Costa Rica. Sometimes they even send them on the public plan. Sometimes they'll just recommend that you go to Costa Rica for specific things. Costa Rica is very close, right? So it'd be like living in Pennsylvania and they're like, well, we don't have this. We're going to send you to the Cleveland Clinic. It's not that far away. And you're like, yeah, that's just in Ohio. We all just go there. So it's very easy to live in Nicaragua and be like, oh, my doctor said I really need to see this specialist in San Jose. No big deal. Take a bus, take a plane, drive yourself, go to San Jose and go see the doctor there. As long as you're not doing it once a week, not a big deal. Even if it's once a month, it's not a very big deal. And if you're just doing it for an occasional, once a year or twice a year, or just when, someone needs you to see a specialist, not a big deal at all. Janet says, I haven't heard anything about transplants here yet, because treating for not rejecting would be a lot more possible, and hopefully there is someone who would know. Hopefully there would be, but who knows? So unfortunately, Beto, I don't have a great answer, but I don't think very many people will. I think you're kind of stuck talking to someone here directly, which is not a bad thing, right? And one of the nice things is it's really easy here to hook up with a doctor or a facility, and you could potentially hire a private doctor to work with you on advice and stuff. And oh my gosh, there's a doctor chatting with me in the background. Hold on. I'm going to try to get an answer right now if they see me writing. All right, I just asked a doctor. I didn't even think about the fact that I had a doctor actively sending me messages as I do this. Transplants are rare. We're reading something according to the US, but this is like real stuff, it seems like. A total of 154 kidney transplants have been performed in Nicaragua in the referral children's hospital and 2 private hospitals in Managua. I'm not sure which one's the referral children's hospital. I think that's in Belo Horizonte, but I'm not sure. The average age of Minsan In's dialysis patients is 49.9 years. The 3-year survival rate for patients initiated on hemodialysis is 52%, an increased age, and comorbidities. I don't think that's spelled right. Comorbidities. Oh, no, it is. Comorbidities are associated with poorer survival, of course. So it's been done. They can do it, but it's not something we definitely know a lot about. And that is an old report from a decade ago. So I'm sure a lot have been done since then. And 10 years ago, we weren't the leader in healthcare in the region, and now we are. This is not an area where we would expect a big leap forward, but it is an area where we would expect some movement forward for sure. So it's a good question. Unfortunately, I can't answer with any certainty or anything of that nature. For Patricia, I assume she is on. She asked, I'm going to get right back to you, Manuel. About the extreme example, lack of food variety short that we posted today. How long has that kid been in the USA? None, never goes to the USA. And what part of the country does he live in? Lives in Leon here in Nicaragua. He might be expected to have his own family recipe by now. The only place I could imagine this happening is Florida. His family is from Florida, but he lives in Nicaragua. Did he like the lasagna and cheesecake? I don't think he liked the lasagna. I think he did like the cheesecake. I believe that's how it went. It may have been reversed. I'm pretty sure it was the cheesecake he liked and not the lasagna. It's definitely the growing up in Nicaragua, even though he's an American, that causes the lack of exposure to different types of food and ingredients and recipes and ideas about food, because people just don't spend the time thinking about food in that way of like, oh, this new thing I could try out or whatever. It's just not a thing very much. So it gets very, very limited. It is getting better as the middle class explodes and there's opportunities for new restaurants. There is more happening, but not in Leon, unfortunately. Pretty much all in Managua, Chinandega, Matagalpa. Those places just get a lot more variety somewhat naturally. All right. Getting back to Larry just real quickly says, just jump back on, what did you wind up ordering for Vittles? We didn't. Everything closed. Paducia completely closed. So I'm going to make pasta for the kids later. But I do have a big slab of Parmesan. So I'm going to fresh grate some Parmesan. And we have Costa Rican butter and American Parmesan. I can't get Italian here, but the American's pretty good. And I will whip up my butter sage pasta, but add in the Parmesan. So it's a mix between a traditional-ish Roman sage and pepper pasta with Alfredo and kind of putting the two together. And I absolutely love it. That is one of the areas that I do some cooking in because I did live in Italy and absolutely fell in love with real Italian cuisine. Not that I didn't like it before, but there's something about getting it in Italy. So like eating in Rome, I find Rome is really good. And then in the north, that's just, except for arancini. Love arancini. Okay. Manuel says, thanks. EU passport. Most beautiful country in Southern Europe, but rainy in the winter. And Costa Rica isn't cutting it for obvious reasons. What's the best way to contact you? Best thing is to hit me up on email, and then we'll get on WhatsApp, right? Like, I can't give out my WhatsApp on here. That's a problem. But my email is in the show notes. So it's just scott@LatinAmericanLiving.com. Yes. So shoot me an email there. We will catch up. EU passports. So EU passports are same as US and Canada, that you basically can live here indefinitely with no effort whatsoever. So you're the same as us. Just show up and you're good. Eventually, you'll want residency, almost certainly, but it could be you'll probably want to stall as long as possible. It's unlikely that there will be a benefit that'll push you to it. It'll be kind of a break even, and at some point, the government will be like, "It's time for residency." You'll be like, "Okay, whatever," and then you'll switch, and then life will be the same, and that's about it. So that's probably the system you'll go through. But because you have that that EU passport, you can just come. You're all set to just be here. Hey, this is so funny. So apparently, because Dominica and Marcella, so keep in mind, Marcella is just about to turn 40 and has kids who are older teenagers. So they've been out partying in Granada for New Year's, while I stayed behind to take care of the kids here, to hang out with my kids here. They don't need me to take care of them, and especially they don't need anybody to take care of them, right? They're basically adults, but they also have staff, so like they really don't need me here for anything. They're very equipped with 24/7 staff to do whatever they need. But and Paul was here, right? Paul didn't leave, but he was just doing his own things. But there is but apparently my wife, the party animal, posted too many status updates about them partying in Granada that Marcella's mother wrote to her to yell at her about the partying in Granada for New Year's. It's New Year's, like, come on. But that's pretty funny that that they got in trouble for that. Anyway, this is in real time, right? That just happened on the live stream. Okay, so let's get back to the actual questions. I'm getting distracted by funny stuff. This is why I don't go out and party. I stay home with the kids and hang out because my father knows my status. So if I'm getting wild parties, he'll be like, what you doing there? It's funny because he's on the live stream. Oh, wait. My dad is jumping off as I make that comment. He said, gotta run, busy morning, happy New Year's. Bye, Dad, love you. Okay, so haven't heard blah, 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 blah. No, he said EU. EU passport, most beautiful country. Oh, Costa Rica just isn't cutting it for obvious reasons. What's the best way? Okay, we did cover all of that. Awesome. He says, thank you. We'll be in touch soon. Really appreciate your help. Absolutely. It'll be cool to hang out, and hopefully we can find you a good path to life in Nicaragua. Down to my dad. LLMGPT says, Happy New Year. It's amazing how hard that is to say those letters quickly. And Denisis6849, I have a little with autism. How are disability services? I have a little with autism. How are disability services? Disability services are lean, I would say, in general, but they do exist. So we're not saying lean as in non-existent. We're saying lean as in lean. So I and my wife, we think, we know I have autism. We believe my wife does. I mean, there is no reasonable way she does not. My eldest most definitely does. My youngest most definitely does not. But so we have some exposure to it. And additionally, and I don't think she's watching right now, but Marcella and her eldest daughter are both trained in autism management, like handling children with autism in a school classroom setting. So they're specifically like, not teachers, but like classroom assistant training to help teachers who have students who have autism with like one-on-one stuff, or I don't even know what all it is, but they're actually certified for that in Nicaragua. So Nicaragua actually has free training programs for educational resources and such to help people with autism. So it is a thing that they're addressing and concerned about and investing in. So that's all very good. That doesn't mean that there's a lot or that it's very deep. There are plenty of psychologists and people who do private work in the medical professions. I think you would most likely find that there are a good number of resources that if you're an expat and you're seeking resources and you're willing to spend some money or time and effort, I think you're going to be able to find some resources. I don't know what those are, and we don't have to use them. For us as adults. We're not in need of services. My daughter does not attend public school. She homeschools, which Nicaragua makes very easy for us, and being Texans could not possibly be easier for us. And so we have availability of services from the US if we need it, which we don't. We do have accessibility to services here in Nicaragua if we need it, but we don't. And because of the homeschool, we're able to adjust curriculum and do whatever we need for her from a school perspective, which is generally where autism is going to impact you the most. It depends on your child's needs, of course, and what they have and how that manifests. And you know, there's a lot of variables there, right, and a lot of unknowns as you move forward. But I think in most cases you would have a lot of flexibility to address things here, whether it is finding a private school. I assume that school is primarily your concerns, but if not, definitely let us know. Public school will provide some resources if you're in a position to send your kid to public school. You may not have the, try to state this correctly, you may not have the right to send your kid to school, meaning that they can't stop you. But in most cases, if you're an expat and your child wants to attend public school here, it is at the school's discretion. But the schools we know of actually request it. Some will even come around to your home and be like, we'd love your child to attend school, with us. You're under no obligation, but they'll actually invite you. And in other cases, they'll put up with you, and in some they'll say no. It depends on the school. If you have investor residency, as Luke mentions, they have no choice. You have full right to school. Your kid shows up, they have to get to go to school, period. You're the same as any Nicaraguan kid. In private schools, it's going to be by the school. Some may be great, some may be awful. I don't know of any that are one or the other, but both could exist. And then for a lot of autistic kids, homeschooling is the right answer, I think. I know for many it is. I would say a huge percentage probably would find that to be the most beneficial. Just there's two ways to look at it, right? There's how much is autism going to make public school difficult? And the answer may be for some people a lot, and for some maybe it's fine, they can get through it. And I was a good example of that it made school more difficult. It made me enjoy it a lot less, even though I enjoy education more. It made me feel like the school was there to beat the love of education out of me. It made me feel like adults hated me. They did a lot of things, but it didn't make school insurmountable. It just made it a little bit more of a challenge than for other people, but it gave me a very different perspective of school. But that's one side, right? Can you get through school? Then there's the opposite, though, is school is designed to have a certain amount of benefit to people who are neurotypical. Do those advantages exist for your child with autism? And they might. And one could argue pretty well that even though I found school very frustrating and have a lot of negative perspectives of it, that fighting through some of those things was very beneficial for me. So that's easily a good argument, but it depends on your child. Would my daughter benefit from public school? I can assure you the answer is no. Every moment of school would be torture, every second of it wasted. It would not be educationally beneficial, it would not be socially beneficial, it would only harm her life. That's an extreme example in both cases, right? I think I was extreme on the school was able to be beneficial to me even though I didn't enjoy it. And I think school is exceptionally not advantageous for my daughter, even though she's really, really smart. And and so it's very individualized. But I think you'll find for kids with autism, in most cases, that school carries little to no value. And so fighting to go through it, this is very much getting into but as an educator and as someone with autism and someone as a parent of someone with autism, that it's not that you can't make them get through school, but you have to answer the question of, but why do I want them to go to school? And maybe the answer is a really good one, but you want to think through and see if you have that answer, right? Is it, well, I thought I was supposed to? Then you basically have the answer that you don't want to do that, right? If you can't define why you want to do something that is unlikely to be good, chances are you don't want to do it, right? Why do you want to jump off this bridge and slam into those rocks below? I just thought I was supposed to. Okay, well, you're going to die. So if you don't have a really significant death wish, then I'm sure jumping off this bridge is the wrong thing for you. Right? Err on the side of survival. And you can always make the decision to kill yourself later, right? If that's what you wanted to do. You're not gonna throw that away by not dying now, right? So let's live for now and live to decide another day. With school and autism, it's so unbelievably likely to be a very negative experience, and so incredibly likely to not carry benefits, because school does not carry socialization benefits for normal students. For autistic children, often it's incredibly negative, very antisocial, separates them, makes them feel more apart. Homeschool will make them feel more a part of things because they won't have that I was with people and set apart feeling. It'll have a everyone does their own path and this was just my path feeling, which is quite different. So it's things to consider for sure. Where did my conversation go? So that's just some thoughts on it from me, things to consider. I don't know how old your kid is. I want to try to keep up with these things before we jump around. But Janet says, I think people here are very accepting of autistic people. I think that's generally true. I think neurodivergence, like other divergence, like societal divergence, entertainment divergence, like people have so much more dynamicism in what's accepted here in general. The U.S. is a very conformity-based culture, and Nicaragua, every culture is conformity-based. That's what makes it a culture, of course. But I think the amount of conformity that's expected from people in society is just so much less in Nicaragua, except for when it comes to food, for obvious reasons. And Jan says, of course, there are so many levels and abilities. LLM said, GPT said, what is the difference between a hostel and a hotel? So both are classifications of accommodations, and there's others as well, pensionado, a hospedeja, and so forth. But most of them are pretty small. Just like in the United States, you have a travel lodge, you have an inn, you have a motel, you have a hostel, you have a hotel. Those things are not necessarily strict definitions in the United States, but we all pretty much know what they mean, with the exception of hostel. Almost all Americans have no idea what it means. They use hostel to refer to youth hostel, which is a subcategory of hostel that no one else on earth thinks they mean when they say hostel, and are very confused by what Americans think. Oh, hold on. Saying goodnight to people. Okay. So a hotel and this is true across Latin America. This is true across Europe. There's different parts of the world. Every country has their own strict definitions of these things, or in the U.S. they have no definitions and it's all very loose. They just everything's a hotel basically, and then they trust you to be honest with your own assessments. But a hotel, like here in Nicaragua or in Europe, is going to mean they have to have food service for a certain amount of things. They have to have a certain level of quality. They have to have ensuite bathrooms and so forth, or it doesn't really count. They can't. I don't know. They have to have windows. They have to there's a bunch of things that they have to qualify as a hotel. And then the number of stars you get is based on very specific things as well. So it's a whole ranking system that Americans tend to see as like, oh, a 5-star hotel, that just means it's quality. No. In Europe and in Latin America, that means a government agency has checked your credentials and has granted you a number of stars based on a government assessment of a very strict list of things. It's not somebody's personal opinion or some ranking from a website. That is not what it is, right? Hostels, similarly, are a lower level of service than a hotel. But remember, a lower, I don't know if you remember, keep in mind, a low level place like a hostel is allowed to add services, but they're not held to them. A hotel has to have a restaurant, for example. They have to be a true hotel. We often say hotel to just like lump things in, but so for example, my hotels are actually a hospedejas, and the hostels must have a shared kitchen. You have to have somewhere you can cook. Doesn't have to be big, doesn't have to be much. They have the lowest level of expectation of rooms. It can be just, a bare bed in a room. I don't know if it has to have a window. Definitely doesn't have to have air conditioning. Does not have to have an ensuite bathroom. All those kinds of things, right? It's very ability to be basic. But you will find many hostels. So my place, which is now quite luxurious, was categorized as a hostel previously. It has indoor pool. It has, air conditioning. It has private rooms. I just did a video that isn't out yet talking about how they cram beds into rooms in Nicaragua and that you never get the luxury of just a big room with just a bed like you would want on a romantic couples getaway. But mine does have that, right? I have a big room with just a big bed in it with room to walk around and doors on multiple sides with pool views and walk out into indoor pool and pool bar and private beach. And it's pretty darn fancy. It's not fancy, right? But it's way more than you would expect from something that had been classified as a hostel, right? So that sometimes throws people off that the hostels here get quite fancy in many cases, not just once in a while. Not like we're the exception. We're completely in line with many hostels throughout the country. There's also youth hostels. There's also very cheap hostels. There's very bare bones hostels. There's quiet hostels that cater to those over, 50, like me. And there's places that are party hostels that cater to wild crowds. There's all kinds of hostels. Hostels have a tendency to be themed and cater to different audiences. And plenty of places are just middle of the road hostels that are clean bed, minimal accoutrements, and generally focus on private rooms. The shared room that Americans assume is part of a hostel thing is not the norm. It is also known as a dorm. So dorm is not the norm. Dorm, not the norm. Many hostels offer dorm options, but it is not all hostels, and it is rarely the majority of the accommodations within a hostel, right? If you have a hostel that does have shared rooms, there's a good chance that it's just 1 or 2 shared room accommodations out of 10 or 15 non-shared. Now, it is relatively common to have shared bathrooms. So you have a private room, but 2 or 3 rooms share a bathroom. And even the really nice Alhambra facility in Granada is like that. You get pretty nice rooms, pretty small beds, but comfy, well done, very clean, decently modern. But you have a shared bathroom. Again, clean, nice, everything's great. It's just a shared bathroom. Honestly, I'll even put up with that one. The Alhambra is such a nice facility that I don't mind the shared bathroom thing very much. Still don't love it. I rarely choose it, but it's fine. got some scrolling problems here. But so that's really the difference. It's that expectations of services and a few things like that. But so for most people, hostel is just kind of like what Americans used to call motels. But American motels generally means outdoor entrance, and hostel has no such association. There's almost nothing with outdoor entrances here in Nicaragua because of the way that we structure things. So all of that is moot for the most part in the way that they categorize. Does Grenada have private schools with bilingual programs? I'm going to say I'm almost certain that they do. It is the second largest expat community in the country, but I don't know that it does. I've never had to research them there. I don't live in Grenada anymore. When I did live in Grenada, my kids were tiny, and we knew always that my kids were going to homeschool even before we knew that they needed to. We had always planned on it, so it's not something that I know. Certainly in Managua, you got some great bilingual schools, including ones that are not bilingual with English. LLM says some autistic people are super intelligent too. Yes, probably the majority. Or the majority are intelligent, at least, maybe not super intelligent. Larry says San Juan del Sur was the first popular place. That's why everyone references it. I don't know if that's true. So when I lived here originally, Grenada was super popular, and San Juan del Sur was a backwater that was just starting to come up, I felt. Discovered by people staying in Costa Rica. They had to go there for immigration. People found out it's much cheaper than CR. I found it in 2011, mostly surfers from California that stayed in Nicaragua. Yeah, back then it was different. And when I first went there in 2015, it was not the hopping place that it became and then stopped being. But Grenada, like, for a long time, Grenada was on the radar, at least my experience, and no one knew about San Juan del Sur at all until Sunday Funday kicked in, and now Naked Tiger has failed. Luke says, food coma's kicking in. Audio, y'all. Have a good night, Luke. Janet says, absolutely a good idea for my family are both, and school can stink because you just want to learn. That was always my thing. I wanted to learn, and school wanted anything but for students to learn. When you want to learn and go to school, holy cow, does it become clear how much they will fight you and how angry educators get when you want to learn. Nothing will piss off a teacher like a student who wants to learn. There's exceptions, of course. There are teachers who do want to teach, but that is not the norm. You want to make a teacher angry, actually care about the subject you're learning about. Not very many teachers are the science teacher from Stranger Things. That is not the expectation. D. Gilbert is here. Been too long since I've made a live stream. Sorry. Yes, it's been too long. 2 weeks, I think. LLM GPT. Oh, wonderful, Janet. And some finished school and college early because they are so bright. Janet says, a hotel is the top tier fancy place to stay. A motel in the States would be the less expensive, more simple place to get private rooms. But in Nicaragua, there are a lot of hostels. Continuing. Hostels are smaller, usually have some private rooms, some shared rooms, some private bathrooms, some shared bathrooms. Janet says, the only thing they can't deal with is my answer to ¿Cómo estás? D. Gilbert says, who is Paul Guy speak about often? That's my business partner, and he lives here with me, so he pops in quite often. Is he still living in Nicaragua? That's who talks to me from the door. That's why I talk to him. That's why I mention him so much, is because he likes to pop in while I'm on the live stream and make commentary. So in this case, I had asked him to pick up food because everyone's like, send Paul for food. But it was too late. He had already returned from driving around. Yeah, he's generally here during the live stream. But he doesn't like to be on the show. He has been on the show. If you search on him, there's some episodes where I've interviewed him on the show. Is he your neighbor now? I mean, he's my neighbor as in he lives across the hallway. Remember, I have a big estate. So it's me and my wife and my kids and Paul all live here. When he moved to become my business partner, he had been living in Missouri and gave up the job he was doing there. And we're like, move to Dallas. And we're like, we have space, just move in with us. He's like, all right. So he moved down, ended up living with us, and invested in the company. And we've been business partners for a long time now. And so when we moved to Nicaragua, we all decided to move to Nicaragua together. So if you go back to my old episodes, like 2019, it was Alan, And Rachel that I came down with, Alan was looking at moving. Rachel is my best friend. And at that time, I was helping Alan make decisions about moving. And when I went back, it was Paul and my wife Dominica that I talked to about, hey, we should move the company to Nicaragua. And we had this whole like long thing, which we've talked about on the show a bunch. That was Paul. So he was part of it. He had been in Costa Rica when I was here in 2015. We were not business partners yet, but he was in Costa Rica on vacation when I was living in Nicaragua. We tried to all meet while here, but it didn't work out because in 2015, people don't really remember, but Nicaragua and Costa Rica went to near armed conflict on the border. And so they actually closed the border as Nicaragua moved army to the border and like secured it. And because Costa Rica was sending drugs or something into Nicaragua, Nicaragua had enough of it and militarized the border for a little while and closed the border crossings. We're all like, okay, we're not going to Costa Rica right now. So we didn't get to hang out there. But he and I had done some work together in Panama when I lived there prior to Nicaragua. So he was like, oh, Costa Rica was good. If Nicaragua was even better, let's go there. So he was all in immediately on Nicaragua, sight unseen, which is wild. But when you know us, we're kind of more like that. And he's the one that came down with me in 2021 to make the final arrangements and do all the purchasing of the hotel and stuff. And actually moved down before us, even though we had been here previously, just because we had to arrange the kids and everything. So he's not really my neighbor, more than a neighbor. Autism can save tens of thousands of dollars in student loans. It really can. Jan says, in certain cases for sure, but the whole system needs to be reimagined. Some of us just get lost. Others can do their thing successfully independently. Then there are some who really want to be, say, a PhD in physics that had to go through that system. Denise says, hotels have interior doors, motels have exterior doors in the U.S. That is correct. Here, that's what I was saying. It's slightly different. We don't have that motel designation here, but you also never find it, except for that one hotel that I showed you that does have exterior. So it feels like a motel, and it's like, that's like a motel, but we don't have that word here. Larry says, I stayed at Azul 10 years ago. I think small indoor pool, Chinese woman owned. I don't know who owned it 10 years ago, and I don't know who bought it now, but yes, it definitely has an indoor pool, which I have photos of from 10 years ago. It's funny that it was 10 years ago. Maybe we stayed there at the same time. LLMGPT says, some just love test taking, Janet, which comes in handy for advanced placement exams to graduate early. You know, that I love test taking, and it did a lot for me in my career, but very little for me in school because I was advanced enough that advanced placement wasn't allowed. They didn't consider it good enough for placement. And so it actually can be a double-edged sword that if you're too good, it stops being a thing. It also doesn't allow graduation early. When I went through the system, there was no early graduation. Didn't exist. All of us completed a year early. We had to go through our last year just taking BS classes because they had no concept of early graduation and they had no way to give you college classes early. I actually think that for most people, I think for most autistic people, maybe this is not true. This is very, very, very guessing. I feel like all those advanced placement things do not help those with autism the way that they seem like they would. They're so designed around neurotypical career paths and going to right. They don't get you out of high school early. They help you do more with college, but they don't help you with the really good universities. They help you with entry-level ones. And if you are really good, they actually get in the way because now you're putting in tons of time working the system at a younger age rather than getting ahead in the thing you actually do. They actually derail some of the most important things that many autistic students have, which, for example, in my particular case, I started working professionally at 13 in my career. I got accepted to the university that I wanted at 16 and got another major jump in my career at 18. My university wouldn't accept any of the advanced placements because they didn't consider the advanced placement exams on par with their university, only on par with normal university. They also wouldn't accept credits from the universities that accepted advanced placements, right? So you could have gone and gotten a degree and then transferred. They would consider it nothing. And if you're spending time doing advanced placements, it's going to make it that much harder to have a career, that much harder to learn on your own, that much harder to get it into the best schools. And so it sounds really good, and I'm sure it's better than it was when I was there. But I think it takes this opportunity and time period of education, again, where people are, in many cases, passionate about learning and comes up with yet another way to derail them and make them focus on memorizing useless stuff for tests rather than actually getting ahead. And so it's more of a temptation. It's like cocaine, right? Does cocaine actually let you do more work? Well, in the short term, yeah, but over a lifetime, no. You're going to burn out. You're going to spend more time in rehab than you are actually being more productive with cocaine. It's not actually making things better. That's how I see the advanced placement exams. It's great that they're an option, but they're an option that works really well for people who are just a little above average. But once you're either very, very above average or simply neurodivergent, whether you're above average or not, even if you're a little bit below average, but neurodivergent, I think you often find that those things do not provide real benefits on average. That is my hot take on that. The thing that I did to mention about test. So when I got into my career after a certain point, maybe 2 or 3 years into my career, I got into my career at a point where certifications in the industry were a really big thing. It was like they were new, and the industry had realized that university was beyond useless. It actually was this unbelievable burden and negative on most career practitioners. So we didn't really want to see people going to university, but we needed something to gauge people on. And so certificates exploded for a little while as this really hot thing. And the idea of having really good certification didn't exist yet. Like, this is when the whole taxonomy of certification became a thing. Some fields had it, but there were fields that had so much overhead and restrictions that certifications were easy to do within them by comparison, and they had very few of them. This was a hot new field with a ton of stuff, and it was so big and demanded such deep education that we were giving certificates at PhD level. But when you're someone like me, I learned because I would study for the certs and I would work really, really hard. And that was good. I learned a ton and the process worked out for me. So I'm not complaining about it. But something that happened was at some point, I became so aware of how they wrote the certs. And I became so aware of enough things that I would go into certs for things I'd never studied for and come out nationally ranked on the topic. And so I would go into job interviews and they'd be like, do you have experience with? And they'd name a thing. And I'd be like, oh yeah, hold on. And I'd pull out the actual cert with my national ranking and be like, I'm 64th highest ranked person on this thing in the country. And they'd be like, oh my gosh, we have never met a person who's certified in this before. Like, we're just looking for someone with experience. You're certified in it and ranked? Oh my gosh, right? And little did they know I'd never touched the thing before. I was just really good at taking tests. I could figure out the patterns of how they asked the question. I could figure out the patterns of how they tried to trick you. And I knew something about the material. So, I was adding real knowledge to it. I wasn't going in as a complete idiot and with pure naivete. There was fringe knowledge that allowed me to eliminate completely BS answers. I understood what the context was, generally understood the words that were being used and such, which someone who had not worked in the field, for example, would be completely lost, I understand. So it did reflect that I had a ton of knowledge in other areas. But the ability to go into specific things and certify on that really showed that the tests were not testing the knowledge that was really useful. It was testing just this kind of general, like, yep, they kind of know the field, right? And it wasn't testing what you really needed. Now, I can also tell you that a lot of the tests were also testing things that were dumb, right? Oh, well, this test is testing something we'll never use in practice. Who cares? And it's not testing things you really need to know. And it's testing things you can memorize and not testing things that are reflected by having a deep knowledge of the system. Those are harder. Right. I also have a famous story of I eventually became a test writer and would write tests for the field. And at some point, some job interview, because I wrote the tests that companies use to test candidates, and they asked me to take my own test. And I'm like, full disclosure, I wrote this test. And they're like, yeah. And they made me take it. And then they acted surprised when I scored like perfect. It wasn't actually perfect. It's a really hard test, but I scored better than anyone could possibly have normally scored. And they acted all flabbergasted. I'm like, are you surprised I'm not an idiot and can't pass my own test? Or you think I'm a liar and you're shocked that I'm not? Which is it? Because I told you ahead of time I wrote this test. So you should, at that point, if you go, really? That's crazy. You have to take it anyway because we don't trust you. Absolutely. Right? Totally understand, but they didn't. They acted like, yeah, whatever, take the test. And then when I clearly had written the test, they were all like, what? This blows our minds. And I'm like, you people are stupid. And I did not take that job. Which was an eye opener to me, is I'm the person who gauges all your candidates. And so think about that in a job interview. You're not able to judge your own candidates. You trust me to judge your candidates. And then what happens when I interview with you? Right? Now, of course, they didn't want me to work there. I don't know. They probably made me an offer. I don't know. But they don't want me to work there because clearly if you hire me, you have no way to argue, at least on a technical basis, that I shouldn't be your boss. I'm the person you've been relying on for years to gauge your candidates. So obviously you respect my opinion above your own, and your company does, or someone does, someone above you does. So they wouldn't want to hire someone who is demonstrably black and white. We just hired our boss. But you also can't turn me down, because how do you turn down the person you've been trusting to gauge every worker you have? It's a weird situation. Larry says, my hip surgeon has a house in Fundesi, beautiful home on a curved street. Those curved streets are the best. They're so cool. Denisa says, why are there so many French people in Nicaragua? There are not. That is a myth. There are so many Canadians in Nicaragua. They're Canada. Canadians, if you think about this, try to picture Canada, right? It's a tiny country next to a giant country that is very similar, and they are often mistaken for. By nature, for a million reasons, not including hating America, but for lots of very normal reasons, Canadians do not want to follow Americans where they go on vacation, right? If you are from Switzerland, you don't want to go to where all the Germans are going on vacation. You just don't, right? There's a million of them. There's a few of you. They're everywhere, wherever that's like their place to go. And you're like, oh my gosh, this place is just overrun with Germans. Every place I go is overrun with Germans, right? So that's the European perspective. Canadians have the everywhere I go is overrun with Americans. You can't get away from them. So if there's one country that Americans don't go to specifically, that does two things for you. One, it becomes your place. For once, you're not this backwater, unknown, seems like an American question. You're actually a Canadian on your own right. And two, there aren't so many tourists in general, regardless of whether Americans or not. It creates a vacuum. So both a general, here's a cheaper, more accessible place, and the one unique case, there aren't a lot of Americans, you would go there, very likely. And even if 50% of Canadians felt that way and 50% did not, if 50% were like, I'd really like to go where all the Americans go, they seem to know the best spots. Fair. Probably not true, but fair, right? If you're that 50% of Canadians, which almost certainly speak English, then you're going to either vacation in America. Why not? You love American stuff? Go to Americans right there. Very easy. Or you're going to go to any of the places that Americans tend to go. Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, Panama, Colombia, Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, right? You have all these places. So you're spread out across all of these big places. But the other 50% of Canadians who don't want to go to those places, and while most of that 50% still speak English, a very large noticeable percentage probably speak French, because the Quebecois are a very large population within Canada. And when you eliminate the big group of people who want to or are cool with following the Americans around, then you've probably shaved off a bunch of the percentage of English speakers, making the resultant percentage of French speakers much higher. And then that group that wants to avoid Americans or just tourists in general goes to the one place that is an exception but is still nearby for easy flights. You end up in Nicaragua. And so it is a very, very, very simple self-selection of not wanting to be around Americans that naturally brings a lot of French-speaking Quebecois to Nicaragua. And then once it becomes the place that Quebecois go, there become lots of resources with Quebecois owning businesses all over the place, and it just becomes the hot spot. So it's very straightforward. Just you have to think about it from the Canadian context, and you have to understand that Nicaragua is the one place that America works so hard, and Cuba, sorry, the two places that the United States works so hard to keep Americans from going to, that it does create a vacuum. There's extremely few Americans here. You can still run into us, but we're rare. Janet, will some hate test taking and writing papers because everyone is different? You're right, and the other things you mentioned is also correct. D. Gilbert, have you lived in Vietnam? I have not. My wife has spent time there. I've never been there. How would you compare life there to life in Nicaragua? I just can't. I think Vietnam edges is just a tiny bit cheaper, way more variety of food, way more accommodations for vegetarians, much more difficult to live in from a paperwork and permission standpoint. But that's extremely high level views. I think Vietnam, from what I know of it, falls very high on my, if I was considering Southeast Asia, Vietnam would be very high on my list, but not number one. I think if you put a gun to my head and you're moving to Southeast Asia, name your number one country, my safe bet is Cambodia. That's where I would go. Right? If I have to go sight unseen with everything I know, and remember, my wife's been to all these countries, I would, Cambodia, no question. I would be happy in Cambodia. Number two, Laos. I could be wrong as to which one's actually my favorite, where I'd prefer to be, but these are the ones I believe would work out best for me, right? Number one, Cambodia. Number two, Laos. Number three, Vietnam. Number four, Malaysia. Number five, probably Thailand. Assuming Southeast Asia, not allowing China or Japan as options. Not that I would pick Japan necessarily. I might. It's definitely got some stuff that I really find interesting and nice. China, very easily, if I was going to be in that region, have to be in a place where I do not speak the language in any way whatsoever. I might choose China if I could convince China to let me in. All the other places, I'm pretty sure I can convince the countries I named, the five that I named, to allow me to live there. Almost certainly. And add in Indonesia somewhere in that list. You got a lot of good options. And even the ones that I put at the bottom of the list, I think I would like a lot, right? Like Thailand would probably be fantastic. But I feel like Thailand is the least matching to me. And even if Thailand itself is fantastic, I don't want to be an American tourist in Thailand. I want to go see it, but it's, I don't want to be identified with Americans who go to Thailand en masse, if that makes sense. So that's kind of my view of that region, but it's all from afar. I have, having lived in Europe, having spent a bunch of time there, I feel like that area of Asia would be absolutely fantastic for me, in including China. And I think I think that there are a couple areas of Africa that I could really get into and really be happy. Quite a few actually, like completely different regions. And then, but Latin America just it fits so many things for me. And partially because of the language, partially because of the culture, partially because of the time zones. So there's just a lot, right? So I don't see myself really venturing out from Latin America because I've already ventured out and done a bunch. I've been to Africa. I've put in a ton of time in Europe, in all parts of Europe, right? And my wife has done Asia research for us, and we've put in a bunch of time in Latin America, and really nothing competes with Latin America for us. And partially it's the variety, it's the things that are nearby, it's just everything. And sorry for my dog coughing in the background. It's not that those other places aren't unbelievably fantastic. It isn't that they might not be cheaper. It may not be that, like, if you could move them into the place where Latin America is, or if you could make them speak Spanish, that maybe that would make them better. Absolutely, that could be, right? I gotta let the dog out. He's coughing and wants to go somewhere. My little boy, you poor thing. Always coughing. Yeah, coughing. You're the good dog, yeah. You like having the bed there so you can be right next to me on the show? Yeah, I should have put it right here so I could pet you. I think there's some really amazing places, and there's places that I want to go. And there's places. My youngest, who's kind of the boss of things, she's kind of the holder of the purse strings. She has approved going to Algeria to do some fact finding, and we think that's a really potential good place. Like, we would like to have some variety and get out of Latin America from time to time and venture out, and Algeria would be a really good option. We don't want to be in Europe. We love Europe. We spend a lot of time there, it would not be the end of the world to have to live in Europe, and my kids are kicking it around. Maybe that is where they want to be. They don't know. They're at an age where they're do we want to be where our parents are? Do we want to be far away? They've lived all over the world, so they kind of have this adventurous, like, why are we in one spot thing? But they also really like being with us, and they like being settled. They like being new places. They don't like the act of traveling. Like, so they're figuring that stuff out. That was okay. Yes, exactly. I totally hate test taking. I think it's useless. Are there good memory care services for older adults? I don't know. That's those are difficult questions because unless you are in a position to be working with that, I really don't have a way to know. I would assume that there are. What you're probably going to find, and in many cases this is the situation in Nicaragua, is that there's not going to be a facility that has really good care for that. It's you have really good accessibility to one-on-one care. So, for example, if I needed extreme medical care, in which I have for a week at a time, and Paul has, right? He's had some major medical things happen while we're here. Having a live-in nurse, a live-in doctor. 24/7 service with a doctor overseeing 2 nurses and himself going through a cycle and watching over you at all times. All those things are viable, right? And so you might handle those things in a completely different way than you would. So coming from presumably like the U.S., there you would need a service because there's no way you could have one-on-one care. It's completely out of the question. But isn't that better? Well, maybe not, but it sure seems like it would be a lot of the time. Here, it would be the opposite. The natural reaction was, let's just have one-on-one care. Maybe not 24/7, maybe just while you're awake, or maybe just part of the day, right? It may not be that big of a thing. Maybe you need 3 people, but that's possible, right? So it becomes a completely different equation as to how you approach it, but it depends on the person, what their care needs are, and so forth. Viva Las Vegas says, how do you talk nonstop for several hours? I admire that. It's the autism, and I'm not kidding. That's actually what it is. It's just part of being me. My entire life is talking like this. For you guys, it's like, wow, he's doing this live stream nonstop all day. But if I wasn't on the live stream, and today's a holiday, but under a normal day, I'm just on a call doing meetings nonstop all day, and I have to talk like this, presenting detailed technical or business analysis all day, all the time, never ending. And so I never get a break, not really. The live stream is a little bit more absolutely nonstop talking, but only so much. The difference is that the topic is really simple, right? Can you tell us about a nice restaurant? Can we look at a hotel? Can we talk about travel? What do you think about this visa? And often it's questions that I've either answered before or kind of answered before or have touched on. Whereas with work, I'm often being presented with brand new business scenarios and needing to break something really technical, either technical or business technical down for an owner or an investor, and try to explain decision-making processes and how to approach things and training engineers and so forth. And so it's actually, much much harder, because I'm often talking to someone who's very technical and trying to train them on something that they don't know technically, right? Oh, here's why we're going to design this kind of cache mechanic for this kind of application, or this is why we're going to use this deployment methodology, or this is why I don't want you using this kind of hook for this kind of system to be able to deploy, it gets very technical, and I have to be able to do that all day. And the only thing I can imagine is that from a very young age, I've been doing technical presentations for the Fortune 100 since I was 13, right? So at 13, I was working with big companies and needing to do this stuff. And I started teaching at university at 18. At just weeks before I started teaching at university, I did the thesis that became part of my school's education, and I had to present it in front of the school multiple times. I had to, speak at a university level, and just always had to do that stuff. Like, it just, for me, it feels just very normal, very everyday. And because I've always done it since I was young, it has always come naturally. And I can remember when public speaking was nerve-wracking. I remember when it was hard to get up in front of people. I remember when the thought of getting up in front of people worried me. It's not that those things did not exist when I was 16. But by the time I was 18, they were rapidly falling away. And I have a very clear memory of being maybe a month to 2 months out of high school, because I went to university early. I went full-time to university 12 days out of high school. And I got my first job at the university teaching 2 days into university. So 2 weeks to the day out of high school, I was teaching at university. And I remember having, because I was still in classes at uni, having this class on public presentation. Like, I had very, very stringent classes where we had to do public speaking all the time. It was one of the things that they drilled into us, which is one of the things I do appreciate about universities, putting me in positions where I had to speak in front of groups, and they judged you on it, were very harsh and whatever. And I'm not a preparer. So for people who need to prepare for things, these things are very difficult, but they can overcome them by prepping. I had to learn that I couldn't do that, that it actually made it worse. So this is an interesting thing. This is a little bit of a story, but hey, we got time. We're going to make an aside. When I was 7 years old, I decided I wanted to play guitar. I don't know why, but I was really into guitar. So I started getting lessons at 7. I went to a private school for school, so they didn't have any school stuff. So my parents were like, we'll just get you lessons. So they sent me to small town. This is not expensive. Small town music teacher in a tiny little store, middle of nowhere. And but he was a really good guitarist, and he taught me guitar. But he wasn't like And I wasn't like, it wasn't like I was taking guitar because I wanted to learn to play like rock and roll. It wasn't like I'm going to be a rock star. I don't know why I wanted to play guitar. I just thought it'd be cool. So he was teaching me like jazz and classical and bluegrass. Now, obviously, when you first start playing guitar at 7, it's like, here's how to pick a note, ding, ding, right? But over time, we did a lot of like bluegrass and classical, and I gravitated to that. And eventually, I really liked doing classical. So as I got older, we switched slowly from like country and a little bit of rock very quickly to like bluegrass and that kind of stuff. And that led me to, oh, but classical is even more my style. So I started playing classical very heavily, probably about age 12. And one thing that was very consistent, a couple of things were very consistent. I played a lot. I practiced a ton. And very consistently, I sucked. I was terrible. I never played for people. I never played in concerts, never did anything like that. And my teacher was very aware that I was just terrible. And I didn't practice enough and all that stuff. And I remember all through my childhood, and they weren't mean about it, but it was always like, you're not practicing enough. You're taking these lessons. You need to practice more. You need to, earn them and blah, blah, blah. But the reality is I practiced every day. I played guitar for forever. I just played and played and played and played. I was just really bad at it. And yes, I could have practiced more, but I wasn't like, a violinist hoping to get into an orchestra. This was just, wouldn't it be nice if I could play guitar? And so it was a huge part. It's funny now looking back to be like, playing guitar was this huge amount of time in my childhood, starting from 7 years old. At my own, like, I didn't want to not take lessons, right? I really liked my guitar teacher. I really liked playing guitar. And so it was just a thing I did. It was like, it was a little bit of meditation for me, even though it was a little bit painful to just play all the time and be bad at it. And they would make me play the same song over and over again. And they'd be like, you're just not able to learn anything. Well, when I was 17, so 10 years of playing guitar badly, I had gone to public high school. We had a band. And so in the band, I went to the band teacher and I'm like, hey, I'd like to be in the band. This is probably end of sophomore year because I was new freshman. Like I couldn't do any of this stuff. I lost so much time coming from private school. Worst thing ever. I went to the band leader, and I think I'd had some classes with him, so he knew who I was. And I was like, "Hey, I'd like to be in the band." He's like, "Cool, cool." Obviously, we don't have guitar. He somehow he knew I played guitar. I don't know. And he's like, "What can you play?" I'm like, "Well, just guitar." He's like, "What would you like to play?" I'm like, "I don't know. What do you need?" He's like, "Well, I need trombone." I'm like, "I don't care. It's all the same to me. I don't play any of it, right? So whatever, I might as well learn trombone." He's like, "Cool, that would help us out." I'm like, "All right." He's like, "But until then, you can read music, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I could read music," because I started reading music actually at 5. And then at 7, when I started taking guitar, I learned a lot more reading music. So I read music all the time. So he's like, "We're going to put you on drums because you can count and you can read music. So we're going to put you," because we did marching band, right? "So we're going to put you on drums until you're able to play trombone. To the point where we can put you in the band." Like, all right, cool. So I played drums and went from the new guy to first percussion in about a month. Because real quickly, I was the only person who could do a bunch of stuff. And actually, I could play first, second, and third percussion as we marched, because as long as they marched next to me, they could stop playing and I could play all the parts. So I really enjoyed marching. I enjoyed being in the band, and I enjoyed playing percussion. So I did that. And I was practicing trombone as we did that. That was probably about age 16. I then started playing trombone as the last trombone. So they moved me from first percussion to last trombone. But that lasted a few weeks because first trombone couldn't play all the parts, and I could. So by default, I had to be first trombone because he couldn't be. So I ended up being first trombone pretty quickly. I then ended up being first trombone as a guest player at a neighboring high school that also was short on trombone players. So I was doing a lot of trombone playing and it was easier to do because, well, you'll see. I don't know why at the time. I didn't know why trombone was easier. But so I was doing this stuff and I was learning how the public school system worked, because coming from private school, you're just lost. There's no guides to this stuff. If you don't grow up in it, you are screwed. So at 17, I went to my guitar teacher and I'm like, "Hey, they have state competition for music. I'm going to be competing in trombone. I'd like to compete in guitar. Do you think I could?" And he's like, "Oh, well, yeah. I mean, like, you suck, but you suck for someone who's, this is practically what he said, right? You suck, but you suck for someone who's played for 10 years. You don't suck like someone who just picked up guitar, right? So you're nowhere near where you should be, but you can play guitar. Like, you'll be fine playing in competition as long as you practice enough. I'm like, okay, cool. So this will be cool. We'll just see how I do, right? Because there aren't that many people because it's classical guitar. So he's like, so let's get a gauge of what you need to do. So he's like, this is how you do it. He pulled out the hardest piece that they have for state competition. And so he pulls it out. And I've told this story before, so some of you are bored. And so he puts out the hardest piece for state competition, and I play it. And he's like, I don't remember us ever looking at this piece before. I'm like, I've never seen this piece before. He's like, wait. You've never seen this piece before? I'm like, no. So he's like, okay. So he gets the second hardest piece from state competition, and I play that. And he's like, I know we've never seen this before. I'm like, no, I've definitely never seen this before. I'm like, I'm confused. He's like, I'm confused. You have songs that you practice for years, and you play these the same as you play those. You just played a perfect score on the two hardest pieces for New York State competition, which are far from the hardest, like, orchestral piece, right? These are reasonable for high school students to be able to do, but they are hard. They're meant to be that no one can really get to 100. He's like, I don't understand. I'm like, well, I don't understand. What are you talking about? He's like, how do you practice this piece for years and then play this the same? I'm like, why would practicing make it easier? He's like, what? He's like, because you learn the music. I'm like, you learn the music? What does that mean? So we discovered at 17 that I don't remember playing music. And what I was learning to do was to sight read. Because every time I played the same song, to him, he was thinking I must be memorizing it. To me, I didn't know that people memorize music. I didn't know that was like, how do you do that? I don't know. I have no idea how people memorize music because I can't do it. Every time I practiced the same song over and over again, I was sight reading. I was learning to sight read. So at 17, we figured out that I had brute forced myself to concert level performance via sight reading. By the time I was 19, I was a professional concert guitarist in classical music, and I could sight read in concert, and no one could tell the difference. So I ended up becoming a professional guitarist, even though I sucked for all these years. It turns out because I'm neurodivergent and I don't work that way at all, and just no one had put those pieces together, and I didn't know I was different, so it didn't occur to me that they were trying to get me to do. I thought, and it worked out. I brute forced my way, other than being depressed the whole time, which in hindsight would have been really nice to know I was getting somewhere. It all at once, I went from his worst student ever to his best student ever. And I have a lot of interesting stories because of that. So I had a really interesting career as a musician, but that's why trombone worked, because trombone, you didn't memorize the pieces. They would give you a piece, there was a conductor, and you played what was on the music with it. Well, I could read music. I had to learn the trombone. There was a person giving me the beat. It was actually honestly pretty easy. Guitar, I didn't have any of those things. People kept expecting me to memorize things. They wanted me to play things that were a lot more complicated, way more moving pieces. And I didn't have a director, and I didn't have other pieces to work with. So trombone was actually, I was able to pick it up reasonably quickly. I was never a great trombonist by any stretch. But I did become a professional trombonist as well in multiple bands and did some recording. So it was a really interesting thing. Well, when I went to work for Hedge Fund Row decades later, I did a lot of psychological testing, because you have to. And one of the things that they measured, which we could have guessed, is that there's a thing called the perceiver planner scale. And some people need to plan, right? And my wife is one of those. She's a planner. You want to go on vacation? She needs to lay out everything. Here's the flight. Here's the time we're going to get. Here's the bags we're going to take. It's packed a week ahead of time. We know every train we're going to take, every hotel we're going to stay at, every hour of the day. It's figured out so that everything works. I have a rough guess of which country I'm going to end up in, and that's it. And it is totally opposite. But I can handle anything as it comes. She has to plan it. So if you're doing a live stream, I have absolutely no benefit to knowing what you're going to ask me ahead of time. I have no benefit to thinking it through. I have no benefit to planning for it other than the basic planning, right? I should have my bottle of water filled and ready. I should have enough caffeine to keep me awake. I should have gone to the bathroom before we started so I don't have to go in the middle. I should have all my batteries charged, right? Things that I can write down, and every week I need to do the same thing. And miraculously, my batteries stopped needing to be charged. I don't know what changed. My camera is like, I've just decided to use half the battery now. We're good. Or the batteries are like, we're just going to last forever. I don't know, but they do. They go for the whole live stream now. And so I do no planning. And that's why I do conference speaking. I'm the emergency speaker at conferences. So if you want to have a conference, and I've done this for years, I did this, and then started hosting my own conferences, which was so much fun. I would be there, and they'd be like, "We're short a speaker." I'm like, "Okay, just throw me on a stage." And they'll be like, "What are you prepared to talk about?" I'm like, "Just give me a topic." Right? I don't. They're like, "But within no anything," and they'd be like, "But it worked." Right, whatever you needed, I could fill in. Vendors would be like, "We're shorter, but just put Scott in there." And so my favorite ever, and my wife loves this. I got the ballroom at the Austin Convention Center, speaking, packed, standing room only, sold out convention center, and the number one session was see Scott speak live. It was called Martini Talk with Scott, but they didn't let me have a martini on stage. And I got up, and the audience could ask me anything, any business or technical or career question, in front of this huge audience with broadcast, right? So cameras on me, they're broadcasting live, tens of thousands watching live, packed thing. And my wife is sitting in the front row, and she's like, "It's so wild to watch because I'm such a perceiver. There's no planning. You don't need anything." And someone would ask me a question that involved math, like an engineering question, where I'm like running like multi-dimensional math equations for people and trying to explain failure rates across like really disparate mechanical failure domains, explaining magnetic deterioration versus corruption over time, and mathematical checksums, and how constant spinning and temperature variations are causing different failure rates, and understanding mitigation versus hard failure, and all these different things, and like trying to make people understand these really difficult curves of failure rates. And then immediately the next question is like, how do you handle this work-life balance with a 3-year-old and this and that? And then someone else would be like, how do you afford, and talk to me about CapEx versus OpEx with this type of investments, and how you depreciate that over time. And she's like, you just stand there and someone asks you a question, and you kind of just look at them, and then you take a deep breath, and then you start talking for a really long time. And she's like, it's as if that's what the topic was all along. It's really interesting. She loved watching do that. And I like it because when there's something that I can plan for, if you're like, "Scott, can you give a presentation on why you like Renault engined cars," right? What do you like about them? What do you like about their driving? I have to do all this research and make sure I have all these details, and I'm all stressed. Like, am I gonna think of everything? And then when I get up there, I've already thought it all through, and I can't remember what I've talked about, or I lose context, or I worry. But if I have not prepared, then my brain is loading everything in real time. It's like, you know what you've talked about because they're still here. The context is still there. You are fresh and excited, and I don't feel any pressure because you can't expect me to have prepared. You just asked me the question. Right? It's fantastic for me. For other people, it'd be the worst. But so because I have this massive perceiver swing, that is, as my psychologist said, the most dramatic they've ever seen. Like, it is 100% on the perceiver scale. There is zero planning. And likewise, if you ask me to plan something, I am the most useless person you could possibly imagine. I mean, truly, epically useless, to the point where there are situations where my team has to trick me into thinking something theoretical is real, because if it's real, I can perceive the situation and ask questions in real time, and as long as they can give me the answers as if it's real and I believe it's real, I can respond with what to do. But if they are trying to plan for a contingency and they ask me to what would I do in this scenario, I cannot tell you because it's not real. I don't know what I would do. But you take the same scenario and make it real, suddenly I know what I would do. It's that insane. Um, are there? There were more. This is Don Tomatio. Timoteo. There were more Canadians in Nicaragua 10 years ago, but the Canadian dollar fell against the US dollar in the 2012 to 2013 timeframe. There's also just a lot less of everybody now. Uriel Beltran says, "Do you speak Spanish?" I do. At this point, I'm pretty decently fluent. I certainly would never pass as a native speaker or anything of the sort, but my ability to carry on conversations and deal with stuff is pretty good. I'm hard of hearing, but not terrible. But it makes it very difficult in social situations to hear. It's one of the reasons I don't really like bars that much. I just can't hear people. So that puts my spoken Spanish on the back foot, but my written and reading Spanish is extremely high. So my wife is quite fluent speaking because she has good hearing, and those social situations she's able to use spoken Spanish a whole lot more. But if we're reading like legal paperwork, I'm able to read the Spanish much more, and I'm able to explain objects and conjugations and special cases with the language, even to Spanish speakers in some cases, that she is not. So we have two very different approaches to Spanish, but both of us speak all the time. When we're in really complicated meetings and stuff, we normally keep translators with us. But for normal conversations, normal life, I mean, I will spend entire days speaking in nothing but Spanish, and it's fine. D. Gilbert went to Cambodia, Vietnam, and Thailand last year. Thailand was my least favorite. Too many parties and drugs. That's how I perceive my perception. What Thailand has made its perception, whether intentional or accidental to the world, is that it is a drug and party haven with a really tight government control that you always have to be afraid of as a tourist or as someone living there, which is fine if you just want to visit for a little bit, but none of it really calls to me. The food is supposed to be fantastic. The cost of living is low, but their friendliness with tourists has dropped significantly. It's, I'd love to see it, but it does not call to me. It's more like, I know I need to see it while I'm there, so I will, but it doesn't have this like, oh, I've got to go to Thailand. In the back of my mind, I kind of am like, I kind of don't want to. But partially also because just everyone does, and I hate being the guy who went where everyone else did, right? Which that's just the autism. He says, all were amazing overall, though. Cambodia has the best visa. Yep. What do I do for a living in Nicaragua? So I am a principal of a international business and technology consulting firm. So I'm pretty well known in the industry. So I do IT consulting. I do software engineering. I make a number of products that I directly make, and I oversee the making of a number of products. My company has been making products by my design since 1999. So I work in a lot of fields. I used to design products for IBM. So I've worked in software engineering for, see if I get this right. This is 37 years? Oh my gosh. Well, how old am I? I will be 50 this year. 37, yeah. So this summer, I will hit 37 years as a working software engineer. I did 4 years of education before that to be ready to work at 13. So I've been programming for 41 years, but I've been professional for 37 years. I've been teaching for 32 years. And then in IT, I started 32 years ago. But obviously worked with computers prior to that, but not in an IT capacity. So 32 years of professional IT work. I also work in telephony, web design, branding, marketing, business development, consulting across business and technical realms. Yeah. I do a little bit of everything. Plus, I am currently not a restaurateur, but I have been for a number of years, both when I was younger and older. And I am actively and have been on and off since I was 19 a hotelier. So I do a lot of different things. I'm also working with my children to hopefully open a video game studio. That is something that they want to do. I'm very interested in video games, and this will come as a shock to some people, but on the side, I'm a YouTuber. So my company is based in the U.S., but our offices are in Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Nicaragua, Panama. Bolivia is our biggest one. We have capability to have offices in Peru, but currently do not, and Argentina. And Portugal. I always forget Portugal because it's new. So we work all across the region with our headquarters is here in Leon. We've been in Nicaragua working since 2016. So this is 10 years this year of working here. I've now lived here for 11 officially. So I spend the majority of my day now. It does change over time. So there were years where I'd spend all my time doing one thing, now all my time doing another. The majority of my time now, thankfully, I'm very happy about this, is actual software engineering. I actually hands-on build products, and then another significant portion of my time is training and overseeing a team of engineers that make products. I spend a tremendous amount of time working with clients as to their needs. We're really not a software development house like you think, where like we work with clients and make them products. We have really one or two big clients that we are partners with, and we co-build products. The majority of our products, the things that we're really proud of, we make completely internally. So we're our own client, right? We're on a very, very, very small scale. We're like a Microsoft. Microsoft doesn't make software for you. They make software and you buy it, right? We're like that. So that's a big part of my day. I'm also the top level escalation for our IT. So if you hire us for IT, which if you wanted to start your own IT firm, right? So you may think of us as like, oh, I need an IT company. Well, if that's what you need for certain, please come hire us. We would love that. But much more often is if you wanted to start your own IT firm, no one really knows how to do that. We're the company behind IT firms. So you can come to us as an IT firm and be like, I'd like to have a world-class IT firm tomorrow. And we can do that, right? Now one day would be pretty ridiculous, but if it was a true like, okay, we're gonna pull out all the stops and we're gonna do this, and you came to us at first thing in the morning, right? Let's give this a little bit of, and said, okay, by the end of day tomorrow, but that's less than 2 days, that's a day and a few hours, we want to go from there's nothing today to we want to have a fully functional MSP, managed service provider, that is able to provide service to customers actively by tomorrow. Now, in a case like this, we'd say there's a whole bunch of decisions you don't get to make because we don't have time. I can't discuss this stuff with you. Your decision making, even if it only takes 15 minutes, will derail us during this window. We can't do that. Okay. But if you said in a week, then we would have all those conversations. We could, in that 1 to 1.5 days, come up with a brand, a logo, a website, the hosting for that website, your email, your service list, your telephones, your internal company chat, your internal company documentation, your RMM systems, your ticket systems, your process workflow, and what you're able to offer clients. Now, we wouldn't be able to bring you clients during that window, right? We would just be getting everything set up, but you could go out and talk to clients and be like, hey, we're TechCo Northwest, and our website is currently under work, but you'll be able to see it tomorrow. And we're able to offer, and you name the thing, right? You'd need to name it to us before you name it to your customers, but you'd name the thing. We want to be the biggest Windows, Cisco, Fortinet specialty shop. We want to be a Mac creative studio shop. We want to be a cloud data center consultation shop where people come and we're deploying automated on cloud infrastructure across the world. We want to be a on-premises storage management company. You name the thing, and we can build you the best in the industry in a day. And you'll be scrambling for sure. It's a ridiculous project, absolutely. But can it be done? Oh, for sure, right? And companies have come to us for things like that, where they need to suddenly turn on the lights and be a fully functional company. And they want to crush all potential competitors, right? Well, we want to be able to come in cheaper. We want to be able to come in with more skills. We want to be able to come in with higher level skills. We want to be able to come in with more customer service and just be on the phone instead of just being this distant voice. We want whatever, right? We provide not just the technical capability to do that. We provide the entire infrastructure of your business. We're not going out to other vendors and buying those pieces. We can internally provide every single piece of that business. That's what we do. And it's freaking cool. And I write the books on that stuff. Okay. So that's what I do for a living. and I also now have the contract for running AI nationwide for major data centers in the US. So huge amount of AI work as well. It kind of goes part and parcel. One difference with Vietnam is you are allowed to work there. What work would people do in Vietnam? I want to know. So Vietnam certainly lower cost of living than Nicaragua by a tiny bit. Higher potential salaries than Nicaragua by a bit. Is there a situation where you would ever want to work in Vietnam, though? Are you going to go be a barista? Are you going to be a factory worker? Are you going to... What job... So it falls into the same question as with Nicaragua. So with Nicaragua, the challenge isn't that you're not allowed to work. That is not a factor for anybody. Nobody in the history of Nicaragua has that been a thing. The thing that matters is that you don't want to work here. That you're not allowed to is irrelevant because it makes no sense. So what can you do in Vietnam that pays enough money that you would ever want to do it, that it makes any sense? Expazaz just said English teacher. Do you actually want to be an English teacher in Vietnam? Like, they actually, like, I get that you're allowed to, and that's cool that you're allowed to, and Vietnam seems fantastic. Like, I'm all about Vietnam. Do they actually have positions that pay enough to be an English teacher to actually justify doing it? That's cool if they do. Diego says, what were we talking about? We were at the question of what do I do for a living? Expazaz says, thumbs up. I struggled playing guitar until I discovered finger picking. I can play with a pick, but I prefer finger picking. I could also play banjo and mandolin and bass. Bass, I'm not the best on. It's technically more different. Banjo and mandolin, I can just play. Hey Scott, Happy New Year. Did you see the beachfront complex in Playa Hermosa, León is for sale? 3 houses and pool and a rancho. $700K. It looks good for a business adventure. Carlos Advisory. So if it has Carlos Advisory, it definitely does not look good for a business venture. That would be crazy. 700K sounds really high for 3 houses, pool, and a rancho. That sounds like gringo pricing. I know someone who just bought a house there, and I know that price. One, I know that they just got taken advantage of by Carlos. So that is, you got to be careful. 2, under no circumstance is that a business opportunity. And 3, overpaying by that amount. So we don't know what those 3 houses and stuff are. But we were just talking about the one in Boquita that we estimated that was about 110 to 120,000 for 2 houses. Now those may be really amazing houses, but a really amazing house on Hermosa should be under 150, probably about 125. So if you were to get 3 of them, that would be 300, 375. A rancho cost maybe 10,000. So you're looking at pushing 400,000. If buying them individually, and we're just going by some pretty awesome pricing, a pool you can put in for 10,000. So brand new construction, you wouldn't be anywhere close to that. Hermosa is a very low cost beach, very remote, not desirable. That doesn't mean it's not nice. It's very nice. It's not easily accessible. It's not super close to things. How much do you think you could make on that? You'd never be able to cover the cost of, even if you got it at a good price, like 400,000, it would be I guarantee there's just no way to cover your cost. Diego says not paid enough if not doing it as a hobby. Tony says Vietnam only has 90 days, then border runs. Expossess says I think the salary is only $250 a week, but the cost of living is very low. Well, that's 4 times to 5 times what it would pay in Nicaragua. So I mean that's a different number, right? If you could actually make $250 a week, and you're allowed to do it, you're not like hiding from the government all the time. And now, what's the taxes like? I assume that they tax you. That could be a bit, right? But if the taxes aren't bad, that could easily, I could see that. So that makes sense. But then the difference is not that you're allowed to work, that there's jobs available that pay so much that it's worth possibly working. Diego says, I mean, in high school, I used to work. It paid good enough. Many U.S. teachers moved here to work at the school. I was told that they were paid very well for U.S. standards and the school provided housing and utilities. Interesting. Expossess, $250 is not much. Well, that's for a week, but it will help you go broke much slower. I mean, $250 a week you can definitely live on in Nicaragua. And if Vietnam is cheaper, that's more. Valley Vision, what about Esteli Market, Mountain Views? Esteli tends to be a bit more expensive, I'm always told. I never do real estate in Esteli. But what am I trying to look up? Yeah, I don't really know about the prices in Esteli. That's difficult, just because it's far away, and I'm never. All right, I really hate. I get these suspension notices, and they sound really scary. And it's like, you canceled this service, so we're suspending it. Okay, thanks. I gave you the suspension notice, not the other way around. Why would you send me that scary email? Like, come on. It sounds like I've done something wrong. I screwed up. No, that's not what's going on. What the heck was I looking at? Playa Hermosa. I want to see if I can see this complex. Playa Hermosa is so remote with nothing there. It's pretty. I know people who've been there and are like, yeah, we love it. And I know someone moving there this week. But yeah, there's some nice big houses there. Oh, I think that's the one. But as a general rule, remember, if it's a business and someone's selling it, it's losing money. No one sells a business that's making money. And almost no one sells a business that they think will make money. I have a friend who taught English in Vietnam for a few years. The difference for me is learning Vietnamese will be very hard. ANS is a very rich school, though. That's the American Nicaraguan school. Even Nicaraguan teachers were paid around $2K. Yeah, the question is, are they able to get visas anymore? Right? Because there's plenty of Nicaraguans to teach those schools. So getting Americans in is difficult. I'm licensed to teach in Vietnam, but I'm leaning more towards Nicaragua. Going through all my messages, making sure I'm not missing too much. Yeah, Esteli has beautiful mountain views. There's a lot of opportunity there. The biggest problem in Esteli right now is that it is the hot spot for Chinese investment. So real estate there is anything but booming, but it is higher than it has been. Whereas it's been outrageously depressed, and now it's only moderately depressed. But that's enough to see the prices go up. I'm trying to find where these 3 houses that Carlos is trying to sell would be. Nothing obvious, but who knows what it would be. Noel, do you have a link or something to where the houses are, or a map location? Playa Hermosa is so remote. The beach is, let's see. Oh, hold on. I always do this. All right, we got a map. Let's get rid of this. Let's go show you guys Playa Hermosa. Okay, it's right in between Miramar and Transito. It's just south of Blair. There it is. Look, my mouse is right on it. All right, so this is Playa Hermosa. Okay, so it's actually really hard to see. As you're coming along this road on the ridge, there's these barely marked roads that come down to it. Like, you actually can't find it very easily. You come out of Transito here, and you drive through the countryside, and there's these occasional little roads that go down, and then, like, this one doesn't go anywhere. And then this, like, you drive through nothing, and then you kind of come into Hermosa. And then I think this is the main one. I really don't know. And like this one, it's called the entrance to Playa Hermosa. Like, that's its name. And then you come down and look, there's these empty roads. Like, clearly someone thought they were going to put in a development and got 1, 2, 3 houses, right? And then there's this road, and then there's 1, 2, 3. Maybe there's something there, but look how spread out it is. And then you got to drive all this way around, right? I mean, it's not terrible, but you're not next to a restaurant. And then here's the beach. Look, off beach, you got 1, 2, that's it. You got this little surf lodge. You got this cute little inlet thing going on, but it turns to sand here, so it really disrupts town. So the real beach is just this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 beachfront places. That's it. And then you can include these 3, so maybe 18. And then you've got this tiny development off beach here. So these have got to be cheap. I know that some of the big ones here are way under 150. For big ones in that 18. So if you're thinking that anything's worth very much money, try to figure out where it could be, because this stretch has to be the most expensive in Playa Hermosa. And I'm not saying that like this place wouldn't be 150. That seems like a big one. But is this 2 places side by side? They're pretty cramped. That probably isn't 150. This place, no, actually, when we look at pictures of it, it does not look nearly. So I bet this place is like 90 to 100. This place is so small, it's probably 80 to 90. I'm struggling to find anything that I would say would hit 150 based on roofline. And then if you're looking off beach, what are the chances that even a lodge would be worth 150? Oh no, that place isn't 150. No. This place would be like 80,000. Is this a hotel? Okay, so Eco Bamboo. That's a picture on the waterfront. They're not on the waterfront, so we don't even know what we're looking at. Right, that place might be kind of big. It could be anything. That pool's green, probably not filled. But so these houses way off. What could this be? 75,000, maybe 65,000. These could be okay. You want a remote place, but like, look how small that is. These 2, maybe 120. You never know if one is like built out of gold. Like, you just don't know. But based on normal construction and matching the other ones in town, I bet 150 is about the most expensive thing in the whole town. And then all of these, I bet, are way under 1. Yeah, these are, these are all different houses altogether. So those are probably only 5 to 10,000 each. These are probably slightly more. So Hermosa is a very inexpensive beach because it's remote. It's off the road. Whereas like Transito, the road comes through it, but this is a dirt road. They're fixing it though. It's getting better. But These are really nice. Miramar, also pretty inexpensive, but not as inexpensive. It's way more connected to things, has more stuff going on. Hermosa is like remote. And then Valero is expensive because it's super private and extremely high end. And when you zoom in, you can see everything is different, like the construction. This is all done now. That's all pool, by the way. This is a massive restaurant complex with hotel. Like these are all very, very luxury. Look at these parking spaces, right? These look like Miami parking spaces, not wilderness parking spots. If you go back and look at the houses, right, these are all mostly empty, right, but really nice lots in nice areas and a lot more going on all of a sudden. And this is a giant new hotel that's gone in. I don't know if it's open yet. This is one I definitely want to go check out. Nope, they don't. I don't think it's open yet, but it's got to be really close. But look at that. There's nothing like that in the other beaches. It's the only one with high-rise hotels and big waterfront stuff, big parking lots, and so forth. So, yeah, they haven't claimed the business yet, so it's a little bit early. So yeah, so just to give you an idea of, like, look at all this empty. No one's bothering to put anything in. They kind of put in some roads, but not a single house. And then you get down to Hermosa, and there's just this tiny bit in the middle of nowhere. And to compare, keep in mind, look, all this empty. There's no want for space. And then you get into the little outskirts of Transito, and then this is Transito, and most of these places are probably like $40,000, right? Maybe a little bit more. Once in a while, you'll find something that's a little bit more of a business. I'm not sure which ones are which. Yeah, like this is definitely worth more than 40,000, right? This is a nice place with a nice pool. Yeah, this is easily $150,000, but it's in the heart of Transito, which is the top surf beach in the country, and right off the road here, right? Like it's in the heart of a big community. So you get a tiny boost by being in Transito, and then when you come out here to the wilderness, you're going to be dropping in value, because you'll notice if you're in Hermosa, we didn't find a single restaurant. Maybe this green surf thing that doesn't have anything has a restaurant that can feed you. Maybe. This place, definitely not. We do not see one restaurant, one store, one anything. Way out here, something without a picture claims to be a business, but look how tiny that is. That's like one bedroom. Right? Maybe it's connected with this. Who knows? But those are like ranchos. Right? These are not. This is a weird little thing with a turnaround, but then this tiny little building. So, how much are you going to pay? And then to get to a real grocery store, let's just be clear, you can do a little bit of shopping in Porto Sandino, but the nearest real grocery store is way over here at the Ahorra Mas is right here. That is a really long drive. Let's I think that's the Ahorra Mas. Yeah, look, Supermercado Ahorra Mas. From Hermosa, you're looking at a drive time of, is this drive? Yes, 1 hour and 3 minutes at 51, but that's assuming maximum speed limit, which is 50 kilometers per hour, because it's 51.5. So that they're assuming you're at the national speed limit every inch of that way, which is not possible. You cannot maintain the national speed limit. So it's at least an hour and 15 minutes to get to the first small supermarket available from Playa Hermosa. You're almost able to go to Managua and get to the La Colonia and Ciudad Sandino faster. You can't. You would actually come in through here, and there's a La Colonia right. Hold on, you come down the turn right here, I think. Oh, come on, I'm not that far off, am I? Oh, that's Plaza Lafayette. I am off that much. There's the La Colonia. So this would be almost equidistant. That's a really long way either way. Right? So that's it's hard to get a high price tag when you have no restaurants and over an hour to a supermarket. Just in general. So Expat says, I mean, not work in Nicaragua, just come down there for a while. Absolutely. Maybe work online. Diego says, Scott, I got inspired by your channel. I'm opening my YouTube and Twitch channel. That is awesome. Expat says, hey, what's your handle? Diego says, I'm still deciding on a name and handle. Branding is hard. I want a catchy name. Expat says, Twitch is much easier than YouTube, in my opinion. I think it is, but it depends what you're doing. If you're doing material like I am, I thought I was on my... if you're doing material like I am, I think YouTube is easier. But if you're doing material like I like to do too, like video games and movies, I think Twitch is easier. But I've done very little with Twitch, but it does work really well whenever I use it. Diego says it's going to be different audiences, Spanish in Twitch and English in YouTube. Okay. Try to get 4 characters long on Twitch and 6 characters long on YouTube. Shorter is better. Very hard. Steve says it was $890 in May. That is not true. It was never $890 and it is not $700 now. Those are fake prices that they put to make you think that the price is dropping, which they do in North America too, but not to the same degree. Those are prices so far out of line with reality on the ground. It's not even and that's why it hasn't sold, right? If it sold in 2023 for $890, we could make an argument that it was worth that back then. But that it didn't sell only tells us that it wasn't worth that. And now it's $700, but they probably would have taken $700 all that time. It's definitely not worth $700. It's questionable that it could be worth $400. I think the highest it's reasonably worth is about $300, but hard to say. But you can build almost any house out there for about $125, and anything that's pre-existing is worth far less than that. Brett says, thank you for the insight on this topic. Diego says, what's the closest good beach from Doral? All right, so let's get you guys to Doral. Hold on. Switch back to the map. Here we go. So here's Ciudad Sandino. So Doral is just up here a little bit. Ciudad El Doral is right there. So let's zoom out just slightly. So the challenge from Doral is that you can't just go to the beach. Notice there's a mountain here, right? There's a big mountain chain right here that blocks the way. So you've got one choice, which is to go north through Matare, go to Nagarote, go all the way through La Paz Centro, come down, and then, well, you can go to Tesoro, but you got to go up and down to Tesoro, or you can go here and go this way. So if you're going to do this long roundabout way, and there are some little roads in the middle here, but holy cow, they're not good. Right. So basically, you're going to do this to stay on the highway, and then your first really good beach is Miramar. There is Playa Azul hidden in here. You can't really see it, but it's just a dinky little, like, it's cute. It's a nice beach, but it's tiny. But Miramar is a nice beach with nice restaurants, accommodations, a big, beautiful beach. It's kind of interesting. And then Valero is right next to it, which is also a completely different, really big, nice beach with a lot of restaurants well, not a lot, but interesting restaurants and different things and accommodations. And then Hermosa's down here, but Hermosa is basically just a small collection of houses. I'd love to go down. I want to film it for you guys. Someone from Hermosa complained that I did this whole thing and filmed every place along it except Hermosa because we never found it's not marked from the road, right? That's how remote Hermosa is. It's just a few houses, and it's so remote they don't put signs out on the main road because no one's going there unless you live there and then you know where the road is already. I'm sure it's beautiful, and I just approved someone from the channel buying one of the few houses down there. So I have really good insight on this beach right now up to the minute, and I know at this moment that the prices from Carlos are utterly fake in every sense. And I know that someone on my channel reported that Carlos tried to pull a fast one on them in the last month. So those are up to date, first-hand information, things going on currently. Now, right, all real estate websites are wrong. All people who are doing real estate are trying to raise the price and convince you that it's worth a lot more money. Those are just givens, right? So is he worse than anyone else? No, I don't know. Have I ever dealt with him? No, I have no direct. This is what I'm told. Oh, so he's not just Nicaragua. He is a real estate agent that has his own agency, but he's famous. And he does everything from at least San Juan del Sur to Ciudad de Guatemala. So I see a lot of listings from him in Guatemala, but in Guatemala there's a lot more checks and balances. Down here it's the Wild West, so you never look at a real estate website, and this is the perfect example of why, because it's easy to see old prices and feel that they might have been real and that now there's been a price drop, and there's all these tricks they can do to make you think that you're potentially getting a deal, and that something's maybe a business opportunity or whatever. And it'll seem reasonable because they play a long game of convincing you that the prices were high, will come back, all these things. And it's all falsified, right? It's so easy to do. So let's, how do we eliminate this? But he's one of the very few really famous real estate agents, not just in Nicaragua, but across all of Central America, which is cool that he works across all of Central America, and he has really good high quality videos, and he is constantly flying illegal drones. So he's one of those people that makes us upset that the government is keeping people from getting drones, and yet he keeps getting away with it. I wish someone would look into that. Hint, hint, please, someone enforce the rules uniformly. So if we start from here, my guess is that your closest good beach, see, Masachapa's way down here. You are in such a bad spot coming from that part. If you come down through here, you can take this back. Yeah. Okay. So hour and 12 minutes, hour and 38. I definitely had the right way, but this is not as bad as it might have seemed. So I really think that coming out to Leon for you. Oh, I didn't show the map. Sorry. So for you, Diego, coming from Ciudad El Doral, it is Miramar. I don't see any way to make anything else that's good faster. We might be able to move this to Transito, but Transito, this is not a very nice beach. It's got some highlights, but it's a poor surfing beach. It's a rough neighborhood, whereas these are really nice up here. And this road is dirt and really, really hard. So you don't want to drive down this. You want to drive up and down here. They're going to pave this, and then that'll change completely. Now, let's eliminate Miramar and instead take you down to Pochemil. And 1 hour and 36 minutes. So 20 minutes farther. And that's why Grand Pacifica went where they did, because they're a few minutes closer to the western reaches of Managua, and that makes people think that maybe, but it's so isolated. There's nothing around it. You need the communities to make the places make sense, and that's where Hermosa struggles. It's just too remote. Actually, this is, what do you think of AI receptionists? It's one of those things where I think it's useless. Except I also think that many receptionists were useless. So the thing I like to say is, if AI can replace your job, it's what job were you doing? What is the question about Montelimar? Are you asking about the distance? It's exactly the same as Pochemil. You're coming down the same road and going 2 minutes one way or 2 minutes the other way. But it's still an hour 36, which is 20 minutes farther than other beaches. So you have a whole bunch in Leon that are closer to you than the beaches. This is the funny thing, is that for a huge number of the 2 million people who live in Managua, it is closer to the beaches of Leon than it is to the beaches of Managua. That's a funny bit of geography that it works out that way. Here, I'm going to show the map. I want to clear that road. There we go. All right, so this is the Managua-Carazo line. So notice, if you live south of Ticuantepe, Your closest beaches are Boquita, where we just were. So southern Managua is closer to the beaches of Carazo than it is to the beaches of Managua. Western Managua, basically anything in this part of the city, is closer to Miramar and Valero and Tránsito, and of course Puerto Sandino, than it is to Montelimar, Masachapa, or Pochumil. And very likely about the same to Salinas Grandes or Tesoro, which are right here. And only a little farther to Brasiles, Ponaloya, and Penitas, the Leon city beaches. Now, these are the big ones because of Leon, and that's why these are actually full of Managuans all the time, because Managuans are not doing some crazy let's drive way out to Leon, even compared to the local Carazo and Managua beaches. The distance to the Leon beaches, of the Leon city beaches, is only like 20 minutes farther, whereas now this section of Leon is clearly the close ones. Diego says, is there 2 million people in Managua? That doesn't sound right. I thought it was like 1.4. You're thinking of the city. I'm talking about Managua, the departamento. That is not the departamento of Managua. It totally just made that up. Those are the city limits of Managua. This is the limit of departamento and here. I don't know if it lets me click on. No, it does not. Nope. It won't highlight the states, but it's big. Because when you look at like the population of Pochumil and Masachapa and all of Ciudad Sandino and Brasiles and Doral and like this is still all Managua way out here, right? Managua goes way up around the lake and has this whole peninsula. Not that there's much population out here, but Managua and Leon actually touch again way up here. All of Xolotlan is Leon on the west and Managua on the east. And it used to be called Lago Leon. Diego, that's why when you come into Managua, it says population 1.4 million as you enter the city limits, not as you enter the departamento. Diego says, I hope we could have some updated data, but the census was horribly managed and failed. Yeah, it would be nice to have real numbers. Nobody has official numbers for anything in Nicaragua. It's like we're constantly struggling with, is it 100,000, 300,000? Is it the departamento? Is it the city? Every single resource has a completely different number. It's pretty wild how wacky and out of scope that is. We still have a lot of people watching. This is pretty good. I had no idea so many people were on. Our average time is good. We got a lot of views. We got a lot of people on. We've been going for just short of 6 hours. Not bad. None too shabby, I would say. Wiki says it's 1.5 million. Does Wikipedia know in any way? Wikipedia has a different count on every page you go to, which is really difficult. So, okay. Metropolitan area 1.4 million. So I'm looking at Wikipedia right now, 1.4. So where'd you get 1.5? Oh, and it's different in English and Spanish. But that's city limit, not departamento. Department, Nagua. So the departamento, it says, has a population in English of 1.56 million. How long can you stay at a hostel? Do you mean like, is that a challenge? Like, how long can I put up with it? The 1.56 million was the 2021 estimate. Length of stay, I mean, you can just move in. It's not like hostels have, like, I've never heard of a hotel or a hostel having a limit. That did sound, right, Janet? It sounds like a challenge. How long can you stay? Well, I don't know. Okay, Diego, ready for this? So the Wikipedia in Spanish for the city of Managua. Wait. Yes. In Spanish for Wikipedia, they say that the metropolitan area of Managua is 2.4 million. A full million larger than their English language version says. But who knows what year that's supposed to be from? Because it says 2.4, and then you scroll down to no, municipality as just one. So it's all it breaks it down. I'm sorry, it breaks it all down. But that's because Messiah is considered a suburb. Janice says, is there a pool, a good kitchen? Is it noisy? Don Timoteo, in nicer cities, they have limits and require an address from outside of the city to prevent homeless people from moving in. Not in Nicaragua. In nicer cities, they have limits. Yeah, according to the Metropolitan Area of Cities in Central America list on Wikipedia, Managua is about to pass San Salvador as the... Wait a minute. Why is Tegucigalpa at so much smaller, but... Yeah, this is wacky. Its sort by numbers doesn't work. Yeah, and every page you go to, completely different number. Diego says, population-wise, only Managua City, Ciudad Sandino, and Ticuantepe are numerous. Yeah. But they're all pretty big. Ole Miss beat Georgia. How many of your viewers return to work tomorrow? After this show, not many. Diego says the municipios are really small. Yeah, there's a lot of them, though. I would say that if there's 8,000 people in Crucero, I'd be amazed. Oh, Crucero? Crucero's tiny. Yeah. Yeah. For some comparison, according to the Spanish language ranking from Wikipedia, Ciudad Panama. So Tegucigalpa, 1.5 million. Panama, 1.6. San Juan, Puerto Rico, 2.3. Havana, Cuba, 2.3, but a little bit bigger. Managua, just under 2.4, 2.393. San Salvador, 2.404. Puerto Principe, 2.77, that's Haiti. San Jose, Costa Rica, coming in just shy of 3.3. Santo Domingo at 4.2. And of course, Ciudad Guatemala, 5.1. Diego says, I work tomorrow. Hope my client doesn't, though. Yeah, I'm the same. Hopefully no one. Tegucigalpa 1.5, San Pedro Sula 1.445. I think San Pedro Sula is going to pass Tegucigalpa. That seems to be the consensus. Santiago de los Caballeros 1.34. Kingston, Jamaica at 1.2. Los Altos, as it's known, Shela, Guatemala at 750,000. Santiago de Cuba 438. Camagüey 313, and Aguadilla in Puerto Rico, 312. Kind of interesting that 30% of the population, it's in one metropolitan area. For small countries, that is not surprising at all. And almost all the countries are similar, right? Guatemala, a little bit less, but I think that metropolitan area is smaller. It's still like 25%. Dominican Republic, similar percentages. Costa Rica is the surprising one, where it's like 80% of the population is in one city. That's the really shocking one. That's crazy. El Salvador, very similar, but slightly more. They're like 1 or 2% because they're just slightly smaller overall population with just slightly more in their capital city. But it's a much smaller country, right? So with so much less space, of course they're going to be in one city, right? So if you take a country like, are you still looking at me? I can't remember. Yeah. So if you take a country like Monte Carlo or Monaco, there's only one city. So 100% of the population lives in one city. If you take a country like the Soviet Union or, how old am I? Like Russia or Canada or the United States, it's no single city can have anything like a third of the people. Except that's not true. The Toronto metropolitan area, if you include the entire metro, is a noticeable percentage of Canada. And the New York metro, if you use the same metropolitan reporting systems that you use in other major cities, both become very noticeable. Toronto is something like 20% of Canada, and New York City becomes 1/3 of the United States, which sounds insane. But if you actually consider where it drops off being a city, New York City is the hub of the entire east coast of the United States. It's one continuous city from something like Richmond, Virginia to just into Maine, right? One city the whole way. If you're working with cities of that, if you're using the same definitions of things. Now, we generally don't think of it that way because it gets absurd. In the same way, we don't think about Ciudad Sandino and Ticuantepe as being the city of Managua, but they really are in metropolitan terms. And so England and the United States and Canada and even those places that are the most, how could that be, end up being that way. Mexico ends up being that way. Brazil does not, but it almost does. Sao Paulo is so big, right? And Argentina, Buenos Aires is so big that they start having that feeling. And so it's actually pretty normal for most countries to have a single giant central metropolitan area that just has become the center of finance, politics, culture, music, publishing, tourism, and such. And everything else is satellites. It's really not surprising at all. We match everything in the region. We fall right in line with normal ratios worldwide, right? Go to Africa, same thing in most places. Once in a while you get places that have a very small major city and everything else is sprawling. It happens. Spain is more that way than most, but Madrid is such a powerhouse city. Portugal's that way. Even, France, Paris has such a percentage of the population. So much is centered around it. The Netherlands is actually one of the more spread out. Belgium is one of the more spread out. Germany is one of the more spread out in general. Switzerland a little bit more spread out. Italy is in between. Milan and Rome compete for major centers, so they're quite a bit less. But go to Greece with Athens. There's only Athens and Thessaloniki. Go to Macedonia. Skopje is 30% of the population. All through that region, right? Go to Kosovo. Pristina is probably 50 to 60% of the population. So it's a global thing, I think. If anything, I think the Asian countries are less like that, much more spread out, countries less based around a single city. Managua has a ton of people coming from out of the city to work, places like Granada and Masaya. Seems like more commuters than other Latin American cities. That may be true. I mean, it's definitely true that people are commuting in like that. Is it more than other Latin American cities? I know, like Guate. I mean, people come from forever away to work there. Panama is just constantly traffic coming in from the outskirts. Costa Rica doesn't have that because it has no outskirts. Everybody's already in the city. Tegucigalpa, I don't see it as much coming from the outside because of the mountain terrain. San Salvador, I bet, is like that. Terrain has a lot to do with it. Managua is very accessible. I know people from San Marcos and Jinotepe work in Managua. Oh, for sure, those would, yeah. Yep. People from Leon work in Managua, right? Like, we have a whole thing where the bus terminals and the commuters, they're all out there at 5 o'clock in the morning on the road and 6 o'clock at the bus terminals to get into their offices or whatever in Managua by like 8 o'clock in the morning. Like, that is really common. And for a long time, Marcella would commute back and forth between them because we have such a good infrastructure and such a wide open transit between the two that if you're on the western side of Managua, Leon is surprisingly accessible. And we have like a lot of doctors and stuff that do like half their time in Leon, half their time in Managua. I know that's a little bit different, but like that intermingling of stuff between the two cities is huge. Not as much as Granada and Masaya, obviously, but Managua is so central and is so big, and the infrastructure is so good. And if you think it's something now, wait until we get commuter trains. It is going to make everything part of Managua. Managua is just going to overtake the country. Much like London. If you spent time in England, the London is such a hub of transit that there's trains going in every direction, and they're fantastic. And the British complain about how bad their trains are because they're not like French trains or Italian trains or definitely not Spanish trains. They're the absolute best. But they're so good that you can go basically anywhere in the country for relatively little money, very, very quickly and easily, without having a car. But everything centers on London. So no matter what you're doing, boom, you're in London. No matter what you're doing, boom, you're in London. London really gives a feeling of being centralized. Like if you spend time in London and then you come to Managua and you're like, Managua is so central, like everything is such a big percentage, you'd be like, no, nothing makes a big country feel like it's hooked to one thing like London does. It's something. The pull of London on England is wild. The amount of suburbs, it's helping a ton as well. It is driving the government to improve tons the infrastructure of Managua Leon. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're becoming a very connected district. If only that train would get in. If we could just get from Chinandega, Corinto, to the port of Granada, that one line, unbelievable change to the country. Everything sits along that line. All the power of the country is in that one line, except for the Esteli Matagalpa manufacturing zone, which you can't just put on an easy train line. But the rest, all of the schools, the stores, the restaurants, the tourism, the museums, the agriculture, the you name it, it's all along that line. That would be such a game changer, just unreal. With so little effort. I mean, putting in a train is a lot of effort, I understand, but just not crazy in any way. I will suffer a ton from the Cuesta El Plomo construction. Oh, what's going on there? For the longest time, so for all my early episodes and for all the early years that I knew her, Marcella lived on Cuesta El Plomo. So I got to know that early on in living here because I would take the bus out and it would always be, Cuesta El Plomo. I learned that. And now if I hadn't done that, I wonder how much I wouldn't know that region of the country. Even though it's on our way to everything like that, knowledge of the Cuesta El Plomo region is so influential for how to get around down there. You guys are getting quiet. But we got a lot of people on. Let's go see what's going on with comments. Keen Dave, 37 minutes ago, said, Happy New Year. I bought the chicken in a bag from Pali in Managua and thought it would taste like chicken from the States. No, not the same. I said, nothing tastes like the States here. Was it better or worse? Funny that Walmart is always chicken in a bag. That's Pali is Walmart. Well, we're going to put this one on the show. So 2 hours ago, Mr. Bill 0626. Hold on, let me get my link to things. I just watched myself do the on the show. I look so goofy. I still have the video on me, right? Yeah, good. 6 hour, 9 minute mark. Holy cow. Mr. Bill 0626, 2 hours ago, said, Hola, my name is Bill Matthews. I live in the United States, and years ago, a man from Managua, Nicaragua, and his wife visited me here. His name was Benjamin Gutierrez. I lived in Indianapolis, Indiana at the time, but have moved since then. I wondered if he or any of his family are still in or around Managua or anywhere in the country, and I would like to hear from them if they are. Thanks. So that's a long shot, but Diego, you live in or around Managua, so if you happen to know Benjamin Gutierrez, Bill Matthews is looking for him and can be found at Mr. Bill 0626 on YouTube. In reference to the extreme example of lack of food variety, GGRIJ 2004 says, he's probably poor. I'm always surprised when I go to my town in Boaco of the stuff people bring my auntie. For example, on December of 23rd, I was eating exactly rigatoni lasagna with ricotta cheese and Caesar salad. Rob Letting, 3504, Happy New Year. New video series idea. Treat your Nicaraguan friends to foods they've never had and see what they think. That is actually a really good idea. So that'd be really interesting. Instead of doing Americans eating Nicaraguan food, which we do quite a bit, but there's only so much for us to eat, it is a constant thing because we like to eat lots of different foodie things, especially Marcella, but also I've got other people I can put on the show and be like, what do you think of this thing or that thing? Because we're constantly making food or going out and looking for food of different things. And people are often really surprised by it. And my friend, the doctor, like she's never had sushi, right? And it's like, there's got to be like 5 sushi places just in Leon. Suki Amy rolls. I know she was at Dragonfly recently. They do sushi. But like, Diego says, how many times were you told to try Naka Tamal with cacao? Honestly, never, I would say. No one ever tells me about Naka Tamal because they know it's got meat and I'm not going to eat it. It's funny how little it comes up. Nick Alberto, who's on the live stream, said 10 hours ago, I'm from Miami, Florida, and this experience really surprised me. I got sick here in Nicaragua, walked into Centro de Salud, saw a doctor immediately, and received medication for free. I never imagined I could get real medical care without worrying about money. I'm truly grateful for this country and its people. This live stream has gone by really fast. I can't believe how late it actually is. Nick Alberto said at about the same time, glad to see you are also we are also visiting and hiking San Jose de Cusmapa, Nicaragua. Beautiful place. We are from Miami, Florida. Getting to Leon is really easy and cheap. The amount of suburbs is helping. I will suffer a ton. They'll be making a Passe de Desneville in the Cru. Say traffic will stop coming from that place for a few months. Oh boy, that's gonna be fun. Expo says, where do I start booking my first trip to Nicaragua? I mean, it really just comes down to getting flights and figuring out what you want to do. Just make it happen. Get into Managua. It's safe. It's affordable. It's so easy to deal with. Just getting here. Figure out. Most people want to start with a few days in Granada. Just it's easy to get in, get transport there, get settled, and know that it's touristy and not worry about it's touristy, whatever. And just get started. Start looking for apartments, travel around, go see different towns, get a little feel for it. Diego says, have watched Arcane, such a good show. Good song too, Arcane. No, I have not seen it. I don't even know the name. How many times were you told to Nakatomawi? We said that they got medicine in the Centro de Salud. Is that real, Nicaragua? That's true. I never get medicine it depends if it's like acute treatment. When it's like treatment for tetanus or rabies, they have that stuff at the Centro de Salud. We get that all the time because we're constantly getting bit by things. True story. They know me when I walk in, again? Yes. Everyone in my family gets bitten by something and has to go in because we take rescue animals. Spirit is your friend. He is correct. Look to see if you can find a Spirit flight. If find a way to get to Fort Lauderdale, then get Spirit from Fort Lauderdale, or look for Spirit to get you to Fort Lauderdale to here. That is the deal. It is the cheapest. If you're not doing them, then Avianca is the next best. But Spirit makes it so easy if you can. If you're coming from the U.S., that will make all of the difference. What's our timestamp for this next question? 6 hours, 16 minutes. The question is, do you know good websites for long-term rentals in Nicaragua? Okay, so the same thing is basically going to happen as with real estate websites, right? There's no websites for legit stuff that's long-term. Short-term, you've got your Airbnbs, your Booking.com, your Hostel World, your normal hotel-ish things in Booking, and Vrbo, which I wouldn't trust, but they're out there. But for long-term, you're basically falling into a real estate, right? A long-term rental is going to be basically the same as an apartment rental, like just normal apartments, and that generally falls into the real estate category, right? For whatever reason, worldwide, this is generally how it's handled. And it mostly makes sense, right? There's just a lot of crossover. So are there real websites? No. Are there some localized agencies and places that you would go that will handle a number of places? At times, yes, right? So Casa Roja here will represent many places, and they'll show you tons that they don't actually represent. They can find they can sometimes find apartments, but you're also going to pay a premium to do so, right? As much as 30% more than you would find otherwise, but that can work for you depending on the situation. But there's no real estate website. There's no national listing. You can get on Facebook Marketplace. All the information's wrong, but it can give you some hints. It's very, very difficult. So there's just it's better than real estate, right? If you're actually looking to buy a house, you're really out of luck. For long-term rentals, the Facebook Marketplace stuff is a little bit more valuable. And Encuentra24, in theory, no one even talks about that anymore. I think that's kind of dried up. Maybe someone can tell me I'm wrong. That's my impression that's gone away. I don't use Facebook Marketplace. I don't have Facebook, so I really never see that. But it's still driving around, knowing people for the most part for long-term rentals. It's difficult. Or you go to like an Airbnb and ask them about long-term deals. But for me, most of the ones that we end up getting are because we know the people who own the houses. They're not listed anywhere. You just have to know people. And they're always full because the good places are. Like, they're word of mouth. The people are waiting for them. So, yeah, there's a little bit of Facebook Marketplace and Encuentra24. But be wary, a lot of it's fake or just really overpriced because that's not how Nicaraguans are looking. If real estate agents put it up, then quite often they're not actually representing it, but they're showing stuff. And the difficulty is getting people to list stuff, right? No one lists anything accurately. No one puts up real information. No one puts it in the same place. There's a really big challenge there because there are mechanisms and people don't use them. Diego says, I wouldn't trust marketplace prices, though. They're just for show. Exactly. Same with Encuentra, any of that stuff. All right. Real quickly, Luke said, Georgia's renowned for their pecan pie more so than the rest of the South. Finding any place to replicate Chicago-style anything is a stretch. He's just talking about food here. We're talking about pecan pie, saying that in Brooklyn Cafe, he gets a better pecan pie than he did back in Georgia. Oh, there's actually a real conversation from Nigerians about the bombing of Nigeria on my YouTube channel. Well, that's pretty cool. Spirit is your friend. I only get ibuprofen and loratadina. Ha ha ha. Spirit, thanks. I always get good deals from San Francisco to Houston to Managua. Next says, if I like it, I'd like to stay for a while. Should I book a hotel, hostel, or Airbnb in your opinion? I would do a hotel, it depends on your budget, but I would generally book a hotel in Granada to get started. Just have the resources of a hotel, makes life easy. Do a few days to be that. Everyone wants to be a tourist their first couple days, right? Maybe you're the exception, but generally we all do. Get a little bit of that out of your system. Be like, okay, I've been a tourist. Now I want to learn something about this country, right? I've had the food. I've sampled a few things. I've done it in restaurants where there's some variety. It's just there's some stuff to get you going, right? Just I need to find a toothbrush. Granada is so much easier for I just need to go find a toothbrush when you're staying. Stay downtown, stay in the somewhere right around the plaza in a major place. Don't have to be expensive, don't have to be fancy, but staying right down there is handy. That uh, uh, um, it's just everything's convenient. If you're doing the same thing in Leon, everything's harder to find. Doing stuff in Messiah, everything's harder to find. So it's nice for those first few days. Make sure you got everything settled. You know what to do. You find a driver. You figure out where you want to go. You can look up your Airbnbs. You can talk to hostels. You can call people. You can get your SIM cards settled and all that kind of stuff. Right? It's worth doing that in Granada where there's a little bit of stuff. Then yeah, Airbnb or a hostel with a long-term private room or something like that. Good. Maybe not in Granada, right? Almost certainly not in Granada. Some people like it, but in general, I would say get out of there. It gives you time to potentially look at Messiah, Managua, Matagalpa, Esteli, Leon, Rivas, and say, where do I want to start? What do I want to kind of get into? What things interest me? And maybe you can do some of this beforehand, and then look at Airbnb, call some places, be like, look, what can I do for like a month rental, a 2-month rental? Cut me a deal. Try not to come during Semana Santa. That will screw you up, but come immediately after Semana Santa and everyone is tired of travel. That's when you get your best deals. And then use that time to explore and look for a long term and to make the decision that you want a long term, right? But if you put in, say, 2 months in an Airbnb or something like that, or a long-term hostel, and then you can find a 6 to 12 month, and then you can be like, okay, I think I'm going to be staying. I know I'm going to put in a year, so I'm going to get this really cheap, could be a nice place, but an inexpensive, a cost-effective, long-term place. And then you can buy furniture and appliances and do that stuff with the thought that you're going to stay. If you end up leaving at the end of a year, you might lose a little bit when you sell that stuff, but barely anything. If you stay longer, say a second year, you're going to make out by having bought that stuff relatively early. So the safe bet is to buy after about a month. I know people who bought in their first week, they got burned because on their second week, they're like, oh, I decided I don't like anything about this country and I'm leaving. And they were so sure this is the place they wanted to be. They were like, and they would say on like a Thursday, I am not giving any possibility of this not being the place I want to stay. I am definitely buying appliances. I'm definitely signing a long-term lease. I am definitely all this stuff. He was like so intense with this is his permanent stay, bought all of his appliances, and only made it a few days. Got upset. He didn't like the gym. He didn't like the coffee shop and lost his mind and left for Costa Rica. Thank goodness. And like he was the perfect example of why we don't like Costa Rica. Costa Rica as a country is fantastic. I don't like the expats who go there, right? Much of the time. And there's some awesome expats there, obviously, right? But there's so many. The percentage of the crazies go there. We see them in Nicaragua and they leave quickly, right? He's not the first. I guess he was probably the first, but he's not the only I've known over the last few years of people who come here, say they're all in, lose their minds, and are like, I'm just going to go to Costa Rica where I can do drugs, be an ass, be dangerous, be violent, and get away with it, right? Like the impression is that you can go now. That maybe they've all left Costa Rica for the same reason, but they came to Nicaragua thinking it was Costa Rica, then found out they couldn't be a junkie or they couldn't be violent or they couldn't threaten people, and so they're like, oh, we're out of here. This isn't the kind of in the kind of freedom I wanted. And so they're gone. There's a lot of that, right? But that was the point being, he went all in his first couple weeks. That upped the pressure. I think it put him to the breaking point. He put all of his budget into buying things before he was certain. And he would have been so much better off had he just given himself a little bit of time, considered the possibility he had not done all the research he should have done, and didn't check on the things that mattered for him, and then lost his mind because he was all in. Had he decided that it was the right place for him, it would have worked out really well, obviously. But he took too much of a gamble right away. And so give yourself that little bit. I've seen people just lose their minds because they don't take time to learn the neighborhood, the type of house, the style of rent, the things, and it's just too much to go wrong. Um, 11 days ago, SCOH 840, in response to my rent-a-car or hire a driver, under no circumstances should you ever try to drive in Nicaragua. The streets are no man's land. Equal parts car, trucks, chicken buses, pedestrians, bikes, motorcycles, dogs, motorized trikes, and even horses. The streets are full of potholes. Instead of fixing the potholes, they just throw old tires in the hole so you know where they are. On the other hand, for $1, you can have a taxi take you around town. I think that's overstating it a bit. That's pretty dramatic. So you guys see my videos. I drive all over the country and I show a lot of driving stuff, right? And there are times that those things are true, right? There are times we talk about, like, you want to avoid some of the stuff. So one of the things is we don't find there's a ton of potholes, not on the real roads. There are at times because of the flooding, because of the monsoon season. We have a monsoon season. You're going to get potholes, but they fix them fast, right? The pace at which they fix the road here is really impressive. Just, you can't stop the monsoon, right? On back roads, we see potholes last quite a bit longer, right? Like on the road leading to Marcella's house, it went a good 2 months with potholes. And they've all been filled in now. Right? But they'll be back next monsoon season. There's no avoiding it. But they're doing a lot of repairs. The main roads are smooth. I'm from the U.S. We have way more potholes in the U.S. than we do here. It also has snow. Like, the U.S. it's also unfair. It's not that the U.S. isn't repairing them. It's that they have snow and frost, and that just wreaks havoc with asphalt. So it's not a one place is good and one place is bad. It's just we don't have that many potholes. The roads are crazy and full of things. That is certainly true, but it's not like they're everywhere. It's that you need to be watching out for them. We spend hours driving all over the country. I just drove down from León to Managua to Diriamba to La Boquita and back, right? And in doing all that driving, it's not like you ever encounter a dirt road. It's not like I ever encountered a pothole. It's not like I ever encountered anything, right? I don't know if there was ever a horse-drawn cart. I don't know if I ever was behind or passed by a chicken bus. It's just, yep, there's some, there are even trucks. Like, it's a very casual drive, very simple. Even going through the city, relatively easy. It depends where you're going. If you're driving around the barrios of León, you're going to get cobblestones, oxen. You didn't even mention that. The dogs in the road, that's real, right? So he's coming from a real place, but I think it's over dramatized. The average person driving around Nicaragua is not experiencing it like he's saying. It is true that if you're here on vacation, you should kind of think of it in the way he's presenting it, because these little things are going to be exacerbated for you. But if you're living here, then you're going to be like, okay, yeah, but 90% of the time we're driving in, it's nothing like that, right? And you also get used to it, and some of those things are really minor. Diego says, I know of potholes in Managua that have been there for years, and the amount of motorcycles that don't value their life, it's stressful. The motorcycles, they are definitely, and the mothers with toddlers that they pull in front of your car because, I don't know, they're tired of daycare, is a lot. That stuff really is big. But overall, I mean, I drive all the cities here, and, driving all over the U.S., Yeah, it's definitely more scary here. It's definitely more chaos here. But it's not like there aren't lanes, and it's not like it isn't like if you're driving from Leon to Managua, it is multiple major highways that are just smooth and clear, and there's no potholes. There's no we don't have to watch out for any of that stuff. You do look for like something wandering onto the road. Yeah, we've gotten used to that, and it happens more than we realize because we've gotten used to it. That is true, and but it's also all happening at such slow speeds that it's completely out of context to be like, oh no, there's a bus you have to go around. Okay, but it's like parked and you're barely moving. It's like side roads, right? So it's watch my driving videos. Maybe I'll do some driving around different places in real speed, because when you're in the super fast speed, it's hard to really tell how chaotic it is. And of course, we always try to film the chaotic bits because they're really interesting. Like Marcadito in Sutiava is crazy to see what it's like in real time. You're like, how does anyone drive through this? How does anyone do anything here? But when you're actually driving on a normal day through most of the city, you'd be like, oh yeah, the biggest thing to worry about is speed bumps or how tightly parked the cars are. It's not like there's actually that much going on most of the time, but you do need to be ready just in case. Main roads are kind of okay. Managua Barrio roads are awful. It depends. I drive all over like Libertad and stuff, and that's pretty good. Some of the lower areas that are a little bit more outskirts, there's definitely parts that get really bad, and there's big areas that are pretty good. Ice Cube said United. I know some people have taken United and been happy. We always find it to be very expensive and not very accommodating. I avoid them in general. Not completely, just not super happy. Diego says, should we build one? About the real estate site. I think a hostel should be fine. Once you're the first few days, I wouldn't necessarily do a hostel or do a big hostel. Like here in Leon, Poco a Poco is almost a hotel. So they got resources, their own driver, that kind of stuff. Diego says, in Doral, it's kind of funny, actually. You won't see a renting sign or a selling sign usually, but there's a Facebook group, and people just post there if they need a place. And people answer in the comments. Expazaz, I have to renew my passport. I wonder how long that will take. Mine was fast 14 days for Ice Cube. Diego says, if you're doing 6 months to a year, I would highly recommend Doral. The only thing about Doral is it's beautiful. I think it's a really nice area, but you kind of need a car. You're out there a ways, so it depends what you're looking to do. If you're looking for city living, it won't cut it. If you're looking for country living, it won't cut it. If you're looking for satellite city, it won't cut it. If you're looking for small, kind of feels like a suburb for Nicaragua, but you're willing to drive to get to some things, then it's great. So I know a lot of expats who love it. But it's definitely not for everyone. I think you'd find it safe and comfortable and nice. That stuff is not a problem. But if you're like, oh, I'm really looking forward to trying out a bunch of different restaurants, nope, screwed, right? Unless you're driving into Managua. I want everything to be like an easy walk away. Nope. No, not going to happen unless you're just cooking at home all the time and don't need a big grocery store. It can be pretty limiting, but it's really nice too. Yeah, so Adam James Abroad said he crapped himself to death for almost 3 weeks, almost the second he arrived in Nicaragua. I said, wow, that's really unheard of. I don't know anyone who's had that kind of issue. He said, it was really nice once I got to Granada, but I only just started eating meat again at that time. Microbiome was different, but it's true regardless. It's really, really rare that we hear of someone getting like stomach upset from the new food here in Nicaragua. Janet says, I have an early class, so I have to go. So good night. It's been fun. We've actually now been on, I wonder how long. Just over 6.5 hours. It's really not that long of a night. We started on the late side. Did we start at 5:30? I could have sworn we started at like 4:30. No, this also 6 hours, 37 minutes. Oh, I've got a counter right there. That's handy. I should know that. No, we started. Odd. I just don't know when we started. We're down to 21 people. That's actually still quite a lot. But it is after midnight, and I do need to go feed my kids. We're going to go make some pasta and maybe hang out. We might watch Stargate. We finished Stranger Things yesterday, and so we've got my youngest was like, maybe we should watch Stargate. And I'm like, I haven't watched that in decades. I would like that. And they're talking about maybe doing the TV show, like watching the TV show. So I think we're going to go make some dinner, maybe watch that. And thank you so much, everyone, for being on. We've had 465 views while doing the show. Average view duration 19 and a half minutes. We got 21 people on right now. We've had a good amount of comments. It has been a good night. We got one new community member. Let's just mention, first of all, again, thank you so much to Manuel Carvalho from Costa Rica, who joined tonight. Ice Cube says Stargate is fire. And if anyone would like to join, it really does help. There's a join button somewhere like here, I think. I don't know where it is. I think it's here. No, it must be here. Yeah. So there must be a join button here where you can, is that? Yes, this is reversed and that is reversed, but that is not reversed. Something like that. This is on my left. If you'd like to support by buying me a coffee, you can at buymeacoffee.com/Scott Allen Miller. But you can also join either there on Buy Me a Coffee, or you can join here on YouTube. And that does a lot to help support the show. I do every time we do the live stream, I'm like, there's all these places I want to go and things I want to film in Nicaragua. It's going to make me so happy if I got out and did that a lot more, but it's so hard to get the car, find someone who has time to go with me. Sometimes I can get the kids, but then the kids want to do a bunch of things that they don't want to be filmed, so I've got to like figure that out. But that doing a little bit in Chinandega does sound like a really good idea. It's a very simple drive. My kids are ready to go somewhere. And that's a nice, easy change of pace. There's always a bunch of good restaurants to go. Paporo Rodriguez says, "Night Scott from the Boogie Down Bronx." Hey, awesome. Oh, it's Papo Rodriguez. That makes more sense. I didn't know where those words were separated. I'm so bad with figuring out where names separate. Oh, thanks for being on. And are you someone that I know from the Boogie Down Bronx by chance, or are you new from the Boogie Down Bronx? How many people call it the Boogie Down Bronx anymore? I haven't heard that in a while. All right, I think we're calling it a night. And really glad everyone was on. We got through a lot of older questions and comments as well on the show. Go watch the, if you haven't seen it, the La Boquita episode that we just did, that we toured the house, and soon we'll have another La Boquita in about a week. Of course, comment and say hello and do all that stuff. Remember to give a thumbs up if you haven't yet. If you're still on and have not yet given it a thumbs up, do that. We have a short today that we put out. Go watch that. Watch yesterday's episode. Go watch another episode. And remember, every Thursday we're here doing the live stream. So thanks so much. Have a good night. I will see all of you.